Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to DPC Division 2. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me is Gods and Fear on this beautiful Friday night. Gods, how are you feeling?
Very good, very good. Friday means, weekend is here. I'm excited. Some good Dota coming up this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, what else would you want to be doing on a Friday night for you?
Other than watching Div 2 and A? Probably nothing. That's like number one on my Friday nights.
Yeah, Div 2 is number one, and then doing nothing is number 2, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe going out and getting a breath of fresh air and touching some grass. But other than that, NA Div 2 is number one by a mile. Because it's like here, and then it's like up there, Div 2 and A. So...
There's a clear difference. I love to hear it. But before we jump into our Friday night, evening, however you want to describe it, NA action, we will have a look at what action we had 2 days ago. It was the Ant versus Felt series that started us off for week number 3 here, our final week for Division 2. And look, Ant were on the rise. Gods, they were looking great. And then you get into this Felt series, and it was a team, I just felt like a completely different team, and not in a positive way.
Yeah, this was the big series too. This was potentially, like for a top 2 slot. Ant needed a win here. It would have put them on 4-2 and given Felt their second loss, but it just felt like Felt had the complete upper edge, like draft-wise, playstyle-wise. We didn't see Ant have those really strong early game lane dominance that they snowballed off of, and it just felt like Felt were just controlling all these mid-game team fights. Like the lanes would go even, and then Felt would just suddenly hit the gas in the mid-game with these kind of fast-paced drafts. Like they had the Like and Nature's Prophet for a lot of tempo, and this game 1, and then game 2 was a similar thing where they just kind of hit this mid-game timing in a big way, and just, they kind of rolled over Ant. They made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, the big standout on this whole series was Fade on the Lycan, and then in game number 2, when we do see those highlights, he was the Beastmaster, I do believe, off the top of my head. So he absolutely just stood out. Gods, do you feel that there is really any stopping Felt or any way to even shut down Fade when it comes to the Zoo Heroes?
His hero pool's pretty big. Like, those are the Zoo Heroes, but we've seen other stuff. We've seen the team fighters, we've seen out of meta heroes. I've talked about the Axe game before. I'll mention again, like he owned on Axe even though they lost the game. He absolutely crushed his lane. So I think he's a hard player to shut down, but he is the one that, as much as possible when drafting his Felt, I think drafting a strong safe lane is probably one of the best things you can do, because without Fade having a good game, I think Felt do look a lot weaker.
Yeah. The second series as well, so this one being a 2-0 for Felt, not sure if I said that one, but our second series was also a 2-0, and it was the cut up against Eternity when we do start seeing those highlights. Fear, give me a summation as to how that one played out.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, well, the cut, they managed to pick Queen of Pain both games in the first phase for Shaggy. As we heard in the interview, he's just a beast on those heroes. They really trust in him, but I feel like Eternity is a team that really lived or died off Blessed Kid's performance in the mid lane. They picked that early Mars, Sheep was on the panel, it's like Skyward can't play that, why'd they pick that for him? And then in the end, they swapped it to the mid lane versus the Quap, which is probably one of its worst matchups in the mid lane. There's not many more matchups, Mars, really wants to go again, so he got really stomped in that game in the mid lane. In game number 2, he still got in a situation where he could not really win his lane. He picked the Death Prophet this time against the Queen of Pain, that was also first phased, and he also struggled in the mid lane here, and he kind of counterpicked himself in both these games for Eternity. It feels like every series we do manage to catch Eternity, they're just, something's going wrong with them, and it doesn't seem to be the same issue every single game, except for maybe Karwa's on his carry. He's been having a really, really rough DPC here, as almost every single game he's picking up this Bloodseeker. It's not working. He's continuing to do it every game, and it's like bashing his head against the wall at this point, and you kind of got to feel bad for Eternity as they have yet to get a series win.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that you highlighted there, that Eternity seemed to have one really major downfall, but it's different every series. Like another series, it was how they were playing the mid game. Another one, it was, their laning phase. But this one was definitely draft. I just noticed the cut had 4 out of the 5 same heroes in game 1 and game 2. Like they got Nature's Prophet, Queen of Pain, Disruptor, and Tiny. So they got those 4 in both games, and Disruptor just looking absolutely OP at the moment too. So we can talk about that in a little bit, because for now we want to have a look at our leaderboard. Felt being out there on top, 4 wins, 1 losses. So they played 5 series. Dog Champ still only on 3 wins, but I mean, if you've only played 3 series, 3 wins puts you in a pretty good position in second. And it's C-Dub, The Cut, and Fart Studios Penguin Squad. And mathematically, Eternity will be relegated out of Division 2, down there with an unfortunate 6 series losses. So they do still have 1 more series left to play. Hopefully that can be a win for them. I'm sure it would be a great confidence boost, but it won't be today, because today's schedule is Penguin Squad versus Dog Champ as our first series. We see the return of Dog Champ, and then Felt versus C-Dub. Normally I touch on the second series, but I want to just jump straight into the first one. Penguin Squad versus Dog Champ. It's been 11 days for you. 11 days since we last saw Dog Champ play. Yeah, that was all the way back in week 1 of Div 2. Like,
yeah,
what?
And their last opponent was Eternity, so was that even a game?
That is a good question. I think we all know the answer to, but won't say.
Yeah. Instead, we could say, what can we expect from Dog Champ after, their last series being Eternity and it being so long ago, gods? Like, these players are definitely still playing. They're definitely still taking it seriously, but you haven't played an official in so long. Like, what is going through your mind? And to come up against Penguin Squad 2, who just got a win against Fart Studios a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's, they've been a bit inactive. I assume they've been scrimming and stuff, but we've also been told they're playing with a stand-in, so not sure what that's about. But at the same time, it's Dog Champ. They're kind of hyped up as the best team in Div 2 NA for a reason. I think even with a stand-in, they're going up against one of the weaker looking teams of Div 2. I would heavily favor them regardless, just the experience of some of the players on there, as well as some of the new young players like RCY in the mid lane. He's looked absolutely incredible. He's looked like the best mid laner in NA Div 2, so I think they kind of outclass Penguin Squad in terms of individual skill, and that often can carry you, but I also think in terms of just general team cohesion and drafting, they're also in a stronger place.
Yeah, I mean, you highlight RCY. We may as well look at his counterpart, who he will be leaning up against, and that is Snow in the mid lane. Do a bit of a player comparison here, Fear. And when we look at the two, is it the same sentiment for you as what God said? RCY just stands up just a little bit higher than most other mids here in NA Div 2?
I don't even know if that's going to be the matchup mid, because last time Snow was ended up playing carry and Scythe was the mid laner.
Oh, that's true. They did have a stand-in. Yeah, we have to check to see if Penguin Squad have a stand-in.
Yeah, but Scythe last time when they played against Fart Studios looked really good. So I'm going to go ahead and assume he's playing mid again instead of Snow here, and Snow ended up playing carry. But Scythe looked really good. He held his own against I Annihilate, one of the better mid players here in North America. Very respectable, has good laning stage and everything, and he held his own in that particular series and actually took it all. And he was a big factor of why they won there. So I was very impressed by him. But RCY is he's the talk of the town. He's the mid player from Division 2 that has most promise, I think, in most people's eyes, has the most potential, has the highest ceiling, and he's played against other mid laners, and he's just taking them to school. He's a young mid player. He's looked amazing. If he continues his upward trajectory, I expect big things from him.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to check to see if we do have that stand-in or not. I'm gonna say yes. It looks like it in the lobby. And Dog Champ are playing with the position for stand-in. So I think both teams actually playing with a sub. I'm not too sure because the players don't have the same name on Liquipedia as they do in the lobby. So I'm just trying to connect the dots, and it's not as it's not as straightforward as you would expect it to be. When we do see these two teams playing out, stand-in or not, gods, what are you hoping to see from Dog Champ returning, but Penguin Squad to maybe continue that momentum of another win?
Yeah, I think for Dog Champ, you're hoping that they come in with a clean, kind of clean series. You haven't seen them in a long time, so I think the excitement for Dog Champ is just seeing them getting to see them play again, and two, this should be one of their easier opponents. They're a team looking to not just get top 2, but to convincingly get top 2, first place. They want to get to Div 1 and stay there. So they as a team need to be better than these these Div 2 teams, other Div 2 teams who on paper should be much weaker than them. For Penguin Squad, yeah, I think we're looking for them to kind of continue where they kind of left off against Fart Studios. The individual play there, you mentioned Scythe in the mid lane. I think the question with Penguin Squad from at least the first kind of week and a half was their drafting and their playstyle, putting all these weird carry mids. It seems they've finally gone away from it and they're staying away from it. And as a result, I think they're playing a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, we had the interview with Penguin Squad, but like they talked about how like it was a hard time for them because they didn't have a mid player. Snow is actually a carry player. He's not a mid player. They just put him mid and they tried to make it work, and they kind of realized the problem is and brought in a new mid player there. So that's a good thing that they figured it out, because it was painfully obvious as we watched their games that was an issue.
Yeah, and it could have been one of those things that it was harder to fix or to find a stand-in than we thought it would have been. But they do have it. It is going to be nice. Fia, I want a little bit of a reminder of how DogChamp have played. It's only been 6 games that we've seen them, but if you can recall all the way back, how were DogChamp play? How convincing were they winning those games in week 1?
Oh, pretty convincing. And I think one interesting fact about this matchup here without Yarn, like he doesn't play your traditional POS 4s, right? There's going to be a stand-in for him, but perhaps that was a strength for them. He liked to play the Techies, he played the Silencer, and he played the Pugna. These are heroes we don't see a lot in POS 4. So they might bring a stand-in. He might play more traditional heroes. Will that help him instead of having like this kind of like niche hero pool that Yarn had? Hard to say. I mean, Bloody Nine, he played all your typical stuff, from the Treant Protector to the Clockworks, RCY. We've seen him on a lot of good performances. Apparently, his Invoker looked the best to a lot of people, but he could still bust out an Ember Spirit or a Zeus. Yuma, every once in a while, would bring out like a Carry, Queen of Pain. And Italiano Gangster, for the most part, he was just playing Zoo like most other offlaners, but he did have the one game of Tusk that looked pretty good as well, showing some flexibility to this team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, so then you talk about these heroes, the meta, the non-meta picks. Are there any really highly contested heroes that you feel we're going to be seeing here, Fear? Because they have stand-ins, so this is going to be a little bit different. Do you have to go back to this drawing board of let's try and be as safe as possible in our drafts?
For highly contested heroes, it'll probably be similar to the meta, I would imagine. Okay. Like, we're probably going to see a lot of, like, Lina contested. Maybe not the Broodmother. I think that'll just get banned out because Italiano Gangster is good on it, and I don't think that's a hero that they really want to play a lot on the Penguin Squad. But Lina is going to be contested. Treant will be contested for sure. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, I think those are kind of going to be the big ones here, as we haven't really seen, because there is going to be a stand-in. The Rubik is something that was kind of just ignored by DogChamp for the longest time, and I haven't seen Penguin Squad pick it up a lot either, so a lot of different hero pools for these two teams.
Yeah. The stand-in factor means, like, we see DogChamp, Techies, 3 picks, but without Garen there, then they're probably not playing Techies. So this hero pool, the stand-in just changes these hero pools dramatically.
Mm-hmm. It's same with the Spirit Breaker too. You know what I mean? On the side of Penguin Squad, that one being picked up 5 times normally on their POS 4. It is still Crawl playing, but I wonder if they're going to go back for that one, their gods.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance. Both their wins against Fart Studio, they had the Spirit Breaker, so it seems to fit their playstyle, even when they're going to, the more standard, carry from the safe lane rather than mid setup. Now that, assuming they have a mid laner that's not Snow, I think Spirit Breaker fits regardless. They're a team that likes to play aggressive, like their Spirit Breaker Troll Draft with Death Prophet, like had a lot of tempo and played very fast. So I could still see them picking it up. I think heroes like Death Prophet will be either contested or maybe that's a ban I would like to see from DogChamp perhaps. It's just being a kind of recurring pick from Penguin Squad that they've looked really good with. So to me, I think they should be banning Death Prophet, and I think that Penguin Squad should be banning out the Zoo heroes, the Beast, the Brood, that Italiano plays well and Penguin Squad do not play particularly well.
Did you have more you wanted to add there, Fia?
Oh, I mean, no, I just think both these teams have widely different hero pools, where Penguin Squad's offlaner, he wants to be a lot more active. Sure, he'll play the Death Prophet, but the ban's going to be super important in this one, as a lot of the heroes that Italiano does play are pretty good versus the Death Prophet. But Death Prophet, this patch is just incredibly strong as a hero, so I wouldn't mind them just removing it, because they don't like to play it a lot on Italiano, and right there they could probably get a pretty decent drafting advantage, as they are playing against Penguin Squad, and I think DogChamp's hero pool overall is just much larger.
If you guys were to say, you could only give me one hero for, let's say, off lane, that you think anyone could win on, literally anyone in any game, what hero would it be?
Literally anyone, like a Herald can just come into the DP, come to like TI and just win.
Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in their rank, my guy. Yeah, come on, please.
In the off lane, what's the easiest hero to win with?
Yeah,
I mean, probably Death Prophet right now, I would say. Yeah. I think he like has the lowest ceiling for skill and just the strongest power spikes.
Are you the same gods?
I was thinking of like some of the easy to play like melee heroes, but I think in some ways Death Prophet is easier to win with. But like, I don't know, some of these centaurs and stuff can be pretty brainless to play at times, but also aren't that good in the meta. So,
if it was OP and easy to win with, everyone would be picking it, you know?
Yep. But yeah, I'll double down on Death Prophet.
All right, we're doubling down on Death Prophet there. All right, now same question, but for mid lane, I can't say carry because you guys are all just gonna be like Lina, so I had to pick someone else in mid lane. Lina.
I love Lina.
Can we say Death Prophet for mid too?
Oh, if you really want.
Like all these teams like started doing better on Death Prophet because it just like it's this simple idea where we have Death Prophet, well, let's go take an objective. They can't fight us. We're strong. So I think in some ways Death Prophet applies for the mid lane as well.
Easy to play hero. What can you do? I mean, for like standard mid laners, I mean, this question is, I have a hard time answering it because like,
of course,
a good player can beat a worse player in pretty much any matchup, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like mid lane in a nutshell. Like the side lanes are a little different, right? Like you can just pick on dying versus strength hero and just run them down and turn your brain off, and that's pretty easy. But like to actually be able to crush someone in the mid lane, you just have to be better than them in a lot of ways this patch, because it's not really easy to do that.
I didn't know if there's more to that sentence then.
Okay, then I'm just gonna say Tusk.
Okay. No, I didn't know if you were like, if there was supposed to be like another word and I just didn't hear it, or if the sentence is like finished itself, you know? I didn't know if it was tied off completely. Alright, we are hopefully finally getting into draft now. I do see it loading up in the back there. But Penguin Squad versus DogChamp, we see our odds right there on the screen, and it kind of makes sense, gods. I mean, DogChamp, do you think there is this extra pressure now? Because we've heard interview after interview after interview that DogChamp are the team to beat, that they're going to be coming in first seed for Division 1.
I don't think so. If anything, it should give them confidence that, you hear from all these other teams that, you're the team to beat and that they're maybe afraid of you. I think it kind of maybe reaffirms to DogChamp that they're doing something right and that they are better than other teams. I also think Penguin Squad is one of the lesser scary teams that they have to play still. They're playing 4 series this week, so they're gonna grind their way through this last week at Dota. But I think as far as those series go, this should be one of the potentially easier ones, but we'll see.
Brood being taken out, they already called that one Fear, but Beast and
Surprise.
Bat, which means Lena, Tree, the two that you said are going to be the most contested, is still in the pool, and DogChamp kind of have to pick their poison here.
I just wanted to add the gods real quick. I think DogChamp's easiest matchup might just be Fart Studios, and not even this one, but
That's true.
we'll see. Anyway, so I mean, Lena ban makes sense. I thought that would happen. I figured Tree might be first pick in a scenario like this, but Clockwork, okay, I think they'll take Tree now, or I'm gonna look dumb. All right, cool. I don't look dumb. That's great.
God, he's so smart. He's so unbelievably smart.
I know. And then they're gonna take Rubik, so I guess like they're just picking meta now when they normally wouldn't have if they had Yarn, right? They would rather prefer this like Tree techie style. But I never hate a Rubik. If you got a Rubik player, pick Rubik this patch. That hero is worthy against some teams to be in the first phase ban. So DogChamp opening up something pretty meta. Well, Penguin Squad Clock is good this patch for sure. But normally you're pairing it with like a Lina or something strong in the safe lane that you do secure. That could be it too. We wanted them to see that hero. So I do like the opening for both squads right now. It makes sense. They're both pretty strong.
Yep. I'm fully on the same page. I think this Death Prophet, it's hard when DogChamp don't have first pick because you kind of have to ban like the lanes and stuff. So as much as I wanted them to ban Death Prophet coming in, I think it gets tricky to ban, everything. And they just have to kind of take what they can get. The double support opener reveals very little. You don't want to pick a core when you have second pick because it can get countered right off the bat. So I think DogChamp just went for this kind of safe opener.
Yeah, I'm curious on what they're going to do with their bans here because they do have to pick a hero out of these bans here. So it does add like that mind game potential where normally you could pick your core there and then ban for it in a lot of ways if it's not counterpicked immediately. But sometimes you'll see what teams do. This will preemptively ban for a hero that they want to pick, and it will be kind of up to Penguin Squad to like guess what hero it is. Like, oh, they banned Slark. What do they want to pick? Because there's a Slark now. Do they want a Bat or something? But Bat's on the pool. They probably banned that just for the tree, but it gives them a little bit of an advantage here, and kind of puts Penguin Squad on their toes on what should they ban. What does DogChamp want? Because they're going to be picking a core out of the phase here.
Penguin Squad, of course, targeting only cores here. For now, they're targeting the mid pool. So looking at RCY with Quap, Ember banned. Quap, good against the Death Prophet, obviously. The Ember, I don't know if I'd consider that a counter fear, though.
I mean, Death Prophet stomps Ember mid, so
yeah,
there's a high likelihood that they just ban it because RCY looks so dominant on it, and this Death Prophet might be leaning towards the offlane position here, and they just, Ember's just a strong hero in this patch, and if you don't have enough stuns to deal with him, he can really take off.
And even showing respect to the Penguin Squad TA, something they, going back to the start of this season, played in the mid lane for Snow and looked really good on, but can also be a safe laner, of course, so nothing too crazy here. Curious to see how Penguin Squad kind of deal with the fact they don't really have any info coming out of DogChamp yet.
Oh no, they didn't ban Nature's Prophet, guys. That's not good.
They're too focused on RCY's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Yuma did play the Quap carry versus the DP, but, it's Nature's Prophet. This hero's great. It's one of the better heroes against DP in the laning stage. If I were DogChamp, I would just gobble that up here.
Slam it. And it's flexible, too. You can play it safe lane, you can play it off lane,
yeah.
So it's like the ideal core to pick in this position because you can flex it, but what do we know?
I know quite a lot, but Pango's fine, I guess. I mean, I'd argue to say NP would have been the better pick there, but we can see some merits to this Pango. It's probably going mid, most likely. It's, if you get siphoned, you can swashbuckle out. You can't really siphon in the team fights. You can provide some chain lockdown for the DP. I mean, it's okay. I think you're still going to lose mid, but I think they're really prioritizing having some type of not carry, so it's a mid in this phase, as RCY has been banned, not banned out entirely, but he's been targeted in the ban stage here.
Do you think one of the ideas behind the Pango, like you were saying, how it does sort of counter, is to try and force it to feel a little bit more comfortable in the off lane, and for Penguin Squad to run it there rather than to still try and flex it towards the mid fear?
For what, they want to make Death Prophet leave mid? Or is that what your question was?
Yeah, pretty much. Like to run it in the off lane.
I think it makes Death Prophet even more comfortable to go mid, because I don't think Pango crushes this matchup. He should lose just as much, because you do have multiple charges as you level up on DP. Maybe you can disjoin one of them, but outside of that, probably not going to happen. But either way, I think they just wanted to pick a very meta, very strong kind of like blind pick mid lane here that can make rotations. Maybe further down the line, they have, Italiano on their team. He's proven to be the type of player that he has played one Tusk game, but he prefers to play like that Zeus style, right? And when you do play that style, you generally want to have a hero that can make rotations. However, do you still want to do Zoo against Troll Warlord? That is always a question here. I mean, more guesses here. Can they pick like Drow here? Looks like such a good Drow game. You're playing versus DP, like the Hypothermia versus both these heroes is going to crush, but Sniper's fine too.
Yeah, these range characters. I mean, Nature's Prophet still seems fine, even.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I do almost more like the idea of some of those other heroes, that the drows, the snipers, they feel like these heroes that can just win you the game off this drow. Because right now, Penguin Squad don't have the best ways to kind of get on top of them. Like Clockwork Hookshot, but there's not the best follow-up. Death Prophet can't reliably run in, so it does feel like this troll pick is, you don't really see much. They're just picking a troll, I think, partly because it's comfort. They played it before and had some success on it, and it's also a strong early to mid-game hero where we've seen Penguin Squad really, thrive is just being these strong early game strats where they can kind of snowball, take objectives quickly, and Troll is one of these heroes that fits that playstyle.
Well, I don't like that Pango win rate, though, from RCY here. That makes me slightly nervous. Not like super nervous, but like definitely not one of his better heroes. I mean, I don't know what DogChamp's doing right now. I'm very confused. Like, I thought they would want to pick an offlaner, I suppose, like, in a situation like this, but they're not really coming out saying that we're the team that's just going to crush you in the early game. We're going to exploit you and, individual skill and just crush you in lanes. They're just going for kind of like, I mean, this is fine. They're going for like a solid draft and trying to play the late game here. But if I'm Penguin Squad, I think that's your highest chance of victory, honestly, to play a game like this where you can crush your lanes. You got an Undying Troll, DP, run at objectives. Like, this lineup from Penguin Squad looks pretty decent for now. Now they're going to ban out the NP. Maybe they have to worry about a Razor, Sniper, Drow. Those are probably my top picks for this game.
Yeah, we'll say with RCY, I was looking up his Pango. So I guess the hero has not done well, maybe in DPC, but it is his second most played hero in competitive Dota with a 70% win rate. So he's very comfortable in the Pango. Even though the hero itself has not been successful. Compare that to some of the Penguin Squad heroes, they seem to be picking up win rate. We saw Undying 1 game, 1 win, Troll 2 games, 2 wins, so they're just picking what they've been winning with, and they're going to keep going down that path. And yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying, though. It does feel like DogChamp are putting themselves in this position where they don't have the strongest lanes, which is something, Penguin Squad have shown they can take advantage of.
Penguin's going to be picking out of this phase. DogChamp have to 50-50 the bans here, one off lane, one mid, because they still don't really know where the Death Prophet is going, Phil?
Yeah, they just need to pick the hero that would be most problematic for their draft. Like, the puck ban makes sense. Like, they don't really have much stun to really deal with the puck in this game. And yeah, at some point, if you get 25, this is ultra late game, it's pretty good versus the Pango, so I think banning mid laners is a more solid choice here, because if you do the Troll and the Undying draft with the DP and your mid is the DP, your lanes are going to suffer because you're going to be running some like dual melee in the off lane, right? And then you're going to run into some playmaking potentially issues here. So we'll see what they end up doing, but what else is good in this particular game that Penguin Squad? Let me look that up. A Penguin Squad, I mean, I suppose they're using the new player, so we don't have a lot of data on him. He played Kunkka, Tiny. Oh, he owned on Tiny. Is that still in the pool? Yeah, give me a Tiny. That's a hero that has been picked a lot against Pangolier, just because Tiny does insane magical burst damage. And Pango, he's an agility hero. He's not your strength hero mid. And he does not have a way to deal like Ember does with like some magic burst. So he dies in combos very quickly. And I think that's the type of hero that they need pretty badly in their draft here.
Okay. Oh yeah, the puck and the Lesh being banned out, so they did take what you said, that fear, just all in on banning out the mid laners.
And a lot of these heroes that are kind of fast tempo, like they're maybe worried about Lesh DP with all their pushing power running over them, but Penguin Squad, they're going off laner. They pick up Centaur, which
hold up.
Pick. Oh, Centaur mid.
I've been wanting to see this ever since Gunnar did it. The Centaur mid versus Pango. He's going to be a legend, and I'm going to instantly vote Penguin Squad to win this if they do it. If not, I'm not going their way. But it's simple as that. Like, I mean, it is really good versus the Pango in a lot of ways. He starts to roll, you stampede, and you just disengage, right? In the laning stage, like, the return works on the swashbuckle, so Pango actually hurts himself a lot if he does go for that combo. And Shadowfiend looks like will be their carry.
Yep. Seems like it. Well, there we go. Drafts all done. Okay, I had to
Big
wait
Death
to
Prophet.
see. Yeah, I had to wait to see who was picking up the Death Prophet. Then I was like looking at where it was. So does that mean for you? Yeah, you're definitely like, all right, Dog Champ, done dusted. They got this, even though their lanes.
Yeah, they had their
strongest.
chance. It's over now.
It's over. All right. Well, guys, are you the same? Is it as simple and as straightforward for you as that?
I mean, I think Dog Champ coming in were heavy favorites. I don't love like the Magnus pick, but I think the Shadow Fiend pick is like the right kind of range carry that's gonna fit really nicely with their draft, do well in the lane, especially if it's center offlane. Like this should be a pretty free SF game, and I think Dog Champ they got this.
All right. I'm excited to see Dog Champ play finally. It's been so long. You've heard from us here on the panel, and now we're going to hear it from our casters. It is going to be Beacock and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game, it should be exciting. I don't know if the odds tell the entire tale of this one, as I think NA Div 2 is anybody's game at times. At least I'd like to hope so. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, I mean,
don't tell the
NA
whole story will cost.
NA Div 2 can be, very chaotic when it comes down to execution of certain drafts. I did like the Penguin squad's draft until a point where they picked the Centaur. I think putting Dead Prophet and like Clockwork on the off lane and then having a bit of a different mid laner would be better for them. But yeah, Dog Champ, they look like a better team overall, more experienced players. I do think that the Penguin squad, they have a good chance in this game of winning, especially if they snowball from the lanes. You have this Dead Prophet, you have the Troll to take care of the building damage, like it opens up the Roche as well, so doesn't look too bad.
Lacoste, I am nodding my head. I just need you to unmute yourself in TeamSpeak so I can definitely agree with you. But yeah. Sure, definitely. I'm definitely agreeing here. Going into game one, 9 heroes out of 10 smoked up. I'm ready to go. At least that's what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you
I said
now.
a lot of smart stuff.
I don't believe you.
I really did.
I don't believe you. I would never. If I said the same thing to you, would you believe that I said smart things?
Definitely not. But
Okay, cool.
The opposite. Okay, end of discussion. So yeah, I was saying that I really did like their draft until the point where they picked Centaur. I thought they're gonna go with the Dead Prophet plus Clockwork on the off lane, set themselves up for a really strong early stages of the game, and this is the lineup that scales really well into the late game. So if they get out of the laning stage pretty even, and if they want to play like the farm game on Dog Champ, I feel like this game could go both ways.
Do you think if Dog Champ get off to a good early game that it's going to be a quick one, or could we see Radiant kind of hold on for dear life?
They don't have the best heroes to defend the towers with. That's one of the issues. This team that they drafted for themselves is really good at team fighting, having Dead Prophet ulti, hook shot, Tombstone, Centaur ulti to run away from Pango, and I think when it comes down to execution, we're gonna see something different. But overall, I'm still favoring Dog Champ's lineup.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Penguin Squad. They do have a stun in the hoof stomp. They have hook shot, but I feel like their lockdown is kind of lacking, allowing these heroes on the side of Dog Champ to kind of be free to fight. Even though their team fight looks good with Stampede and, like you said, Exorcism, it just worries me when you don't have that kind of control, especially when you've got a Shadow Fiend that if he's free to just right-click you, you're going to die pretty quickly. And if, Italiano Gangster can be a gangster and dive in with RP, I feel like you're in trouble.
Yeah. He I already like this player. Cool nickname, has the same real life name as me, so can't really go wrong with my favorite player in this game right now. And also playing Magnus. Magnus, a type of a hero that can make the game look very fun. By fun, I mean very laughable when you miss your spells, or you can look like a god.
Yeah, definitely is very good look. It was Jenkins, we saw playing the Magnus the other day, right? And he was trying to skewer under tower, and he wasn't exactly finding success. Feel like here, though, Italiana Gangster kind of has some help. You could go telekinesis into the skewer under the tower if that's where they're going to try and make plays happen. But it should be a little bit easier for him on the Magnus, right?
They have some like decent amount of stuns, nothing spectacular to get those skewers back. And yeah, I don't think you used a good example of a good Magnus player.
Well, I was just giving the comparison. The the good looks and bad looks.
Oh, so you're talking about you and me again.
Yes, you're the good looks. I'm the bad looks.
I'm the muted
I know where I
one.
stand. Yes.
Now that's not true. You're beautiful. Bloody
thank
Nine.
Oh, little shield crash action. Bloody Nine on the run and trying to get under the tower. Crypt Swarm not going to do enough damage. Only level 1, so not enough to kill the big bad tree right now. And he'll just TP to the top lane.
Having someone to soak up damage for Shadowfiend is going to be really important. Like, you try to go on him, so it's... I really wish they had Death Prophet plus Clockwork in this lane. You have a setup for your Siphon. Now you have 2 melee heroes into Tree and Shadowfiend lane, which... okay, I was just watching the top lane.
I saw that, yeah, that was weird.
Shadow raised into the forest, like literally not hitting anyone.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's like, this lane's gonna be so easy. I don't even have to use my abilities. He could. Oh man, the good old days. I remember like a year ago or so, Shadowfiend with Mask of Madness, stats, and the Necro. That was the build. Maybe a point in presence of the Dark Lord.
I was thinking that you were going to talk about the old Shadow Fiend Clockwork combo where you used to deny the cogs because they obviously have souls.
That also worked. It was mostly for mid Shadow Fiends, but yeah, you can already see Shadow Fiend and Treant playing very aggressive in this lane. You get close, you get hit by Treant Protector, who even invested into Orb of Venom, so some extra slow, which is going to be a setup for raises. I don't think Shadowfiend can die in this one unless he gets like isolated. Maybe if Bloody Nine is going to be the one pulling,
Right.
and then they start to play aggressive. Because Clockwork Knights have Boots of Speed, can close the gap on Shadowfiend, but I think Bloody Nine understands that he can't really leave Shadowfiend alone. The matchup I'm also looking into is this med matchup. Panel did talk a lot about RCY, his Pango being like the most popular hero top 2, and so far he's doing a good job. He's playing into that Prophet matchup that you do get harassed by a lot, like every single time you get close, but it's very important that you control the runes and that you have that constant sustain. Like, you can also break the link, but it's very mana dependent, so sometimes you're just gonna have to stick with it.
Yeah, talk to him. Speaking about controlling the runes, they have Rubik. He's one of those heroes that I feel like finds a lot of success when he comes over at the 6-minute mark to kind of get some rune action going. I don't know if Undying and Clockwork really fit the bill when they come over mid, but I guess with just boots, you can kind of run at the hero over mid and maybe stop.
Yeah, Clockwork
RCY.
loves those fights in the river if he like catches a hero, especially if he's like level 3, maybe even level 5 at the moment, which is doable if you are getting the kills. But yeah, if he can isolate the hero and then they add another layer of spells on top of that, that should be a kill.
So we'll see how it ends up going, because I think the control is going to be very important, like you were saying. And RCY, he's played really well mid throughout the couple matches that DogChamp have had. So I'm excited to see what he performs and does here.
Flo taking some big shots from the tower. He got hit like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, he kind of just went under the tier 1 tower there. That was a little bit odd. RCY, he's got Shield Crash. He doesn't have a Swashbuckle for a second, but Spirit Siphon now 3, 4 tower shots again. That's a lot of unnecessary damage.
And this is also tower shots while having Blightstone applied to you, so it definitely hurts. That Prophet does have 5 armor, so she gets down to 3, which is not that much. And Satoshi on the top lane, you see Bloody Nine using that Leech Seed level 1. He does have a short raise available, or a middle one in a sec. Gonna hit him one more time.
Bloody Nine getting the kill, and that's because of that Orb of Venom, right? You got that slow, you have the ability to line up those raises. Leech Seed, Orb of Venom, Nature's Grass. The ways to run away here for this Centaur are very few and in between.
We didn't talk too much about the bottom lane, but Italiano, look at him. 21 CS on Magnus, getting way too much out of this lane, I would say.
The one thing I'm interested to see what Italiano Gangster does is if he's going to continue to focus on his own game. We've seen a couple of Magnuses kind of get this good early start, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, I'm here to empower my carry. And then
He needs to play for himself. Like, he can't just ruin his own game. Like, you might give Empower to Pango. Later on, you'll give it to Shadowfin, but that's about it. You're going to be playing for yourself. You want to have that mech as soon as possible. Blink Dagger Skewer underneath the tower. Rubik, no lift available, but with the Fade Bolt, it should be enough.
Yeah, Fade Bolt, couple tower shots, easy does it. They get an Undying, they get themselves 2-0. Dog Champ in a good spot. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much going as expected at the moment. You've got Bloody Nine coming over here and coming back towards top. He was over mid for just a second. Did put a little bit of harassment onto the Death Prophet, but he's doing his job, and Crawler's going to go after Yuma for a second with the battery assault.
That's a bad go. Like, you get close to this Treant Protector, he uses Leech Seed, you just don't have enough damage. Like, there's literally not enough. Like, even if you use Double Edge 2 times, this hero is not going to fall, especially with the start that Yuma's having. Power Treads.
Satoshi's in trouble. Hoof Stomp, now the Cogs, at least that works out for him. But again, like you were saying, Satoshi does not feel comfortable in this lane up against these two.
You can also
is in a weird
see
spot.
his item build. He is going for like Boots of Speed, wants to get a Phase Boost. Like usually as a Centaur, like you want to be dominating the lane, you want to get that ring.
Tombstone committed to this. Giant's gonna have to run here, and it actually ends up taking a decay and dying. How much was he down on that one? He had 380 max health when he died. Not the best. Exo used over mid. Rolling Thunder going to be used as well. And RCY is focusing on the creeps at the moment. But Exo not going to do a lot of damage onto this tower. They're also going to TP the Rubik over mid. And that should... never mind. I thought it was going to get a bottle refill there.
I don't think he was TPing from base. I was watching the bottom lane. Snow. Like, Magnus is doing a really good job when it comes down to farming. He's in the middle of the pack right now. Like, Troll is free farming in this lane as expected. You're playing Troll plus Undying. You really can't lose this type of a lane. And he's getting levels. Again. That's what matters.
He's able to run. He's got the telekinesis. A lot of damage being done there by that Spirit Siphon. It is an annoying ability.
Crawler will TP top, set up a sentry ward just in case that something was there. Shares a tango to Satoshi. Now lane's gonna push in.
So, with this start, who's benefiting the most, you'd think? Ooh, hold on, hold that thought. Snow. TP attempt. You can't find the vision on him.
That was a sneaky move. Let's see where he TP'd. He TP'd back to base. Okay, and we'll collect a tip from Snow. There's a 1k gold lead for Dog Champ. I think that with like even with 2-3k gold lead on a lineup like this, if your Death Prophet is having a good time, and this is mid Death Prophet playing in the Pango lineup, which means that she's gonna have a good time. That yeah, I think they can play with the 2-3k deficit 10 minutes into the game. I don't think, and then you have Troll. If he's having a good time, which he was until he was forced to TP out, he gets his Battle Fury BKB timing, and he's ready to go.
Who's got the better Roche lineup, too? Like, I'm thinking about early Roches. I always think about what you say. It's level 2 on Exo, and then you're going to kind of go into Roche once you get that double up on the Spirits. Is Dog Champ able to take it earlier than maybe Penguin Squad are going to be feeling comfortable to do so themselves?
If there's a fight, yeah, I could see that happen, because they have enough sustain. Mac on Magnus, leaving armor from Treant. Tombstone committed one more time underneath the tower, but I don't think they're getting anything out of this one.
Yeah, not at the moment. They actually have 3 heroes up towards top for the side of Penguin Squad. They're going to make a move here. They don't have Exo, though, for 2 seconds. Once they get it, though, they might just make the move.
All right, let's see this one in action.
Oh, gosh. Bloody Nine taking some damage here. Spirit Siphon on him. They'll get the kill there onto the Treant Protector after losing the Clockwork. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. RCY went bottom, and they didn't get anything out of that.
Exo is still available if they want to try to commit. I'm not sure if Flo wants to do it. Yuma, he's pinging it out. He's level 7. He just needs some kind of a setup for raises. You can see Flo thinking about it, but you know the Treant Protector is going to come to the top lane. This DD was popped by Pango. He got empowered, but didn't do anything with it. Try to make a rotation bottom. Not the successful one.
Yeah, nothing doing for him at the moment. Got a little bit of a D-Ward Giant on the run, though. Here comes this Undying with the Stampede. Get another kill there onto this Rubik, who has now died 2 times. And they'll look over at Yuma, the Exo, surviving, and they get the kill on the Death Prophet. Just barely. Yuma survived with like 30 health.
Bloody 9 puts like a 3rd point in leech seed, something that usually we don't see. I think like the extra healing, the extra armor he gets from that tower, and the point from living armor, has the power treads, switches to strength. All these little things did add up. Ooh.
Giant coming over towards mid to try and get a kill here on a crawler, but he's got the cogs to escape the chase. And that is big, right? Yuma surviving in that situation, actually losing the Death Prophet with the Exo, keeping this tier 1 up.
They didn't deal any damage pretty much to tier 1 tower. You want to get like a kill into potentially like half a damage, and then you kill it with the next rotation, not necessarily with the Exo. But nothing has been done, and you're also playing into Treant Protector, which means that these towers are gonna eventually get healed up. So you need to like heavily commit, like you need a full Exo up and running, because other heroes, like they do an okay damage to towers. Troll's not gonna join. Satoshi?
He is pretty dead. He's gonna try and run after Yuma, but he went to double edge the Treant Protector and took more damage than he had given. That was a bit odd.
A bit of a weird champ indeed. Yeah, I don't know about what happened there. It's like I need to do. Sometimes, you know, in this Division 2 matches, we see players like go for weird, what we can call like weird plays, where they're like they kind of forced to do something. They feel like if they don't do something, it's not gonna be paid off. Snow does have battle trance available.
Rolling Thunder, and then he pops the Illusion Rune, going the other way, trying to get around the tower. Swashbuckle gets the kill. Oh, Snow gets melted.
See what you are up against.
He knows that he's dead anyway. Yeah, Pango. Like, his abilities are low cooldown. They're like 12 and 8 seconds, so even if you pop it, if others don't have anything to help you out, but maybe Centaur could have potentially helped him out with the Stampede to try to run away from it.
They want to go for Bloody 9 again.
Nah, they want him.
He's got Overgrowth. He's surviving right now. But eventually he'll fall. It does cost them a bit. They'll go and look for the Requiem for a second, but they don't go and get it off because he stops it. They got a little bit too far away. They have the Seeds of Serenity down. They get the kill on a crawler. And now Snow, he's up here top, telekinesis and taking some damage. Now he needs to run. Yuma coming in, and they still have the Requiem, so if they get any catch on the Snow, he might just die. Back-to-back deaths on this troll is going to feel awful. Requiem! There it is, feared up while he's got the battle trance off, so the damage is not going to be that great coming out of this one. And then a raise, a swashbuckle. There's another kill on the Snow, and his game is absolutely over.
He just completely killed his own game, dying bottom, then TPing top to try to like help out his team. This is something that I mentioned, like 8 minutes into the game, he was the most farmed hero, and now like with these two back-to-back deaths, he's nowhere to be seen. Level 6 compared to Shadowfiend's level 10, who does have Mask of Madness and the full Dragonlance, so you know that he's gonna be very active on this SF.
That is rough life. Telekinesis, shield crash, hook shot, saving Flow, doing a lot. Exo to turn around, and they get the kill on a Giant. RCY needs to leave. Yuma comes in with the raises and the right clicks. They'll at least trade, and now they've been the Empower. So even with this Exo, they're going to start to run the other way. And this is just not feeling great for Death Prophet overall. Exorcism after exorcism feels like it continues to do no objective damage, and
literally
really
no damage to the towers, and he might even get like potentially skewered here. You see RCY playing very aggressive. Empower does have that Diffusal Blade. Oh man, these
Shield
supports
crash,
are gonna
oh
suffer.
Boy. And drop it down a Tombstone. They have no creeps to push, and maybe get the Tombstone as well.
Tombstone and the Stampede. So in terms of spell casting, it's not looking good for the Radiant team. They are struggling when it comes down to execution.
29 starting to heal up that top tower, and he's still sitting here in the top lane. He wants that shard. He wants those arcane boots. He's going to go for the blink. Typical Treant, where they give him a pretty dead open lane, and he gets a lot of farm out of it.
I can understand why they try to kill Treant Protector there a couple of times. The this hero is just so annoying. Like you try to go for something, some type of a play, he jumps out of the trees, gets you rooted, stops the TP. Like Dead Prophet's now top again. This is like the 4th time that she's been to the top lane and nothing has been done about this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, the game is going pretty much the way the odds kind of inferred, and I feel as though that, like, DogChamp, the way that they're playing at the moment, it's pretty expected, but the way the game was going in the laning phase, I almost wanted to see a little bit more here from Penguin Squad, especially coming out of Snow.
Yeah, most definitely, but it feels like, you know, they shut themselves down more than the DogChamp did.
Spirit Siphon the other way. They go to the Overgrowth from Bloody 9. That lands on both the Clockwork as well as the Death Prophet. Even thinking about going to the RP, but it's unneeded. 2 kills again here for the side of DogChamp. RCY on a mega kill streak, 5-0-2.
There isn't really a hero that Pango is afraid of other than Death Prophet, maybe like a Silence, and then they hook shot, layer another stun from a Centaur. Centaur does have a Blink Dagger, but he's very squishy. He's 1500 HP Centaur, and like he needs to be careful about the Exo. If you have Exo running and then you roll, you might get surprised by the amount of the damage. And now Undying gets cliffed. We've seen that in North America multiple times. He's gonna stay there for a long time.
Shadow Fiend, Swashbuckle Yuma trying to run the damage coming out of these heroes. He's looking for the Requiem, but the battery assault is stopping it. Finally, Crawler dies. Again, Exo's not doing anything. Satoshi falls, and 2 heroes are gone again on Penguin Squad. And Exo once more is just for show.
There's just way too much damage coming out from this Pango at the moment, and they can't deal with it. If he uses it, like, just one combo, like we see how, let me see the damage. Like, yeah, he used 1 Swashbuckle, 1 Shield Crash, 2.2k damage in that fight. Pretty ridiculous. Now it does have double damage bottled, and let's see if he's empowered as well. He's not at the moment, but Undying, he's just a food for Pango. He's also farming the enemy triangle. If someone shows up here, it's just going to be very difficult. Double Blink Dagger, 1 on Pango, 1 on Magnus, so they can play together. Full Pike finished on Shadowfin, so he can get away from the cogs. He can like buy some time during the battle trance. He can also, yeah, it is just that things are looking very rough. Like they were supposed to come strong out of the laning stage, maybe transition that into some objective, but then Prophet getting skewered.
Spirit Siphon, and they've got the Telekinesis right into the Rolling Thunder. They'll combine and get this kill. They've got that shard. That helps get that root with the upgrade to the Nature's Guise coming out from Bloody 9. So the control is there, and they'll get themselves a second. Again, every time it's 1, it's 2.
Look at all these particles on Pango. Let's see if he gets a root. Shield Crash, 40%.
Skewer splits the seams, but Battle Trance was already used, so that means RP, and it's on 2. They really love these pairs because they always get kills in 2s.
Man, Pango, Pango, DD, Empower, Living Armor, gets Shield Crash, 40% reduction. You just can't kill this hero. So last fight, fight recap does not work for me. All right, now it works. Yeah, in terms of damage, it wasn't that much, but yeah, beautifully executed. Stolen Stampede.
Oh boy, Overgrowth on 2. Again, it's 2. I don't understand how it's every time.
He's on Cliff again.
But Cliff is probably the better spot for him. Giant look like he's gonna die. They'll actually end up losing the Rubik, and now they want to leave on this. Italiano Gangster. He's so gangster, he's shoveling right next to him, but he's still gonna die. They'll end up getting Crawler. RCY comes back to get a kill there onto the Clockwork, so it ends up being a 2-for-1, this time favoring the side of Penguin Squad.
It's not like things were going too well for Pango. Anyway, he finds Brigand's Blade.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so,
boy.
you know, just best item, best scenario. Works out. Defusal. Undying out of mana.
He got disarmed. Can't even D-ward.
Oh, never gonna get that ward. Oh, no. Swashbuckle, disarm onto the Centaur, so they've stolen the Hoof Stomp. They'll keep up Defusal, the inhibit, to slow him down, and, well, this is going to be a big problem for Satoshi, because he's dead
He's
again.
already TPing top. Look, he wants to kill Snow. RCY,
Blink.
he's so quick with
Yeah.
these rotations.
He spots him. Gotta be careful, this Diffusal. He's not even gonna have the mana for the Battle Trance if he's gonna sit here. They go to the Exo again. This time it's on Yuma. Bunny 9 coming over from the side. Nature's Grass, hookshot lands. Giant, though, doesn't have Shard to save him with the telekinesis. They get the kill on the snow. They'll end up losing Yuma. So finally an Exorcism gets them something, and by something, it might be 2 kills. Italiana Gangster with a match.
But now
The
Pango
jump in,
shows
there's
up.
another kill. So finally, Bunny 9 dies. Swashbuckle over to the side. They've got the Stampede. They'll go to the RP. They'll get the kill on a flow. They'll look over the Undying. And, well, these heroes are dying in droves, as it's going to be another one here for Giant.
I was watching Pango. I didn't care about Shadow Fiend dying. Bangalore is going ham in these fights. 11, 0, and 8. They don't have like anything that he's really afraid of. I talked about the Exo, or if they can stun lock him. There's 3 points in silence at the moment, but there's also like potential save. Rubik with the Force Staff, Living Arbor. Yeah, he controlled this troll. Snow try to TP out, and then like look at the damage from Swashbuckle. He just explodes.
Whoop. And on the other side of the fight, it's just Bloody 9 getting run down. That'll happen, but at the same time, you're giving up so many heroes for
He's
this.
so quick. Oh, but now he's in trouble. Rooted.
Ooh, 10? 10? That is 1,007 gold going to the troll.
A bit way too deep. Okay.
By
He's
himself.
like, sorry. Snow did manage to find his farm. Got that Battle Fury online, and this is going to help him get the BKB. Like, they still do have abilities that go through Magic Immunity, Overgrowth, RP, so Troll's never going to feel, like, too safe coming into the fight. Like, his mana pool is very low, though. So, like, even on him and on Centaur, so you try to fight against Bango, you get your mana burn, like double Swashbuckle, RCY here, getting rooted.
Root.
Big upgrade. Like I think Troll needed some kind of a buff. So Berserker's Rage now goes through like now. It's been like that for some time, but going through Magic Immunity does help out a lot when he like focuses on a hero.
Mid, Satoshi.
One more Swashbuckle and he's not gonna have enough mana.
He's got just enough for Stampede, but the team is going to back off and go for Roche.
Pops that stick. They do have enough sustain. We've talked about it. Like even Shadowfiend does have Mask of Madness. So if you don't want to take a fight, look at the top tower. Like it's half HP. Trade Protector is trying to heal it up. This is the best exorcism we've seen Penguin Squad use so far, where they got a kill and almost like a second kill. And they got a big kill. They killed Yuma.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Yuma is still feeling top of the net worth. Meanwhile, feeling not so top is Crawler, as he crawls into his grave after Italiana Gangster finds him. So Aegis in the hands of Dogchamp, still sitting at that 11k net worth lead, and things aren't exactly changing at all. Shadow Fiend going into the Silver Edge, he's got the Chrysalis, so just 12 gold needed, and he'll get that recipe, fly that whole Silver Edge out. They want this bottom tier 1, but that's even getting healed up. Satoshi comes in, and here come the TPs.
Even a glyph
It's time to leave. Nature's Grass, Flow. Scott Exo, does he really want to use it? Silence, Stampede, and on the run, but still
It's
not
a
getting
lot of
any of these
commitment.
tier 1 towers.
But these are the type of things that they need to do. They need to draw out this fight as much as they can. They want to get the Troll to his BKB, which he's very close to. I still don't think they're going to be too comfortable coming into these fights. So they want to like maybe get to another set of items on their side. Clockwork in trouble.
Again. They've got this deep ward vision that is about to run out, and that helps them find that kill. There it goes. So Troll, Death Prophet, they're kind of coming back into the game a little bit, but still so far behind Yuma. Very rough time. With this Aegis, we'll see if they push on the side of Dogchamp. Feels like the items are certainly starting to come their way. You know, you're going for the Satanic on Yuma. You've got Blink Dagger. You have Guardian Greaves on the Magnus, so he can go and get the control. And RCY, he's almost got Ags.
It's a big one. He also has that 15 talent preparing for that Pango. Like his next item can either be Basher if he's the one who's not dying. If he starts dying, he can like disassemble mana boots, get Eon Disc, and then you feel relatively safe. So Aghanim Scepter next on the menu. Disarm. Double BKB done on Penguin Squad, so they are looking to start some kind of a fight. They found
some
Yuma.
control on the Yuma. Oh, Bloody Knight silence as he goes for the overgrowth, and now the control might be onto him. They want to make
Silver
sure that
Edge.
the overgrowth is out of the fight. Silver Edge, they don't have the vision. They drop down a late sentry. They look over to the side. They've got the Skewer. It's onto the Clockwork. They'll get the kill on a Crawler, so they'll end up trading. Look for the Requiem and the silence again. They had a sentry there. They'll get the kill on a Yuma, but they'll end up losing this Undying. They go to the RP that's going to land on a couple of these heroes, but still, not enough just yet. Yuma, Force Staff, Requiem, but the BKB is just going to run out before that. Or after, and RCY is dead, so the fight not going well for Dogchamp at the moment. Italiano Gangster, he's going to skewer his way out. Yuma back in Viz. Giant over to the side. Is he baiting?
Gets rooted.
Baiting?
Force Staff in a second.
I don't know if this is exactly the bait that you wanted. He's getting run down. Snow coming over. They've also got Flow, but they have not slowed him up enough. And that Crypt Swarm's going to be a little bit short. Up top,
Huge
though,
fight.
they've got Satoshi control. They'll have the Horn Toss, the Skewer over to the side. Yuma, again, 4 staffs away. They've got the break on a Satoshi. The chase is on from Italiano Gangster, but doesn't have the damage to get the kill here onto the Centaur. Snow coming after Yuma, so is the Death Prophet. They've made the rotations, and finally, they've got Dust. But they've got Bloody Nine alive again. Hook shot lands onto the Shadow Fiend, and they should get this kill. They'll take out Yuma, and Dogchamp, all of a sudden, with the lead that they had, take a very ugly fight.
Yeah, this fight, I think was a bit unlucky for them, where Shadowfin gets silenced while he was casting Requiem. Then I guess Panic BKB before Aegis dies, doesn't have a BKB, needs to run away from the fight. And now we see the power of the Troll with the BKB. He can be the one focusing down this Pangolier, because you could just lock him, especially if you get lucky. But while all this was happening, RCY gets a solo kill on a Centaur. Aghanim Scepter now done. Level 18 as well.
There goes that mana on the Death Prophet again. Axe, Shard, here we go. Disarm again onto Flow. It is not fun when you're getting disarmed and have no mana to work with. They didn't really do terribly much with that Aegis, I want to say. They didn't exactly go their way with the second life on the Shadow Fiend.
They needed to get more. Like, you can feel that Dogchamp is playing sloppy. They feel like this one's in the bag already.
Oof.
But against Troll, against that Prophet, you should not be as confident.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't wanna really get too out of control. And you know, again, I talk about those odds as hold up, Snow, Crawler. You see the odds on your screen. Is the fight gonna go this way? Brought to you by esportsbet.io. Snow and Crawler, they're in the fight. They'll go to the Stampede. They've got the Exorcism going off. That's on the other side of the fight. They'll look over at Yuma. They've got themselves the Dust. They've got control onto the Shadow Fiend. 4-step into the Roach Pit onto the other side, but the 4-step coming in from Satoshi. The silence doesn't land. The Requiem is going to save him. The Telekinesis save from Giant. On the other side, they get the kill on a Crawler. They've got the BKB that's going to run out into Snow. Rolling Thunder, it's a problem for the Troll. They'll get the kill on Snow. Now they'll go over the Death Prophet. Swashbuckle onto the low ground. The BKB is going to be popped here by Flo, but you're going the other way, Flo. You're supposed to go upstream.
This is so close. If they manage to get a kill on Shadowfin, maybe get a trade, it would be worth it. But this time around, Twin Protector is playing close to Troll, so he's going to be the one controlling him during the BKB. So that's going to be a huge issue. Like, even Magnus, if he's there with the RP, the previous fight was very split. They were not the one controlling the fight. Oh, good. Aggressive Force Staff. Gets him to his side of the map. Let's see, Magnus. If he wants to commit, seems like he doesn't.
Crypt Swarm stolen by Giant. That's a level 4 Crypt Swarm. He's going into the Octarine core on this Rubik. Saw him with that shard doing work. His bottom lane, Satoshi dies to RCY, so he did die earlier. He did lose that streak, but he is 17, 2, and 11.
He solo killed him again, even without committing with the Rolling Thunder. Like, his mana is just, like, straight up gone. Like, you can't play against Pango once he gets that Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I believe that's the full Basher. Yeah, that's a Basher coming out to Pango. And going into Yule Scepter next. I guess that's his way of protecting against Troll, so he has some kind of a dispel mechanic, which is good. Like you later on, you can turn that into Wind Waker, which is one of the coolest items you can have in game, especially on Pango.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I do like me some Wind Waker. Top tier 2. It's gonna be in some trouble.
Radiant's middle
Nobody
tower
hitting it
is
except
under
for
attack.
Bloody 9. Swashbuckle doing a lot of damage onto the Undying, and he is not able to stand there.
Dogchamp probably gonna wait for next Roche, which could respawn in 20 seconds. No need to rush anything. Shard plus Aegis. There are already, 1, 2, 3, 4 shards picked up, so if they kill it, Shadowfin will get one for himself. Initiation. Seems like Bloody 9 will drop. Yuma fake pumping that ulti. Actually
After
gets
himself.
it done. Yeah.
Oh, shield crash. Troll in some trouble. Skewer over. They get the kill in the snow. They've got themselves 2 dead on the side of the Penguin squad as Italiana Gangster. He's on a killing spree. Shockwave hits on a Satoshi. Swashbuckle away. Exo again just not doing a lot of damage. They're going to come over with the skewer back onto Satoshi. Yuma's got himself another kill. The silence just not doing enough. They'll look over at Flow. They've got this Death Prophet in a little bit of trouble. The Swashbuckle again to take out a 4th. It should be a full team wipe with Yuma doing a lot of damage in this fight. A 19k net worth lead here for Dogchamp.
They do have that presence aura plus that affects buildings and also level 20 talent on Shadowfin. So now they can go in. Glyph is already popped. A bit more difficult fight. Like in terms of execution, you can feel like that Dogchamp is like one level above when it comes down. Like it's also much easier to play when you're ahead, no doubt about it. But this should be a set of barracks. They could also go bottom if they keep getting these pickoffs.
They could go straight tier 4s, honestly.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
We'll head towards bottom. Yuma going to take out this tower very quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
has fallen.
looking for the skewer, not
misses
going to land
this
it.
one.
That's the first one it seems like he missed.
Yeah, this is going to be 2 sets of barracks. They could go finish off the Roche or they can fake it. Yuma, he's thinking about it. Does have Requiem available.
Going towards top. Snow's here, and he needs to really get out of some vision.
Oh yeah, vision. That's the problem. Get out some vision, boys.
No, he needs to get out of the vision. The sights. See? Getting caught just like the Undying. You got to be out of sight, out of mind. Gonna get a quick kill on the Undying.
Just don't show. Don't show on the
Don't
map.
show ever. Just be
Yeah,
in your
just
base.
Be in your fountain. This Roshan's being pinged out by Satoshi. This is do or die. This is gonna be like one hell of a smoke if they have one. There is one available on Undying. Let's go, boys. That's it. Double smoke, just in case.
Double smoke, still missed flow. Wrapping
Let's see.
all the way
They
around.
think they're inside the pit, but they are not.
Well, they're following this courier, give it some speed. They've got this Centaur coming in, but there's the Skewer on it too. Thinking about the RP, goes to the Requiem, gets the kill into the Undying. They're going to follow it up with the Rolling Thunder on the Snow. BKB gets the Battle Trance off. Oh, he's kind of
He's
caught in a
stuck.
bad spot. Yule's up into the air. They already got themselves 2-10 on the side of Penguin Squad. Eventually, Snow's going to fall, and that should just be all they've written on this game. They're chasing Giant. They'll call GG in game 1 with an Ultra Kill. Can he get the Rampage? Oh, he's not going to get there in time, is he? It's an Ultra
No,
Kill.
he
to
doesn't
end
have
it.
enough
Dog
damage.
Champ
The game's gonna end.
gonna take
Unfortunately,
game 1.
no rampage for him. RCY, complete domination from this mid Pango.
Yeah.
The way he started the game, like we talked about first, that profit rotations were not as successful. Magnus having a good time on the bottom lane. Troll killed his own game, died once bottom, TP stop, and then like at one point it looked like that if they get like another big fight, that this could potentially be an even game. I don't think anything was wrong with their draft. I just said that I might have liked something more from the off lane. Put this Death Prophet on the off lane and have a bit of a different mid laner. But if they make an adjustments for the second game, it's definitely gonna be much closer.
Yeah, it felt like execution was the name of the game. They need to get a little bit tighter on that for the side of Penguin Squad, but DogChamp do a really good job in game number 1. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to talk about this. This was a fantastic showing from DogChamp. I know I keep hopping on about it, but we haven't seen them in quite some time, so there was a little bit of a question mark. Plus, with a sub playing for them there on position 4, we weren't really sure what we were going to get from DogChamp, but this was just pure domination, gods.
Yeah, from really the get-go, their lanes, they got like a quick early 2k gold lead. Particularly these side lanes were really being stomped. The top lane with Yuma and Shadow Fiend and the Treant were just getting multiple kills. We're just giving Centaur 0 farm and 0 way to really get in the game, and definitely raises some questions about why the Centaur was even picked. And then once you get out of the lane stage, you have RCY, just a madman, just is everywhere. Every time there's like action happening on the map, he seems to be in the middle of it, and he seems to be initiating action on top, and then something's in mid. He was involved in so many kills, in so many fights. It was a treat to watch.
I think that's what was so impressive about DogChamp this game, Fear, was just how quick they were to react to things. I mean, there's a Death Prophet on your opposite team, on the enemy team, and they only get 1 tower this whole entire game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that has to do with Treant Protector, right, and how strong he is at defending your towers. But for the most part, this game was just like all in DogChamp's like control. They had a couple slip-ups here and there, a couple, whoopsie feeds, but other than that, like, they were pretty much in control. And, go back to RCY, it's like, he went against this mid-Death Prophet. We talked about maybe one of the easier heroes to execute, and he's playing a matchup where he's not favored here. And it wasn't just his rotations. His laning seems to be one of his stronger points as well in this game.
I do like that term, a little bit of a whoopsie feed.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
The NA Div 2 classic.
You get a little bit overconfident. I mean, it happens. Who hasn't done that once or twice before in their life? But yeah, RCY, like, he just really stood out. He's definitely going to be our MVP as well. Like, when we look at this scoreboard, everyone did a fantastic job on the side of DogChamp. You could even argue something for Yuma on the SF, but just the way RC kept playing that map, it was absolutely phenomenal. So we'll see him as MVP, but I feel like we've hyped him up a little bit. You can keep doing that if you'd like, gods. Or are there any other honorable mentions that you have for the side of DogChamp this game?
I like what Treant brought to the table. He really kept that top tower alive by himself against like 3 or 4 heroes. He was last-hitting creeps in the trees above the tower while keep living armoring the tower. Then 3 heroes were like diving on him in the trees, allowing his teammates to then TP in, and then they killed like 3 heroes. This was like 10-15 minutes in. It's kind of classic Treant things, but it was definitely some ballsy play, and he definitely caused some of those misplays and overextensions from Penguin Squad. So he's probably the other play I would, give some hype to the position 5 to Bloody 9.
And then when we look at the other side, we have to take a little bit of a time to talk about Penguin Squad here, Fia. They just weren't in control, like that. We've made that very obvious, and just watching that game, it was very clear. But I want to know if there was a way in which they could have had a little bit more control outside of just saying like doing better in the laning phase. Like, how do you recover from a loss in the lane phase like that?
So outside of the laning phase, the drafting, and the team fighting, well, I'll go with the team fighting. All right, so the biggest issue that I had with them in this particular game was like they were completely out of sync in most of the fights, right? Like Flo was off trying to do something on the map, but his stuns weren't generally there. We did see the one opportunity where Yuma was a little out of position, and Flo was playing with Crawler, and they were able to get that hook shot, but that happened a little too late, and there was this 15-minute fight as well where Undying got cliffed. He popped his tombstone on the high ground too. Then all of a sudden, Penguin Squad decided now was a great time that our Undying stuck on the high ground with the tombstone. Let's go take a team fight mid. They got wiped there, and it's just decision making right now from this team, like how to team fight. It was scattered. It was all over the place, and it wasn't a cohesive unit.
Mm-hmm. Very disjointed. Well, you took the team fighting, so then I'll obviously have to ask gods about the drafting. like we already said, RC Wagon MVP there. But yeah, the drafting on the side of Penguin squad, were there more question marks outside of just the Centaur pickup?
The opener was good, the first 2 picks, and then it kind of went downhill. The Centaur was a bit of a question mark. Even the Undying for me, it ended up being okay because you're playing into the Magnus lane, but the lane didn't go particularly well. I think having Undying Clockwork as your support duo is very weak. There's no damage coming out from these supports. I think having a more classic 4 position to go with Centaur is just, your draft's instantly better. Like, if you replace this Clockwork with like a Hoodwink type hero, Skywrath Mage, yeah, their draft is just better, but I also don't think,
that was
Centaur
our
is
first
particularly
pick. Oh no.
Look, Clockwork is fine, but I don't know. Picking it with the Centaur didn't make sense to me. I think you had a perfectly fine offlane duo with Clockwork Death Prophet. But definitely draft-wise, I'm not a big fan of what they're doing here. Forcing this Troll Warlord again as well. This is not like a particularly meta carry. I do feel like they're trying to go into comfort zone, but it's coming, you're playing Dog Champ. That's a team that's going to punish you for going these kind of off-meta picks.
Well, we're going to head to a break. Before we do, I want to say, if you guys out there in Twitch chat are enjoying this stream, then it's a big thanks to esportsbet.io, our sponsor. They have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So if you're a DPC fan, you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. So you can start placing some nice little bets with that guarantee over on esportsbet.io, and if you want more information, you can join their Discord. The link for that is below in our Twitch channel here. So now we are going to jump to a break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2. We'll see if Dog Champ can take it out in a 2-0 or if Penguin Squad are able to bounce back. Welcome back to NA Div 2. We are in our first series. It is Penguin Squad up against Dog Champ. And Dog Champ, they might have taken a big break here from officials, but my oh my, they showed up already in game number 1. They were just fully in control, running all over the map. And Fear, do you think there is going to be a need to ban this Pengo out either in the first or second phase? Like, was he that much of an issue on RCY?
No, I don't think you need to ban the Pango, but RCY is a problem for them. I don't know how they're gonna deal with that one as a whole, but he is really good on almost any hero he plays. He's just been really impressive in this mid lane so far, like just beating players handedly on uneven matchups, rotations. He's quick on the map to make ganks happen. He's looked really good. I mean, everyone's looked pretty good on Dogchamp for the most part. All their lanes, they seem to have an advantage on not only strategy, but individual skill as well.
A bit of a change up in the bans here. CM being first phase now, gods.
Yeah, this is the bans I expected game 1 where Dogchamp banned Death Prophet, and the reason they can do it this game is they have first pick. So since the pick order changed, Dogchamp get the freedom to basically leave the OP heroes in the pool. They get to leave Lina there. They get to pick Lina. And Penguin Squad, meanwhile, still have to... Well, they feel like they have to keep banning the Beast, the Brood, the Italiano Gangstar heroes. And giving away Lina is... Ooh, that's a tricky spot to be in. I'm not sure I feel too good about this draft for Penguin Squad.
I mean, you could try and mitigate it, pick yourself up a Tree, who we also know is very successful in this current patch. But yeah, Lina, Tree, two of the most meta picks. Also the two heroes that you said, Fear, were going to be most contested this series. And when you have it picked up here, both of them in game number 2.
Wow.
Wow, he's so good. He's
So smart.
so...
Predicting Tree and Lina to be picked. I know.
500 IQ. I don't know how you do it, Fear. Yeah. In fact, you're going to prove me right, and you're going to predict this next one, right?
Predict the next pick? Yeah, it's going to be a Tusk for sure, right? You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Right? Oh, Batrider. That was... I was about to say it. It was coming. It was on the tip of my tongue there.
It was the
Unlucky.
next word.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, that pick does not make sense to me, because generally there's no interaction between those heroes. And if you do want to run the offlane Batrider to counter Lina, well, I haven't seen that one yet, but it doesn't seem like that is something that would really work, as Batrider offlane is a very weak hero right now in the meta, because you don't get those levels fast enough until you lose the lane, and you don't really get CS. And you're very easy to harass. As in, aka Batrider level 1 is garbage, so this is why we don't see him in the offlane very often.
I'm just saying how it is.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like much of a counter when you put it like that, so...
They're all in late game. That's what Penguin Squad are waiting for. All in late game.
Well, they've now given Bat a bad mid matchup and a bad offlane matchup, so good luck, Penguin Squad.
I mean, is there any good offlane matchup when you know that you're going to be coming up against Alina? That's my only silver lining here for Penguin Squad.
We saw Rubik Tusk own Alina one game. I will say that.
I've
Alright.
also seen Primal Beast do well versus Lina. It's basically the same type of hero, right? You don't really beat this hero by CSing it in the lane, because you're not going to. In fact, you're probably, no matter what you pick, unless you're better players, you're going to lose the CS war. However, Lina, no matter how much farm she has, if you can get on top of her with like a Tusk or a Primal Beast, Clockwork,
Or a
these type of
Marcy.
heroes.
I've seen the Moss beat a leader in lane.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Quote,
sure.
beast.
It's the same idea, right? But that hero's like been through a lot of nerfs. It's a lot harder. Batrider later on is good versus Lina for that regard, but it's just getting to that, mid-late game sometimes can be a tricky thing against Lina if she's already 5 slotted. It doesn't matter if you get on top of her, so you have to do it a bit earlier. Yeah. Back to my original point, just need to get on top of her and kill her with heroes that have some early jumps.
10 seconds.
And then you're saying the Bat Queen mid matchup is not favorable for the Bat
5
either, Fear.
seconds remaining.
That would be correct in most cases, especially when it's RC. Like, I could see RCY, let's put it this way, maybe win as Bat versus Quap, but Quap, him being the Quap versus Bat, I don't think the Bat has a chance.
True. The old double whammy.
Yeah,
The hero and who's playing it.
exactly.
Exactly.
10 seconds
Exactly.
remaining.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
5 seconds.
So true. Exactly.
I honestly love that Penguin Squad's banning Abbott. I was gonna say like this is such a good game for dispels, like the rare Abaddon game, and they banned Legion before it. Like you're versing Batrider, Lasso, Tree, and Overgrowth. Like any kind of dispel here is so valuable. And Penguin Squad's just like, yeah, we're not having any of that. We're gonna ban Abaddon, a hero we just don't see.
5 seconds remaining.
They're thinking in like the fifth dimension of this chess
Yeah.
game.
Yeah,
That's what's
I feel like if you're dog champ, you just say screw it, let's just crush these lanes and win the game from there. I mean, that's kind of what their game one game plan ended up being. Like, you can just get BKBs later on your cores. Both Lina and Quap are naturally going to build BKB every game. Pick a standard off laner. You can get, just get a aura buyer that keep everyone alive from your off lane. Greaves is another good option when it comes to dispelling.
Coming
What
out
else
of
is good at dispelling?
Yeah. What?
Shadow Demon.
I mean, it's okay. It's not that good.
It's not, it's possible.
He has he has the basic dispel. Tidehunter is good at dispelling too. If they wanted that big tanky frontliner that buys Greaves and maybe a pipe that you mentioned. But it's a
true.
long road into the future. Obviously, in Dota, you don't just like see a couple heroes like a bat and a tree and be like, I'm going to pick Tide. Your lane is extremely important in this meta. So they'll want to build a strong lane on top of that. But, Tide is fairly in the meta. He can buy... I mean, he's definitely in the meta. Let's put it that way. He's just not, like, first phase into the meta. Could be good for a game like this. But he'll want to see a bit more before he commits to that, as they have picked no supports on Dogchamp.
Dude, Omniban even. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Dogchamp is like, you pick 2 cores, like, you don't pick 3 cores in a row. You pick some subs and, build from there. Give your offlaner some more info.
No, I would Dogchamp to pick all 3 cores right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Penguin Squad, whatever, they're going to pick that pos for him most likely. And then I want to see
5
a pos
seconds
3
remaining.
and the 5 from Dogchamp.
Dire team pick.
I want them to go all in. Oh, Spirit
Okay.
Breaker.
Dire team pick.
That-
You
that
love
could be
their Spirit
potentially-
Breaker.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we have an Oracle. They picked the one last, dispel. And honestly, it's great for Tree as well. So, but what I was really hype about the Oracle is, I think this is our first Oracle in Div 2. I've been waiting for an Oracle, and I've been waiting for an Alchemist. And we just got
Why,
an Oracle.
why those 2?
Look at those 0, 0, 0. Because they're unpicked heroes in Div 2, Nat. No one's played them.
Okay, but are there others? Or is it only those 2 in all regions?
And Slardar. Yeah, all
Yeah.
regions. Those are the last 3. So Slardar
well-
and Alchemist, I think. I haven't
Nah.
refreshed the page, but it was the case last time.
Yep, well, Oracle, you talked about strong spells. When you have it. Right there.
Yep.
Very
They're
eyes.
Bottom of the barrel, they found the dispel. I think it's fine here. It's still a decent strong laner. You got like this double range that can completely ruin Batrider's life up there. Spirit Breaker can't really easily harass these heroes, so I feel like Dogchamp's safe lane is perfectly fine and a winning lane. The Riki now gives them a playmaking initiator, which is something they lack. They have like these 3 squishy range heroes. Riki's kind of squishy too, so I do feel like they need, that Tidehunter-esque hero from the offlane or somebody to stand in front, soak up a lot of damage, soak up spells. But definitely, I think the Riki gives them that much needed initiation for the team.
Who could be a strong dispel for Penguin Squad? Because the Ricky's going to be really annoying later on with the sleeping dart.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Playing
there's
through
really any
items.
options. Yeah.
Dire team back.
Get your 4 staff.
Phantom assassin.
Divine.
Yeah, okay. PA. Yeah, I don't know what to say. They went troll, not really in the meta. Has, some okay games, some showings when it's very niche. PA's the same. She feels the same in the sense that no one really likes to favor her that much, but when you do see her get picked up, she either gets so run over or it's like, holy heck, this is the best PA game I've ever seen. And gods, which column is this PA game sitting in?
It's looking like it's in the bad column. We don't know the lane matchup. Okay, so they get a chance to protect it. They get to ban out some of those annoying heroes now for PA. But PA Treant, there's, especially if Dogchamp's running a melee offlaner like double melee, like there's a decent lane for PA there, I feel. But at the same time, I think PA is just super slow, needs a lot of farm to come online. And as long as Lena has a good start, like Lena can deal with the PA, get an MKB later on, and just has a lot of protection around her with things like the Oracle. So it is the right kind of hero to play fast, to run it, try and run over your opponents, but I just think their other lanes are going to go kind of poorly, and it's going to be hard for the PA who wants to, probably farm Battle Fury and play slow.
This, Crawler's going to be on the Spirit Breaker. Okay, I had to double check, but yeah, Spirit Breaker, Tree, so it is just an off lane for Penguin Squad, and also just an off lane for Dogchamp now. And Dogchamp are going to know their matchup. They have that PA there, so Phil, what are they going to need to run over a PA lane?
It's not the easiest pick, because you can look at heroes like Timbersaw, which would be really good against a lot of the heroes you see, but pretty terrible versus Bat. But I think you have to make a choice, right? Because you could also pick a Tide again, I talked about, which would be really good in this scenario. But then PA does have the break through the Shard, which is a little annoying for the Tide. So I think whatever they pick here, I was thinking Darkseer maybe as well, could be okay, just because it's good with Ricky. No other real reason other than that. And what else could we possibly think for Italiano here against the PA? I think that's the right choice. I was just getting to the bottom of the barrel there of things.
Yeah.
What else they could pick there? It's a really good Tide game. I kind of called it from a couple picks in here, but against the PA, you crush PA in lane. It's a very easy lane for you, assuming the tree doesn't bully you. But at some point in the game, this hero does have a break mechanic that a lot of people sleep on in the Shard, and that can be a little scary if you are a Tide Hunter. So if he's farmed enough, it won't really matter. I like this pick. It's pretty balanced on what they needed.
Yeah, it's looking like a nice, well-rounded draft for Dogchamp. But Penguin Squad, they got one last pick to try and dismantle this Gods.
Dismantle?
Yeah. What are they looking for here? It could be, I guess the flex is still there with the Batrider.
True, yeah.
I really do not see Batrider offlane being viable. I think you just have to send Bat mid, hope, he can get some decent farm. Probably not going to win the lane, but can maybe try and go even, and then be this playmaker. And they go Core Spirit Breaker. Okay, so for Rubik. So that's a hero we've seen do pretty well against the Lena, just having repositioning against Lena, and then also a melee 3 that can get on top of Lena. This is quite a decent option, I think. And it also gives them a very selfless offlaner that doesn't take much farm. You have a PA on your team. You don't want to pick an offlaner that also plays slow and farms. So I think Spirit Breaker being a hero that can play with the Batrider makes this PA pick work a bit better. So I think this was a good last pick.
Okay. Give me the hope fear. Are you going for Penguin Squad, Dogchamp 2-0, Game 3? Which way are you leaning?
Oh, you want some hopium? All right. Dogchamp are looking amazing here. RCY up and coming mid laner. He is looked super good. I think they should stomp this game. Dogchamp fans, you're in good hands this game. Quick game.
All right, you gotta overhype now, Gods. The Penguin Squad. You gotta try and one up Fear here.
Oh, let me tell you, Penguin Squad with Spirit Breaker, these guys just don't lose with this hero. They will just run over their opponents. The PA is going to have a hell of a game with all the space being created by a Batrider plus Spirit Breaker. They're going to get kill after kill. Easy game for Penguin Squad.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's it. Now I'm hyped for both teams. Doesn't matter who wins. I'm going to be satisfied. Game number 2 coming at you with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Can the Waddle of Penguin Squad beat this Dogchamp team? And, well, that's really the question. They're relying on a Phantom Assassin, and that might be a tall order when you're hoping for crits and hoping to beat what Dogchamp's throwing your way. It'll be tough.
Yeah, it might be way too slow, I would say, considering you're playing into Lena. You finish off your Battle Fury, especially if you don't have a good laning stage. Your Battle Fury is going to be, very delayed. Lena, she's ready to fight. 15 minutes into the game, this hero is extremely strong with Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, maybe a BKB, or if you want to get... I don't think it's a good BKB game to start with. So something like Lincoln's 17, 20 minutes into the game, you're ready. You're good to go. You have Oracle sitting behind you. You have a dispel mechanic as well, so we'll have to see. Also, like a natural Silver Edge buyer, MKB buyer against Phantom Assassin. So it doesn't look too good. I am putting some faith in this offlane Spirit Breaker, but he needs to be very active. Like, Lina doesn't like to play into these heroes that can get on top of her. So Spirit Breaker, PA, Batrider, like all these 3 heroes, in theory, work well against Lina.
Yeah, in theory is now the best we've got. I feel like it's in execution is what we need to see, and it's going to be a little bit troublesome. Like you said, natural Silver Edge builder. That's what I was thinking when the PA got picked. Makes me a little bit nervous that even if you have a quick start here for Snow, like Lina's just a fast farmer once you've got that Maelstrom. I don't know if Snow's ever going to be ahead.
LSA connecting.
All right.
Ricky has 2 Blank Strike charges, so that's gonna be like he should try to save 1 for potentially set up for LSA. Bloody Nine also does have
he's got
Fortune
it.
Sands available. And Bloody Nine will get the last hit.
That's typical Oracle, but usually done with a Purifying Flames.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what happens in the lane. You get level 2 in the Purifying Flames, and all of a sudden you're just stealing kills. We'll see how RCY does over mid against Flo. Up on this Queen of Pain against the Batrider. Batrider, like you said, is going to have a tough game with Oracle in the mix. Having that
Also-
ult, having that false promise, it's going to be rough.
Playing into Queen of Pain on a mid matchup, like it's one of the few heroes that does well, extremely well against the Batrider. Where you like, I've even seen Queen of Pains put like a 3rd point in Shadow Strike just to be able to stop Batrider from getting on top of him, completely zoning him out. Like you can always blink out of the trouble if you feel threatened. So yeah, once you start to get some levels, already take 10 stick charges on Queen of Pain. Like at this point, you just pop it. Yeah, I like it. And now he's bringing in Magic Wand to have some extra ones as well, have some tangos. Things are not going to get easier. Like Batrider, I think we've said it, we've seen it so many times in the European DPC. You save Firefly, maybe you get a Flame Break to try to get a kill, but in this matchup, quite a difficult one, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see how Flo does RCY, I think, with a couple of levels, especially once he's got Wand Bottle. It feels like he might just be able to sustain in lane enough where I don't know if Batrider really has the ability to get a kill, especially if there's a rotation over. Not that it's the best supports to rotate over for DogChamp, but Oracle could come in and make Flo's life really difficult.
Bloody Nine already level 2. Crawler trying to square up, deal some damage, getting charged underneath the tower, but Rubik only level 1 here. Can't really do much.
Yeah, only has that Fade Bolt to work with, which is not enough control to help get that kill. Under the tower, anyway, is not something that you really want to go for, especially with Alina over in the mix. Get an LSA, all of a sudden, you're just going to be right-click down, and it's simply done in 2.5 minutes. It's a 1k lead for DogChamp. Like, it's... Lane's going pretty well. Only 6 CS for the Spirit Breaker and 6 for the Batrider mid.
Batrider, my man, he's struggling. It's gonna get only more difficult. 2 points in Shadow Strike. You literally have no move speed. It cripples your complete hero, like what you want to do. You want to be the one putting the pressure on him, getting the CS, but Queen of Pain does quite the opposite to him. Now, let's have that Blink Strike available. This is the Firefly.
Guess he could try to burn out some creeps here, but not all too great after that. Gotta worry about Flo and if he's going to be able to really sustain it all in this lane, because it seems like RCY is already running away with this one.
He almost has enough money to buy bottle, brought in some casual gloves. Lina, 14 CS, like Phantom Assassin's farming nicely, but you're also giving away complete free farm to Tidehunter. This hero is not afraid of any of these heroes early on, very limited amount of damage. Lina, they're trying to make a go on her, but Falcon Blade done. Oracle behind her has some extra tangos to work with. To go back to my point about Tidehunter, there's just not enough damage to kill this hero. Like, you need Batrider. Batrider is a good answer where you just run him down with the Firefly. Like, sure, he can dispel Sticky, but yeah, like, panel talked about Phantom Assassin picking up the shard, but that's going to take some time. This is like 20, 25-minute item, depending how good of a game you're going to have.
Right.
And, yeah, I also don't like what I see that's being brought on PA's career right now. It's full Orb of Corrosion. This is the item that you do build if you're snowballing, if you can actually kill the heroes, but it's not going to do anything to Tide.
Yeah, so that's the worry, right? Like, if you're trying to have a fast start here for Snow, Orb of Corrosion's got to be something that you need to be skipping, right?
Yes, in this type of a matchup, most definitely. Like, you're also playing into Ricky, you're not going to get a kill in this lane.
Up in the top lane, Fortune's End, but pops that bulldoze. LSA, the right click's in, the charge over, but you're gonna die to the Purifying Flames that are level 2.
That's
So
the wrong way, sir. Maybe he should try to charge someone on the mid lane, get out of the trouble. Because Rubik, only level 2 at the moment, so in terms of damage, the damage that he can output is very limited. Yuma, he's bringing stuff on the courier, boots, and the raindrop. Understands that if he's the one protecting himself with the raindrop, can sustain, has some extra mana, and also it's a very good defensive tool.
so already getting into that Falcon Blade like you had stated before. That's that first piece when things are going to start getting a little bit dangerous, and all of a sudden you get that Maelstrom and Lina, well, out of the gates and ready to go. How quickly will Yuma get there? It's going to be quicker when they're able to get kills in the top lane. Shadow Strike over mid. RCY getting a little bit low, but he's able to blink back. Giant just standing in the Firefly, but eventually will kill Flo with the Blink Strike. So they have the damage. They get the kill on the Batrider, and it opens it up for RCY, who's about to hit that level 6.
And it also 6-minute rune is about to spawn. Let's see what it is. It's going to be Invis. Gonna Pain would definitely
They send the
say
tree
thank
on top.
you to Dota gods.
Nature's
Top,
Grasp.
like
and
these three heroes,
do
they just
anything.
don't have damage. Like they can't really go. Spirit Breaker very limited unless he gets like 3 bashes. Giant thinking about maybe going in. So we have tri-lane versus tri-lane
Fortune's
for
in.
now at least. Yeah.
Charged
Up the charge.
fainted.
Is under attack.
But yeah, look at where Italiana Gangster's farming, by the way. He's got himself level 6. He's gotten 0 through 3. He's just under the tower. Not really scared to move.
This is why I didn't like this Orb of Corrosion. Like, it's a lot of investment for nothing. You want to get your Battle Fury timing as fast as possible. You're not going to kill Tidehunter ever unless there's a Batrider rotation. You also need to bring, I think, another hero to be able to kill him there anyway.
I also really dislike the tri-laning that's happening in the top lane. Finally, they took the Rubik out of the lane, but splitting that experience and getting even further behind the Lina feels like once he's got Laguna Blade, you're just going to end up getting popped.
One Fortune's End to set things up for LSA into Laguna Blade if Lina does have enough mana. And I'm a big fan of like Laguna Blade being so low mana level. It's 150. Before it was like, I don't know, 250, 275. It was such a mana costly spell. It's insane. I mean, sure, Lina does need some nerfs. I think everyone got kind of tired mid lane.
Yeah, mid
Rubik,
lane, let's see.
Looks pretty dead.
Yeah, Giants
Might need to
here.
commit with the Sonic Wave.
They've got another Blink Strike. They can slow him up again, but Flo coming over. He is level 6. That's a late Sonic Wave.
Okay.
That was unnecessary. But now they've got the silence. It's on to Flo. How far do you want to chase? He has Lasso, but to chase he has to
there's
go
the
back into
regen.
the smoke screen, and there's a regen rune for RCY to sip on.
That's why I said commit with the Sonic Wave immediately. Don't wait. Just pop it, and then doesn't hit anyone with it. Yeah, looking good. Dog Champ, 4K gold lead so far. Italiano Gangster can't really be touched in this bottom lane. He puts even a 4th point in Kraken Shell. He literally
unkillable.
does 0 damage.
Well, Orb Corrosion or not, you're doing literally nothing. Fortune's End, Satoshi. It's got charge, but LSA comes in with the Bulldoze only level 1. They've got the Laguna Blade. They'll have the damage to get the kill there onto the Spirit Breaker. Again, just walking right into the Lina. It's a 3K gold lead already for Dog Champ, and they have got themselves 5 kills to the 0 of Penguin Squad. Not really sure where the answers lie for this team at the moment, but if it's all in on Phantom Assassin, I'm worried.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker needs to be active. I think both him and Batrider need to go for these kills. Batrider really struggling. It comes down to him playing into bad matchup, so can't really expect him to do as good Queen of
Smoke
Pain.
breaks. Shadow Strike and just a jump back to the Phantom Strike. And that's it. Charge over. Ooh. Trying to go for this. Human doesn't have the Laguna Blade for 20 seconds, but I just don't think they have the damage. They'll finally bring the Phantom Assassin over here. Disarms himself, trying to heal, but there are some crits for Snow.
Well, I think.
So
Orb of Venom.
works out.
Upgraded one. Corrosion. My bad. Coming into a play here. They're gonna lose the tower bottom. Tidehunter. You can't push him out of the lane. Even Lina TPs. Let's see if they are gonna be able to kill this tower on the top lane. Queen of Pain. Blanking out. There was another strike available. I'm not sure if RCY can be as aggressive with only 1 point in blink.
Radiant's bottom
Could potentially get punished by it, playing so aggressive.
structures are fortified.
Bring the Tide up towards top. It's enough to get them to back off the tower. Honestly, a little bit surprising. Lina's bottom with no TP. But it's not like they can kill the Tide anyway.
Yeah,
so breaking through
problem
him and going to
is,
the tower is tough.
where's the damage coming from? Like, how do they kill tower? They need to outnumber opponents on side of Penguin Squad, get a kill, play with the catapult. Their catapult is very low. It's sitting at 240 HP, so there's not anything, like no damage going to be done to their tier 1 tower. And Tidehunter already is there. 044 build on Tide. Doesn't even have a point in ulti. Does not give a damn about it.
By the way, there's the Maelstrom, so that's the farming tool needed here for the Lina to just get off to the races. Going into the early Lincolns after the Boots of Travel, so that's the plan. We've talked about being a natural Silver Edge buyer. We'll see if that ends up coming out.
Yeah,
for,
no, I mentioned that the Lincoln's here. It feels real nice in this game against Spirit Breaker, Lift, and Lasso. You don't need a BKB at all, I would say, in this game, because there's way too many abilities that go through Magic Immunity. They don't have the Magic Burst, so no point to get a BKB.
So I guess that's gold you're saving in the long run, but you are going into the Lincolns. Not that that's really going to stop the farm of Yuma. Already has this Maelstrom, so things get a little bit tough to keep up if you're a Phantom Assassin who is still both the Broadsword and the Voidstone away from finishing off this Battle Fury.
Now Lina's in triangle. These stacks that were made potentially for Tidehunter to farm it if somehow he was not having a good time. And Lina's network's gonna explode after this one. He needs to be slightly careful.
It's the stack, though. That works. 6,000 net worth lead already. That's pretty insane.
If you think about net worth, that's Lina. It's like having a fully farmed hero like this. Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, and Boost of Travel, most likely.
Oh.
That's about to be finished.
RCY, a little Illusion Rune action, and with the Shadow Strike should tick out here on the Spirit Breaker. They get the steal onto the Sonic Wave. The Fortune's End comes through onto the Rubik of Crawler, who will throw that Sonic Wave back at them. They'll even TP in the Bat Rider, but it is 7-1. It is the Brazilian scoreline, and, well, DogChamp, I can only wonder what the odds are looking like for game number 2 already. So we'll bring them up on your screen. It's 1.06. They go to the lasso. Can they even get the kill here on RCY? He's got to blink away if he needs it, and it's not looking like he does. So well, it really does feel this way. 1.06 to 7.95 from esportsbet.io. I mean,
Yeah, it kind of looks real when it comes down to that. We haven't seen like any moves from Penguin Squad. There's a charge on a creep bottom. This Spirit Breaker, like, he needs to play with Batrider. Like, they need to make stuff happen on the map. They have this a bit of a global presence with Boots Travel on Bat, Spirit Breaker, but they need to use it. If they keep farming, they're definitely gonna get out-farmed. Lina, what is she bringing? Is that... all right, so she's going straight into Lincolns before bots. I'm a bigger fan of that because it does amplify your farm. You have this mana from Voidstone. And she's deeping bottom. Yuma misses LSA.
Lands that, might even just get the kill straight up, but Satoshi able to avoid it just by the edge. This is all happening like It just feels so confident and strong here for DogChamp. They get another kill in a crawler. They'll use that Purifying Flames. Now at level 4. Easy damage. There's a silence out of the Bat Rider over towards top. He's standing in the silence. This sets up for Italiana Gangster to just throw a Ravage out, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So you lose your Bat Rider, and it's just kill after kill, hand over fist.
And they tip him. It's like nothing's going right for Penguin Squad. It's one of those tough games. They need Phantom Assassin. Like, for Phantom Assassin, considering that she went into Orb of Corrosion, a 15-minute Battle Fury, considering how bad things are going for the rest of the team, like, she's doing pretty okay. I'm just not sure if it's enough.
About to get that Battle Fury, but you still need 2 more items, I would say.
You need a BKB, most likely,
Oh,
and you
RCY?
also need
If the crits were
a
there,
couple more crits, maybe. Yeah, you need a BKB. I'd say BKB
Oh,
Teso Shard, so that's like 3
He's
items.
baiting this out. Oh, Overgrowth. All right. Steals Purifying Flames, and they'll get the kill. A bait, maybe not the right word. I thought for a second he was baiting out rotations from his own team to come get that Phantom Assassin, but instead he just kind of stood there and got right-clicked a lot.
Oh, can they get this skill flow? Does have lasso. Knockback. Whew, wrong
Good
way.
LSA to stop the Nether Strike. That means he's going to stay away from the lasso.
Yeah, the execution has not been on point from Penguin Squad when it comes down to spell casting. Snow finished off his Battle Fury that we mentioned, continues to farm up Blurred. There's no stacks being made in the triangle. They even blocked his Ancient Camp, so that's one way to slow things down.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there for the Phantom Assassin. 29 coming over. There's the sleep into the Fortune's End that's going to be fully charged up, so Satoshi in trouble. Italiana Gangster, he'll just stand in front of the tower like a gangster and not even go in their direction. He's just standing there menacingly.
11 armor, Hood, Mech, Oracle with the save to dispel things. It's not like he doesn't have a dispel of his own.
Mech,
Pops that
good
Mech.
telekinesis, but it's not going to matter. Purifying Flames will end up getting the kill there. The tower's going to go down bottom,
Dire's bottom tower
and that's only the tier 1, while it looks like they still want to fight.
is under attack.
Scream, as well as a Shadow Strike that's going to be through onto the Treant Protector. Italiana Gangster still standing in front of this tower. He's got himself Ravaged once again. As RCY is going to TP towards bottom. Blink, Scream, and Shadow Strike on a flow again.
Dire's courier.
So Full uses
We
that
didn't talk-
Firefly and TP's out.
About Giant, he does have that shard available on Ricky now into LSA, into Ravage. Like these are some big spells, like mostly LSA. And speaking of LSA, it's only 1 point. You do not want to give Rubik more than 1 point of LSA because it's the best spell pretty much throughout the whole game that he can steal. So 1-1-1 into stats. Stats almost maxed out on Yuma. PA with quick pause.
Yeah, we'll see how quick it ends up being. Snow is going to disconnect. They are charging, and that's going to be a charge over to RCY. But why not, right? See if you can get a kill there onto this Queen of Pain. Away from the tower, away from the team.
A bit of a difficult task there. Queen of Pain, level 12, doesn't have level 10 talent, so she's not as tanky. The extra 11 strength does tank you up by quite a bit. But yeah, there's also full Sanj coming out, so full Sanj Kaya gonna be done, or Kaya Sanj, whatever you prefer.
Treant. And another strike onto the Oracle. Crawler coming over, telekinesis, and now another false promise. So going to the Overgrowth, that's going to be on a 2. Setting up, though, for a Ravage potentially. Charge stops that. And now Bloody 9, he's going to pop. They'll end up getting the kill here on a Snow in
Sonic
return. They
on
also get the
3.
kill on a Flow. That was up in the top lane. Tree Protector's going to try and run away from Italiana Gangster, but he just stands right in your face as they get the kill on a Crawler. They'll charge up onto the Queen of Pain. Ooh, TP out for the Tree Protector. They've also got the charge landing, but RCY is not too afraid. I say that as he gets bashed, but still not enough damage.
I thought I saw 3 Rikis there. Satoshi does have Lance of Pursuit. RCY RCY also has Lens of Pursuit of his own, and then Ricky, like all this backstab damage. They get a couple of kills. Inside Roche Pit they go. Yuma, Lincoln Sphere is complete, but his courier is dead, so once his courier respawns, he's gonna have bots, Lincolns, and Aegis. So good luck with killing Lina.
Not sure it'll ever happen.
Yeah, probably not this game. Like, she can keep the distance. They have a pretty good front line. Queen of Pain also can start to play a bit more like he's playing aggressive. Don't get me wrong. And we saw that kill happening. And Yuma lands another LSA. Gonna be another death of Satoshi.
Laguna
Looking
Blade
at
kill,
the score.
easily done. Now they've got the
Flow
sweep on the
0-3-0 on Batrider.
Look at that, it's just
Not
easy
what you want to
kill.
see.
Tower is under attack. Regeneration.
They're just moving around the map. Italian gangster, strong with that gush.
Oh, Flow's dead again.
Ooh, boy, 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 boy. They've got the sleep. They'll have the silence. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. And RCY will kill off Flow again. And he's on a mega kill streak. They just do not stop running at these heroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I just don't see them making a comeback into this game unless somehow they can drag it for another like 10-15 minutes, and then Phantom Assassin starts to get lucky with some bashes. Dogchamp makes a move. They get dragged underneath the tier 3s, tier 4 towers, but looking very unlikely.
Yeah, maybe a Tusk joins the Radiant side to be a 6th hero and kicks him into the fountain.
Are scanning.
Could be the surprise we need. RCY smoked up, and Tree Protector right here, so he's just standing still. If he doesn't move, nobody can see him. Hit him with this shard. Eventually he gets that right click, but I don't know if that's exactly something you want to do here. and kind of poke at the lead.
Rick is coming with a sentry.
They'll go after this Batrider. They got RCY, and they'll get the kill onto Flow once again. Meanwhile, Laguna Blade's going to be used as Yuma gets the kill on the Tree Protector and is going to just TP a little bit further down the lane and go to the creeps. As they get the kill on a Crawler, they'll use the Sonic Wave. False Promise is going to save RCY. Snow in trouble, and they've got that shard on Italiana Gangster, so he's got the help for the Tendrils of the Deep. And Snow, well, eventually he'll fall. That's to the Purifying Flames of Bloody 9.
I'd not be surprised if they just call the game after they lose one more fight. Like, this is Lina we're talking about. We've seen it happen so many times when she starts to get her items. Like, she even bought the Tome of Knowledge of her own at level 16, almost 17, 21 minutes into the game. It just feels like, you know, she's way too over leveled, but gonna get even more difficult. So we've seen Lina. You lose a fight near the base, you kind of lose the game. She's one of the heroes that does siege really well with just like level ages from first Roshan. Usually people wait for the second one. Like, even with no Ravage and no False Promise, they're still gonna go for this.
So they'll smoke. What can they do? Go up and maybe around Satoshi. He's looking for the charge. He'll charge in. He'll take the 310 to Yuma. As it's onto the back line towards Bloody 9. They've got the last of the Laguna Blade comes out. They should be able to get the kill on the Ricky. He's in between all these heroes, but they've got the Guardian Greaves. The right clicks on a Snow. They get the kill on the Phantom Assassin. They still do not lose this Ricky yet, but eventually Giant, well, he'll be taken out. Charge through once again. Satoshi in trouble. He'll fall to the Purifying Flames coming out from Bloody 9. And on to the tier 3 tower they work again. Kills coming in from Bloody 9. Blink, Scream, Shadow Strike, Crawler. They'll crawl to his death as they'll look for more. Flow here with the Tendrils of the Deep. He'll find this Batrider, and an LSA, another kill. That's for RCY, and the GG is called as Dogchamp take an easy 2-0 over the Penguin squad.
Yeah, I mean, Dogchamp, just a better team. I think anyone who was following DPC understood how strong of a team Dogchamp is. Like, they're just better in terms of execution. Yeah. I'm starting to become a fan of RCY. Like, he's playing the mid really well. Panel talked about him being the up-and-coming player from the North America. You know, still some polishing to do, but looking really good. Like, looking, making things look easy coming out from the mid lane, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I think his movements are good. I think also looking over at the safe lane, like the team as a whole, they've kind of combined together to really be an impressive squad so far, and they are barking their way through these other teams. They're vicious. They're a vicious dog. What breed? I couldn't tell you, but maybe the panel can. They took it to, we'll throw it over to the panel and see what they think.
I mean, we can definitely describe their gameplay as vicious, but I mean, their logo, it's a cute little corgi, you know? You come in, you're not really expecting much, and then this corgi just goes rabid on you. Fear, that's pretty much what happened here. DogChamp, very much of the same. They just controlled the map over and over again in every way possible.
Yeah, but I believe God said something about the Spearbreaker and Batrider running over this game, so I'll just throw the question to him and take over your job. Like, what happened? How come the Bat and Spearbreaker weren't able to just run over this game as predicted?
Damn.
You know, DogChamp got a bit lucky, I think. You know, this Batrider, I think he was lagging a bit in the mid lane, so he couldn't really last hit very well. You know, it was just a bit rough.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
That's fair.
all.
Lag happens to everyone.
No, on a serious note, though, you tried to hype up Penguin Squad. There was a realm. Maybe that could have happened, Gods, but yeah, look, Fear, ultimately, at the end of the day, everything you said about DogChamp came to fruition. It was just their show, their 2-0, their series, everything, just all about DogChamp in this first half of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little bored of, like, just talking about how good RCY is, because, like, every game he's just having the same performance. I feel like there's no challengers for him right now in every game that I watch, and that's a big problem for these other Division 2 teams. If, like, the enemy mid laner is just, like, such a problem, you can't deal with him through not only the laning stage, but throughout the entire game with all of his rotations. And I also believe Italiana Gangster had a very solid series. He was a little more quiet because he is playing, you know, these Mags and Tides being the frontliner. His itemization's been really good. His laning stage has been really good. I mean, Yuma just played Lina, so there's not much to say there. But yeah, RCY and Italiana Gangster playing really well in this series.
Everyone on the side of DogChamp just looking amazing, doing everything they needed to do. The Penguin Squad, though, Gods, I do have to ask the hard question, you know, where do they sort of go for this? Like, how much can you really learn when a series goes this way?
I think you can look a little bit at some of the drafting stuff, because, like, this first phase Batrider was picked and had nowhere to go. Your opponents have a Lina, which you don't really want to lane Batrider into, and then they get to counterpick you mid. And the smart thing I think DogChamp did was first phase Queen of Pain. A lot of teams wouldn't want to first phase like 2 cores there, but you kind of have a good idea that that's going mid, so it makes total sense that DogChamp should first, you know, phase their back counter. They know the matchup. They want to make sure that you don't want to give Penguin Squad a chance to ban out all the bad matchups for Batrider, because that's exactly what they're going to do in that second phase of bans. So I think you can learn a bit about how and when to draft the Batrider, which seems to be a hero Penguin Squad really favor. It's often getting banned against them. Other than that, play-wise, you know, things were not really that synced up, but like they just got crushed in the lanes in early game 2 games in a row. So I think that's really where the focus needs to be, on the lanes and on the draft.
Okay. They do still have another series for this Div 2, so there's a chance that they're the areas that they can improve on, that there is going to be some growth. But still talking about this game number 2 here, our MVP, Italiano Gangster. You've already hyped him up for first game was RCY, now Italiano Gangster there on his Tide Hunter. So instead of just the individual plays when we see this MVP screen, because you could argue, oh, maybe his stats aren't that great. I want to just know, like, about the drafting, like why this pick went well. Like, we had our visions and our theories going into the game, but now that we've seen it played out, how impactful was this Tide Hunter pick?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great pick overall. They didn't have heroes to kill him picking into the PA. Like, maybe you could get the shard a bit earlier, but you're seeing, like, his skill build. It was great this game. He overwent the Ravage just to get more points in the Kraken Shill, more points into the Anchor Smash, which is a really good idea. Allowed him to continuously pressure the lanes without getting pressured himself. His itemization as well. This is something that 33 did a lot when they won TI. It's like you get some early Greaves, maybe a pipe into the shard. You don't really go for that Blink Dagger in a game where it's a really good Tide game. And he realized that and just continued to become tanky and tanky. And it got to the point where he could just stand in front of 5 heroes and he was unkillable. And once a Tide can do that, the game feels hopeless.
Yeah, I would say that unfortunately that is probably how Penguin Squad felt here. But now, Gods, is it like with Dog Champ? They took this big break, they're playing with a stand in, and yet they still 2-0? Or are you waiting for some of the later opponents? Because they do still have to come up against C-Dub, The Cut, and Fart Studios inside Dog Champ.
Yeah, two tougher matches coming up, and then one match against Fart Studios. But I think it's a very promising sign that this series was so convincing. And also, it's impressive that they came back and like pulled out some new looks. Like they had the Oracle coming out of nowhere, obviously a great Oracle game. So the fact that Bloody Nine's just like, yeah, we need a dispel. That's going to make our draft like have no holes whatsoever. So let's just pick an Oracle. And then similar thing. This is the Ricky was a kind of a new look for them when it came to the 4 position pool with the stand-in. So I think Dogchamp looked really good today, and it definitely, I see them as favorites going into the next 2 series. Even if they're playing with a stand-in or not, I just think they're so much better than everybody individually and as a team.
While we are waiting for our interview, Fia, I want to ask much importance do you think teams, whilst we're still on this patch, are going to be placing on, strong dispels? Because I'm running through some of the bans and some of the picks for this game number 2 here, and they all felt very heavily, towards what strong dispels were available in a hero's toolkit.
Probably not very much. I don't think Abaddon's really a hero right now. Legion, pretty weak. Same with Omni. I think this was just like a Penguin Squad special, just like with their first stick Batrider trying to ban out the lasso counters.
Okay, all right. That makes a little bit more sense, but we do have our interview ready now. It is Italiano Gangster joining us. Italiano, congratulations on the win. It's been so long since we last saw Dogchamp play here in Div 2, and so firstly, congrats, but also I want to know what you guys have been doing for the 11 days since we last saw you.
For the 11 days, I mean, we've just been playing a few scrims there and there. Not too much, because like I had some school stuff, but just like scrims and nothing much else.
Yeah. Was there a little bit of nerves or pressure coming into this series with such a big break and hearing every team sort of say that you are the team to be, that you will be number 1 here in Div 2, or at least that's what they perceive?
I mean, I think it was the opposite. I don't think it's nerves. I think it's like we were just so bored because like we know this 2-0 is going to happen anyways, so we just wanted to get it done with faster. But the 11-day break was like really tilting for me. I just wanted to play. It's
Hey, yeah, same here. I was like, when are we going to see Dogchamp play? It's a whole week without them. I was disappointed, but you guys are going to be playing every day here on out. And so I want to know, who do you see as your biggest opponent left to face up? You guys have C-Dub, The Cut, and Fart Studios.
So overall, we've already played the biggest opponent, which is Felt. So when it comes to these teams, I feel like they're all even. Like none of them stand out to me. Like they're all gonna be like easy wins.
I love the confidence. Guys, if you have any questions.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence is great. I wanted to ask Italiano about, you guys look poised to take a slot in Div 1. No jinxes, hopefully, but I'm curious to hear how you think your team will fare against those Div 1 NA teams, since some of your players have experience playing in Div 1 as well as one of the old Dogchamp rosters. How do you think your team will fare in your with your current performance level?
I think it's only gonna go up from here, honestly. Like I'm not saying that we're gonna like win Div 2 and then going up from that just winning Div 1, but obviously I think the quality of our gameplay is just gonna keep getting better. We've been grinding a lot in the pubs lately, and like it's kind of just shows. And I think another thing is preparation is very important in Dota, as you would probably guess. And when we're gonna be playing the better teams, we're going to be preparing more because you have to. I feel like when you play versus the bad teams, quote unquote, you don't have to really prepare anything because they're just going to pick random heroes. So it's like there's no point in like preparing for lower quality teams. But when we get to Div 1, I think it'll be so much more fun. We get to actually prepare. Like we get some like scrim strats going and just have a good time. I think we just want to get top 5 at minimum.
That's great to hear. Out of curiosity, is there any one team up there that you're most excited to potentially playing?
I mean, obviously it's going to be fun to play against like the TSM and EG, or Shopify and not EG, of course. But when it comes to like the non-obvious ones, Fire Red, because it was my old team.
Great. Yep. That's all I had. Thanks, man.
All right, hello, congratulations on the win. So I had a question about your last pick in the last game. I mean, I did predict you would pick Tide there, but I was also thinking and kind of theory crafting. Was there any other heroes you had in mind that you wanted to play in that game?
It was just Tidehunter, and like, you know, it's like the thing is with Tidehunter, it's like the hero itself is kind of bad, honestly. Like, it's not really meta, and you're not gonna like see it often. So when you get the actual opportunity to play it, I really want to pick it because, like, you know, when I'm playing a pub, I'm just gonna be picking some like cancerous broodmother or like one of the cheesy heroes, right? But you don't really get to play Tidehunter often, and like we tried it in a scrim. And they got completely demolished with it, so we decided, you know, let's just do it again.
All right, perfect. All right, last question is going to be, so it's about RCY. He's looked really impressive in the mid lane here. I was just curious on, like, in the other games he's been playing, maybe in your scrims, like, has he also been super impressive for you too? Like, how is he faring his way in, like, the mid lane right now?
I think something that's really good to mention is that he never ever complains about his mid lane, ever. He's generally very quiet, but he's like never ever complained about his mid lane, and it's like I can't remember the last time that he's had like some sort of abysmal performance. So it's like he's so consistent and never complains, and it's just, you know, awesome to play with someone like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Perfect. Italiana Gangster, congratulations again on this nice 2-0. I look forward to seeing you guys play for the rest of the week.
All right, thank you. Have a good day or night.
You too. Bye. That was nice to hear, and hyping his teammate up a little bit there. Fierce in RCY, consistent, never complains. That's a team environment you want to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, no one wants a whiner, but I think that also comes with, like, the young talent. They're just so eager to prove themselves that they're always, like, looking to improve themselves, right, instead of blaming their teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Let's have a look at our leaderboard because, look, Dogchamp, they're undefeated. There is nothing more I can say here. They're 4-0 right now. That puts them back at top spot. They've reclaimed it. They've taken it off Felt. And everything else is still exactly the same. Now, Penguin Squad, they are looking to try and stay alive here. And it's not just in their hands. Obviously, it depends on the results of all the other teams, especially Fart Studios. They're the closest team to them to try and get out of relegation. But we're not going to see either of those teams play today. We're going to be seeing Felt up against C-Dub. And this one is going to be exciting because Dogchamp are proving once again that they belong in that top spot, that they will most likely be going up to Division 1, but who's going to be taking that second slot? And it comes down now to Felt and C-Dub. This is very important for Felt. If you're a fan of them, you want to see them take this win because then gods, they're going to be in a fantastic position to be going up to Div 1.
Yeah, this is kind of the make or break moment for them. They'll be 5-1 with their last series against Penguin Squad, which on paper should just be a win for them. So you go 6-1, Dogchamp goes 7-0, and that's your top two teams. Everybody else has 2 losses already. So pretty much a win here means Felt is going top 2, is the way I look at it. And if you're their opponents, you're thinking, if you're C-Dub, you're like, we can still get top 2, but we have to win this series because they're 3-2. So a win here, if C-Dub win out, they go 5-2, Felt maybe goes 5-2, and then you're looking at a tie for that second slot going up to Div 1. So this is kind of the moment for Felt to prove what, Italiano was saying, that they are the tough, the number 2 team. They need to get the win here, otherwise they could be, looking at potential tiebreakers.
Mm-hmm. And how likely do you think that one is, Fia, for the Felt to get a win?
It's 60%, I think, in their favor for this next one. But I think C-Dub has a lot of life. They are just inconsistent. Like, when they look good, they look really good. Their draft is always good, but their play sometimes not so much. So if they can bring together, like, their A game as far as, like, individual performances and teamwork, I wouldn't be surprised for them to take this game in 3 games, but they got to play their best.
Yeah. Both of the teams hopefully are going to show up today. I'm looking for some competitive Dota in this second series, but for now, we're going to take a nice long break. You guys might be able to squeeze a pub in here or there, maybe cook yourself some food, get yourself something to drink, and we will see you. And I'm going to take a stab in the dark of 50 minutes.
What does it, Jensen?
welcome back, everyone. We have our second series of NA Div 2 DPC coming at ya. It is Felt versus C-Dub, and we got Sheep on the panel now. Hello. How are you feeling?
Hi, Nat. I'm good.
Hi.
How's your Dawnbreaker game?
What the? What? I don't know what you're on about.
No.
We lost. It
Okay.
just ended.
Unlucky. What can you do?
Well, when we went to break, I was like, you guys could fit in a pub, and I thought it would be awful if I myself did not try and fit a pub in that break. And you can. It is doable. I would say mine are longer on average, but you know, we're not here to talk about that. We are here to talk about to get called out by my fellow panelists. We are here to talk about Felt, C-Dub, and the importance of this series for Felt. You already ran the numbers. Do you want to run them one more time, Gods, on how important this one is for Felt and what a win would mean?
Sure. Yeah. So for Felt, this is kind of the series where if they win it, they should be getting top 2. With the way the standings work now, they have the one loss against DogChamp, who are likely to, go undefeated. And a win here puts them, just pretty firmly in one loss. They still have to play Penguin Squad, where, you expect them to win. So theoretically, this series can get them that 6-1 record, which is second place. Whereas for C-Dub, they need to win this series as well as the last. Then they go 5-2. Then also Felt likely go 5-2, and they can force tiebreakers. So this is kind of the series that determines whether Felt are going to top 2 or not.
Oh my god.
And I mean, look, we've seen crazier things happen when it comes to tiebreakers, right, Sheep?
Yeah. I'm just thinking about C-Dub. This is like the hardest uphill battle I've ever seen in my life. They have to play Felt and DogChamp. How do you do that? Like, I feel like it's so much easier for Felt, who have to play Penguin Squad, C-Dub, who haven't looked as good. Whereas, yeah, for C-Dub, it's like the potential 2 best teams in Div 2. If they actually manage to overcome both of these, then that's going to be the most impressive storyline for me.
Yeah, I would agree. And it is one battle at a time for C-Dub. And I mean, Felt have looked fantastic. Most notably on their last series, it was Fade who really stood out for us. And so if you're C-Dub now, Sheep, and you know this uphill battle that you have, how do you overcome Felt? Like, is there a way to dismantle Fade and how he plays for Felt?
I feel like I haven't seen a team really try to shut Fade down as like their single goal. And it's not like this is a strat that's unheard of. Even top pro players will sometimes say, yeah, like, we just knew coming into the series we had to make sure this guy didn't have a game. That is Fade. For this team, for Felt, you need to stop Fade from having a game. We've seen him 1v9ing. He'll come out on a Beastmaster game, top damage, top farm, top everything. The guy is just owning way too hard to be left unchecked at this point.
100%. When we look at these two teams, we talk about Fade for Felt, but I want to have a look at the carries a little bit, because that can sometimes be the downfall in these NA Div 2 teams. But Burner and Double King Gods, they have both still lived up to the task. I mean, Double King on C-Dub has had some fantastic performances on him for himself.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because they have very different kind of hero pools, and even, I mean, their playstyle is actually kind of similar. I think they both play very aggressive and like to get involved early. With Double King, he's kind of got this signature Dawnbreaker that he's pulled out twice already and hasn't lost on, which teams have even been respect banning. He's been really good on the Lifestealer, the Ursa. He's somehow gotten Lena like multiple times as well. And then you've got Burner playing under Hit Immune, who is playing these fighting carries that get active early as well, but different ones. He's playing the Nature's Prophet as his most played. Chaos Knight has appeared twice as well, although not getting success there, and Ursa's the other big one. So I think both carry players like to kind of not just play that, AFK farm. They like to kind of be more kind of playmakers, shot callers, and lead the charge even at times when it comes to the aggression.
So then, do you think that should be the focus for Felt coming into this series, Sheep, having a look at Double King? Or is there another player on the side of C-Dub that has impressed you with how they've played?
I think it would be fair to go for that. Because Mark, as a mid laner, at least as another core, I think he's been hit or miss for me. Sometimes he'll just play really well. Sometimes it seems like he'll just make a couple mistakes in a row. I wouldn't say that I'd want to shut him down over Double King, so maybe that's, I think, a fair assessment there to go for the carry. Yeah, I haven't had anyone stand out in the way that Fade does, where I'm thinking you should probably adjust your like playstyle to deal with them for C-Dub, I think.
Yeah. Of course. And when we talk about playstyle too, actually, Gods, you talked about the carries, would they like to pick up? And for the side of Felt, it is trying to get active in a different way, but would you like to see that still happen? Or do you think that sometimes Fade is such a good game that the playstyle can interchange for this team?
I think it definitely can interchange. I think so much is going to come down to what these drafts are, because both teams are going to compete for heroes like the Beastmaster, for example. Isla loves to play these Zoo heroes. It's often where that C-Dub have looked best with him on Beastmaster Brood, but he'll flex onto, playmakers as well. So I think who's going to be the kind of tempo controller playmaker is going to depend on what the ban priorities are, whether one team wants to ban certain heroes of a player. There's a lot of things that I think can kind of change based on that, but it's kind of like a good thing for these teams, good position to be in, where it's like, okay, we can play these around these aggressive carries, or we can play tempo around the off lanes. I feel like both teams have a number of options, Felt just with a few more. I think C-Dub are a bit more siloed into their kind of way of playing Dota around, Mark on these, kind of active playmaking heroes.
Are you a little bit surprised that we have no overlapping heroes here, Sheep, for most picked between the two teams, especially when we even look at the support heroes?
Yeah, I guess it is a little weird. Just, I think all the heroes that we're seeing are pretty meta, so it's not like I'm thinking that one team is like purposely gimping themselves. I guess not being a Rubik team maybe is a little weird, just because that hero seems so flexible and strong. But yeah, I mean, it's just like a question of identity. Some teams are Brood teams, some teams aren't. I like the fact that they're rating this Nature's Prophet so highly. I do hope that they ban this Brood Mother against C-Dub if they want to win. Because I think it's been unbanned versus Felt, and they haven't picked it up, so I'm pretty confident that they don't want it at this point.
Yeah, well, there you go. It pops up on our screen. It's going to be Brood and Rubik. Definitely two very targeted bans, and luckily also in the meta, so you kind of get a little bit of a double whammy there. Felt with some nice opening phase bans, and C-Dub Tree. I'm trying to contemplate their second ban here, Gods.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's certain... Yeah, I'm not sure who you'd want to target. I mean, Lena's the obvious one,
Yeah. But then Beast,
yeah, there we
Lycan...
go. I think they're okay with some of the traits they get there. Like, Fade's Beastmaster has been incredible, but they get maybe something in exchange, like the Lycan, for example. I don't know if they necessarily want a first phase Lycan, but
Yeah,
I
please
think they're
don't.
okay with traits.
If C-Dub had first pick, then I would be okay with Lycan in the first phase on the end, but they don't.
Yeah.
And Felt do. So I think C-Dub need to plan their picks here to expect Felt Beastmaster on 8.
Yep.
I'm not sure what they will want to open with. I know they
See
really
them
like
picking
to...
up the Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
I was
that's
just going to
true.
say Nature's Prophet's the hero that stands out to me because they'll first phase that hero any chance they get often.
Nature's Prophet. Oh,
Maybe the only
clockwork.
problem with the Nature's Prophet is that if they do really want this Beastmaster, they just want to not... Maybe they don't want to open the first phase with 2 cores. I don't think there's anything wrong
Yeah.
with doing that when you have first pick, but maybe for them it's just not something, it's maybe exploitable.
Yeah, and I think for Felt, you're thinking we're going to get maybe one of Nature's Prophet or Beastmaster here, so they don't have to first pick either. They just pick the support and wait to see what C-Dub do. And C-Dub go their own direction. They pick... This is kind of nice, I think, with second pick. You don't want to, pick a core that can be countered. We've seen, I think it was the Cut series where they gave away a first phase Beastmaster and then just picked a Bristle against it. So you pick this Flex hero and Tusk and you pair it with, a 4 position that you're super comfortable on.
I feel like I've not really seen these first phase Tusks going to support that often. I feel like they usually end up on carry. Or, sorry, mid.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we're
Carry
going to flex
Tusk,
it,
huh?
guys, for sure. Except you're definitely having it, Nisha.
The one team that did flex it was C-Dub. They played it off lane one game for Isla. I think it was the Tusk Rubik lane. They did
Okay.
Tusk Rubik against Alina, and it was like this. Okay, we're just going to ruin this Lina's game by killing her again and again. Which you can't rely on, but there is potential for the flex.
Yeah. I'm hyped then if they do put that off lane. I really like watching Tusk off lane. It used to be more fun when Necrobook was in the game, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah.
Just beg for a patch and for it to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I guess it's.
Oh,
No, I was gonna say it's less likely maybe to be flex into the offlane because I don't. As an offlane player, I don't imagine that Nature's Prophet matchup is particularly good.
well, it would depend on their kill threat. I mean, Hoodwink and Tusk is pretty high kill threat because Nature's
Okay.
Prophet, he'll just out CS you and kind of ruin that aspect if you let it. Maybe they don't want to do that into the clockwork. The hero is really nice to protect him, and felt really like to play carry Nature's Prophet. I think we asked Fade in the last interview, like, oh yeah, like you don't play it, why not? And he's like, oh, I can play it, it's fine. It's just our carry's more comfortable and likes it more.
And the comfort is probably the most important thing there, so I'm sure C-Dub know that. The Hood, though, want to touch on, because, you know, we've talked about Tusk most likely going to be going in mid, maybe off lane, but that's probably where the most flex is going to be. The Hoodwink going to be pose 4, but Afro Moosh hasn't played it. So could it actually be a 5 then, or more just stolen from Felt?
For me, I think it's just the 4 position they're replacing Rubik with, because usually they're just picking Rubik for Afromush. So this just seems like a replacement for that.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fine enough to me. I mean, everyone can play Hoodwink. And the hero's obnoxious in lane, no matter where they want to put it. You can go, like, normal stats build, or you can go, like, a Blightstone, and you're just doing kind of large damage from range. And just being annoying and doing Hoodwink things. I think I've been looking at a lot of player interviews recently, and I've just seen a lot of people complaining about how annoying Hoodwink is.
She's kind of annoying.
Yeah. And she's just nice. I mean, she can secure your range creeps for you. She can do harassment from range. She has stun, kill threat, high burst damage on 6. I just really like Hoodwink. I like having it in any team.
Alright, so some more of the bands to come out. Oh, the Lycan and the Beast by Felt banned out. Actually, all offlane Zoo. Visage, Lycan, Beast being taken out of Felt's pool by themselves.
Yeah. As much as Felt don't mind playing the Zoo heroes for Fade, C-Dub are like the king of Zoo. I remember talking to Jenkins before the Fart Studio C-Dub series. That's when the series Fart Studios actually won. And he's like, yeah, their offlaner, like when he's playing Zoo heroes, he's like 10k MMR player. When he's on a non-Zoo hero, he's like, you know, normal skill level. So there is so much of a, I think, difference in how C-Dub play when they get Isla, one of his Zoo heroes, versus something else.
Do you guys know what's being drafted, or do you need me to play it for you?
I see it.
I heard
Death
Death
Prophet.
Prophet.
It
Is
was
that
Death
correct?
Prophet
Okay.
picked for C-Dub, baby. Woo!
Yeah.
I'm recognizing by sounds, you know. This is
Damn, he's good. What a game.
That's lit. All right,
Don't tell him what the next pick is. I want him to
Okay.
guess it off the sound again.
All right, fell into
Whenever it does
their
happen.
reserve time. We're at 133, 32, 31, 30,
Please stop talking. I
29.
need to hear.
Ah.
I'm just going to mute TeamSpeak. And so I can't hear you, and I can only hear the game. That's the strategy here.
Yeah, God's just in his own little world of it that one. Love it.
But yeah. So Death Prophet's kind of interesting. You know, the force Isla away from Zoo. Pretty much every Zoo hero was banned. Laning with a Hoodwink. That's, you know, double range lane, but it does seem like a pretty strong lane nonetheless.
Well, it could still be your offlane Tusk Hoodwink and they put DP mid. No?
True.
Yeah.
True.
True.
The
Hard to think
flexibility.
about what teams are going to do when I can't see the heroes in front of me, to be
Okay.
honest.
Who's that?
What'd they pick?
I know who it was. I can see it.
Gods. Did you
I
hear
have
it?
no idea.
Ah, unlucky.
It was Enigma.
It was.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
Fate does like Enigma. Undying?
Yep.
Yeah.
The hero literally said his name. I'm going to be.
Oh, that's true. But you were so quick, and we were talking over it, so I was surprised because I feel like we talked over the Enigma one.
That was intentional from me. I was trying to confuse him.
10 seconds.
I do like the Enigma response though. I think it's just really nice lane secure. You have a Nature's as well, who's like a pretty good lane winner. So you're playing from first pick, but you're trying to win your lanes.
I'm so unbelievably happy at this pick.
What? Oh yeah, Dawnbreaker. Whoa!
Dawnbreaker, let's go.
Yes, I love it too. It's definitely a two-way street against Enigma because you. Oh, this is probably. I'm assuming this is going to be carry because I think I saw Double King played it. Yeah. But the ult is pretty good against Enigma early before BKB, but late game Enigma out damages the heals that Dawnbreaker really kind of provides, and she doesn't want to really ult into a black hole with a BKB.
I don't think that, like you say, it's going to be carry, so I don't think they're really picking it for like the heal versus Enigma as like a counter. I think they just love playing around the aggression like carry Dawn brings to the table. Like it comes online early, dominates the lane, and I think against Enigma, like it's so easy to kill these Eidolons. So, and it's very much comfort zone for Double King and C-Dub.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the Felt ban was a Lesh, and now I have to ask the question: do they think that C-Dub have a mid laner left to pick, and it's gonna be a Hood 5 Tusk 4 Death Prophet off Dawn carry?
I think Hoodwink's always 4 position here, and it's just Tusk is either. I think Tusk and Death Prophet are probably the 2 cores. It's just a matter of where they go. I guess there's a world Tusk goes 5 like in safe lane. Like you say, maybe Hoodwink goes 5 and Tusk 4. Yeah, it is very flexible.
I do think the bans are not so much like predicting what role is left, but covering what would make their lineup even stronger. Yeah, because this Leshrac, for example, and C-Dub are running a DP Dawnbreaker lineup. Whilst they can go late, they're going to be very strong early, and a Leshrac would just amplify that strength and make their timing even faster. You're playing on Felt with a Nature's Prophet Enigma. You have 2 Rising cores. Right now, I think you need something that can fight, or else you're definitely going to get run over, especially since C-Dub have last pick and can really ramp that tempo up if they don't punish it right now on Felt. You have both your supports really suck at pushing out waves. Nature's Prophet can do it, but slowly and kind of difficultly. So yeah, I think the ability to shove waves and defend towers is pretty bad, maybe on Felt right now. So yeah, that's what I would look at for their last pick.
They don't have a lot of reserve time left, so they're definitely searching the bottom of the barrel, and a Quap comes out for them.
Is there Conker? I think you just pick Conker on C-Dub right now, and then you call it a free game.
If you don't remember, by the way, gods.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Opie Conker. Just send it. Okay, yeah, and then all the other lanes would go the way that we were saying before, and you can interchange the supports, per se. No, that would work if you went the Conquer mid, and then you'd have a mix of ranged and melee for the 2 lanes if the Hood goes 5. Maybe. This is whatever I said was null and void, and sheep is more important, my queen. You talked about the Quap, and then the Conquer, the run buff. Nullifying it? Yeah, we had all of that.
Yeah.
And did you keep talking? Oh. Yup, I'm gonna say it did. Nice. It would be funny if we wouldn't have talked about the same thing, but that would have been funny. Reserve time ticket all the way down to 1. They had 1 second.
Now select your heroes.
Wait, gods. Based off that... Damn, she said it. I was going to say, based off her reaction, what was it?
I think it was a Doom?
Yeah.
I heard the Doom sound, because I saw the sound, so...
You saw the sounds? You might want to get that checked out.
Saw the sound, yeah.
You might want to get that one checked out. But yeah, if you want a refresher, the Felt lineup is Clock, Nature's Prophet, Enigma, Undying, Queen of Pain. And then C-Dub is Hoodwink, Tusk, Death Prophet, Dawnbreaker, Doom. And so based off of me just shouting 10 heroes at you guys, you have to give me the most in-depth analysis.
Oh, I think the Doom pick seems a bit weird. I don't. Do you know who's picked and playing Doom?
Offlane.
Offlane Doom. Okay, so
Yeah.
they're doing Doom
Mid-
offlane. So Tusk is support.
Yeah, so it's Dawn
Mid-Death Prophet?
and Hood together, mid-Death Prophet and
Yeah.
Tusk and Doom.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this Doom pick. I think there were better options, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think Doom makes their draft a bit greedy. It just feels very off when Isla's usually playing these more either tempo heroes with the Zoo, or when he's not on the Zoo heroes, he's played offlane Tusk, he's playing playmakers. I think that's very out there when it comes to C-Dub, and would look more at, I think Felt's going to take game one based on at least that aspect of the draft.
Yeah, and then very quickly shape your analysis on these two lineups.
Okay, I would have preferred the Conquer, but I think the Doom is fine. I think you have heroes that can push waves, delay game, make him able to farm. You have other cores that can fight happily in your stead while you farm up, and then they just have to ever get a ult on Enigma, and you're good.
Okay, all right, easy execute. C-Dub potentially in the bag. It is game number 1 between these two teams with Waga and Breaky.
Thank you very much. That's right. Game number 1 of a very important best of the 3 series. Both these teams vying for one of those top 2 spots here in, of course, Division 2, which means you get to go to Division 1. Waga, how you feeling about how these drafts played out?
I'm kind of agreeing with. I actually like Sheep's idea there about them going into a Conquer. I think that would have worked really well for them, and I agree that this draft became a bit greedy now for the side of C-Dub. Draft-wise, I would give a bit of an edge to Felt here. Just, based on the tempo that I think that they can play here, overall, they're heroes. We have seen what the Nature's Prophet can do, how fast that hero plays from the carry position. You also have Enigma now. That's another hero that adds even more pressure with his Eidolons. So they can really take the aggression towards C-Dub, where C-Dub want to play a little bit slower, everyone except for the DP, I would say.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Enigma in general throughout, especially this Division 2 play, but loving to hear it, especially the team fight that Felt has across the board. Right? This is one of these lineups where, if you're looking to brawl, they have plenty of big abilities to bring to the table and make use of, from, of course, the Black Hole, Undying Tombstone, etc. Again, Undying, for that matter, also another hero that we really haven't seen a whole lot of, but that's not stopping Felt from picking them up as they do here. But here we go into the laning phase, and again, Dawnbreaker in the hands of Double King. What do you make of the Dawnbreaker carry pick here?
I'm always happy to see the carry Dawn. I think Double King played it before as well, and I think the hero brings something very nice in that ultimate, being able to join. It's similar to the idea of Furion. And he starts at the lane just going for the Eidolons immediately. He gets 2 of them. So that's a nice little start there for Dawn against the Enigma. I am surprised that they paired up the Undying with Enigma down here instead of sending the Clockwork. Because top lane is double melee, double strength heroes for Radiant. Usually Undying, you want to have him against those strength heroes, but perhaps priority is shutting down that Dawnbreaker. And he does help a little bit better down here than Clockwood.
As that Decay level 1 also running down that courier just to the left. Wants it, and he gets it. Able to smack it down. So Sanctified's courier is lost. Gonna have to deal with that nuisance right there, and now having to deal with taking some smacks to the face as well. But yeah, let the Decay spam begin. That means Clockwork is at the top lane supporting the Nature's Prophet up here. But yeah, once again, we get to see that core Nature's Prophet position 1. Expecting big things out of the NP.
Yeah, and there's no surprise. I mean, the lane is probably the most popular combo for Nature's Prophet is having that Clockwork. Wow, Dawn taking a lot of damage here. Went a little bit too far up on the lane. Gonna have to go back and heal. But when you only have tangles, he has to play defensive now for a little bit.
Yeah, look at the courier. Nothing. No further region really coming out. So Double King certainly having to be careful about that. Of course, does actually even get shared a tango from his teammate. So making some extra use right there, but yeah, having to play it, pretty careful, right? Okay, he kind of just goes in, and that wasn't careful at all. I mean, that was a pretty YOLO moment there.
He kind of just ran into a creeps with like 100 HP. I think maybe he didn't expect that Shu backed up, met his courier, got a clarity and a mango from the courier. So they knew Undying was out of mana, but he got a mango delivered from the courier there, allowing him to go in and again come in with a little decay stack there.
I mean, cup half full. You can look at it where, hey, he's back now, full life, full mana. He got that he got the stick, so there's that. But yeah, it was a little bit odd. So giving up first blood, I don't know about that.
Yeah, and he certainly didn't expect to have Undying down on this lane, because otherwise he would have started stick here as well. And again, taking a bit of damage, but he did kill all 3 Eidolons, so losing all his HP in the process pretty much, but getting a bit of experience and gold.
All right, there are the lanes, including, of course, the all-important mid lane, as we see the 3-minute runes coming in, and Aframoosh is going to take that from Queen of Pain, as now she's blinking towards the bounty, but Aframoosh knows this, has a snowball even knowing. She's like, if I can't have it, then neither can you. We'll destroy it, but that's still certainly a victory for the Tusk and the Radiant side, because Quap coming back to the lane with no bottle.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, he denied 2 rune pickups, and now suddenly mid lane is going to be very offset here, where Solji doesn't have a way to regen, and that's going to make it awkward for him to just go back to mid lane. He almost goes down, actually. Ooh. 15 HP blinks away.
At this point, he's just heading back home, because no point to stick around. Saw what happened to the Dawnbreaker earlier. Doesn't want to have a repeat of that. CS-wise, I mean, Queen of Pain was actually having a decent lead over the Death Prophet before that, but now they're basically even, and DP's even going to get a time to take a slight lead herself. So yeah, absolutely big for the Death Prophet and C-Dub as a result of that.
Yeah, it's all on that move by Aframoosh coming in. And meanwhile, though, when he moves like that, top lane, a lot of damage being put on Ela, as he got left alone here, and Furion and Clockwork are not waiting. They're just going straight for some punishments. Meanwhile, the Tombstone was dropped bottom, and mid is diving a bit. They're playing on all lanes, but Sanctified is taking a lot of damage on Hoodwink right now.
The zombies in pursuit, and will finish that job. Double King, he's gonna be fine, I'm guessing, although the Eidolons are now hunting, and no Celestial Hammer for 6 more seconds. Good use of that Starbreaker, though. Farming those Eidolons and making himself in a better spot. But Shu still in pursuit, has that level 2 decay. Not enough mana for it, however, just the brown boots, and with Aframoosh TP, and the shard miss. And Shu's able to keep on running. Tranquil on Aframoosh, but...
Yeah, but now they left Sheila alone top again for a longer period of time. He's going in for him. Can you get him? He gets him.
Oh. And that's big. 1 versus 2 takes out the Nash's Prophet. Is going to die for this, but you know what? Ela, fairly satisfied, I'm sure.
That little play right there might just have saved not just, you know, his own life enough to get a kill, but also saved the tower.
And slows down the NP ever so slightly, and that's always an important objective to make use of course. But yeah, Aframoosh still down at the bottom lane, so this has kind of turned into a sort of a tri-lane for the last minute or so. 6 minutes are coming up, though. We see a lot of those rotations taking place to the mid, so I'm sure that's where Tusk will head in the next 20 seconds.
He's moving around a lot, but yeah, you don't really want to tri-lane against the Enigma. I think it's very difficult to get that much done. He can play so far back. Just by denying with Eidolons and holding the lane back. But double TPing your supports down to bottom lane gives a lot of space on mid and top for Felt.
So that was a pretty big courier kill, by the way, by Doom as well. He actually takes out the courier, means the power treads, which was the boots as well as the makings of the rest of the power treads, was on that courier. So Nature's Prophet being slowed down in more than one way. Himself, and is gonna go the hand of Midas eventually too, of course, as is Doom's plans. But Doom, he's in trouble here. Cog Trap is up. He does have the speed aura, and also that Scorched Earth level 3, and as soon as that comes out, he's good to go.
Honestly, Doom is so tanky with this just the Wraith Band. Double King bottom in trouble again. The Tombstone and the Malefice just too much. He can't really run away.
Yeah, you were mentioning, mid lane home. This is a use of the Exorcism, Mark. He is pretty deep at the tower, though, and having to respect the tower. Damage, and Queen of Pain also going to pop in the Scream. Good use of the wand, keeping himself alive, and the Exorcism still has some time on it, so no heal coming out just yet, but it's going to be enough of a scare for Queen of Pain to have to fall back and go back to CSing.
Yeah, he got baited big time. Now TPing Doom down bottom lane. Just joining in here.
Well, there's the kill. On to Enigma. First one on him. And they also take out the Undying. So Ela, you know what? This Doom, I know there's questions about the pick as a whole, and he's actually doing fantastic considering the situation.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him play it before, but he's doing great. He has the Midas complete now as well, I believe. Or, yeah, it seems like he is got the full Midas, yeah. He has the gloves on the courier as well. So 7-minute Midas when he was pretty much left to his own device a lot by the Tusk, who made rotations for the water rune, for the bounty rune, for the next rune, for the power rune, and TP to the safe lane. He's doing great.
Yeah, that's big. Of course, again, it's a 10th pick Doom, so that's what you'd hope for if you're C-Dub. There's just understandably some questions on it, but we'll continue to keep an eye on Ela, and throughout the game, Mark picking up the Arcane Rune shoe was nearby. Is like, I kind of want that rune too, but no way that he's going to take it over the Death Prophet. Mid lane, the Doom activated on Queen of Pain. She's just dead from this. Doom is all over the place. It's been in all 3 lanes now, making use of the Hand of Midas as well. And now he's headed back to his homelands of the top lane.
Yeah, he's just playing great game right now. Ela is really shining so far, like the standout player so far of this game. We'll have to keep an eye on how he keeps going, but for now, he is the only one with any kills on the side of Radiant. He's taken all 4 of the kills, so big investments in Doom, but that's also what you want. That is a good hero for Stonks, getting richer, and he's gonna go for that mana boots. Probably gonna see him go for the Octarine pretty early as well, and just play a fairly greedy style, which is the offlane Doom style.
So it's not all positive for C-Dub, not to bring doom to the situation. Dawnbreaker is having a bit of a struggle. And in fact, going to pause the game right here and think things over. Now, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. But Dawnbreaker's struggling. Only 2,700 net worth. You look in comparison to everyone else. It's been difficult. And this kind of goes back to what you're mentioning with the Undying being sent down here, the curiosity of it from the beginning. But it clearly has proven to be the right decision, at least in that aspect.
Yeah, I think that was, the reasoning that I could see for not going to a double strength lane is that, the value is shutting down the carry as hard as you can. I mean, if you're a carry Dawn and you're laning into Enigma, who, first of all, denies a lot of creeps just with the Eidolons, and then also you gain decay spammed, it's not a great start. Like, the first 5 minutes of the game are really painful, and we saw that. He didn't really have a solution, so he kind of just ran into a creep wave at some point and got decayed Malfist and just died with very low HP. But now he's heading into jungle, trying to find some place to farm, but Shu is just chasing him. He's already on it. Put down an observer ward, he sees him, he's gonna wrap around after taking the bounty rune. This Dawnbreaker is gonna get no breathing room here.
Yeah, going to continue to make life very difficult on the Dawnbreaker. Getting her level 6, of course, important as well to make use of that Solar Guardian. In the case of if a fight breaks out elsewhere, she can assist if need be. But you do see right now, Queen of Pain is currently at the bottom lane with the Enigma. And this bottom tier 1 is going to be the first tower to fall in this game, just after the 9-minute mark. So Enigma, again, a hero we haven't seen often, as it looks like we're ready to resume. But this game, Fade, looking pretty strong. He's going the, probably as you would expect, build of the Guardian Greaves in full first. And he does have Black Hole, by the way. He's level 6, he gets Black Hole, so that is a threat right now.
Yeah, you want to usually go for this, especially when you play against something like Doom or Rubik or Silencer on Enigma. You want to go for stuff that makes you as useful as possible when you don't Black Hole, so that you're not just that Black Hole and nothing else. So by going for Greaves, he's going to be valuable to his team, just running around and providing that aura, being able to heal. And yeah, going to expect to see him go for not necessarily a Blink BKB type build first, just more auras.
Between Nature's Prophet and Enigma especially, the push of this Dire team is certainly a very strong one. And you see that in the mid-tier 1 as well, taking a good chunk of damage, but rotations are in. Aframucho runs right into 2 heroes. I think he was looking at somebody in the distance right there, but he is going to snowball up and go for the quick TP play, but that Battery Assault's going to connect, and Aframucho is certainly dead.
Yeah, that looked like he was just about to finish the TP, but gonna get cancelled. Clockwork in time, running over, and Queen is also gonna get the top rune. Meanwhile, though, top tower was taken down by Mark and Double King, so they get to take that safe lane tower, restoring the balance in the towers taken. But right now, it's Felt that are wrapping around mid, and they have a hook shot.
Trying to line it up, and I guess if you just get close enough, you can just do this. That makes it a little easier. No hook shot needed, however. Solar Guardian in response, and Doom is here as well. His ultimate's actually coming off cooldown. Not going to be needed against Clockwork, who tried to hook shot out at the last second. Unsuccessfully, though. The Eidolons beating down the tower still. It is going to survive. All 5 heroes on C-Dub side are here, and they might as well push with this.
Yeah, they're gonna go. They don't have Exorcism, but they are all together. Also, the Solar Guardian is down, but what they do have is Doom he is ready, and it's quite intimidating. Also, they have the catapult ready to threaten this tower, so if they can just keep it alive by tanking a bit. But Felt, they want to go and defend this.
And they do. Queen of Pain still in the back lines, has that Sonic Wave. Mark is still a little too deep. Now there's that Sonic Wave, and down goes the Death Prophet. You mentioned no Exorcism threat. Minions are not as worried, but the Black Hole coming out and will catch Tusk as well, who comes out of the snowball. They take out Dawnbreaker, and it's Felt's turn to push. This tower is definitely dead. Can he deny it? His Hoodwing's trying, but he couldn't. His auto attacks don't do enough damage.
Yeah, not sufficient damage output on those right clicks yet, but that was a great fight for Felt. They managed to come in with the Enigma, just waltzing in. You don't need Blink Dagger this early on in the game, just run at them. And he gets a great chance to land a 2-man Black Hole and goes for it and connects nicely. And now back to farming. So they have taken a bit of a lead here already. They're 3,000 gold ahead at 12-minute mark, and they have taken down that crucial mid tower. Like, that is the hardest tower on the map to take out of all the tier 1 towers. So being the first ones to succeed also makes it that much harder for the opponents to do the same thing. Now if Radiant want to go for the tier 1 tower mid, it's so much farther away. You can't TP support your move for it.
Mentioning this Dire team has a lot of these big abilities that sure have longer cooldowns. Tombstone was not used though, and it's a level 3 Tombstone, so Undying still has that threat if a fight does break out. Tombstone could be put down, and C-Dub certainly will have to respect that. So right now, Felt certainly feels like they're in a very comfortable spot, 4,000 net worth lead, and they're going to smoke the 3 of them, with Queen of Pain leading the way towards this top lane. Who's up here? That would be the Death Prophet.
They see Dawnbreaker.
As well as Dawnbreaker. They do. Oh, but Mark scouts Clockwork first. Clockwork, hookshot, not going to use it yet. He's going to be sized up for the time being. TP's coming in. Dawnbreaker, she's chunky, but chunky enough, ain't going to live. Chen, you're on the Clockwork, hookshot to his teammate, so this time it is going to be used defensively for a getaway.
Great escape so far, and Queen blinking to safety means only Clockwork is available to even be caught, but yeah, they do get it. So consolation kill, but this is Exorcism. Look at this Exo. It feels awful. You're so far away from an objective right now, and the Exo only led to you getting a support and losing your carry at the end of the day. A really horrible trade for them.
Very curious how the odds are looking here, in especially game number 1 right now. Esports Bet out to think for that, the Watch Tournament platform, and it might get a little bit better though for C-Dub. It's not the best right now, but they're looking at gank Fade. However, he's got the mech. He's gonna pop in the near tier 2 tower. Solar Guardian being activated though. Dawnbreaker's flying in. Heals coming out still from Undying, but Enigma, it is just too much damage in the end. But now C-Dub needs to get back. Ela is low. Mark even joins as well, and that will be a successful retreat for the time being, at least. So a pretty good kill, especially considering how deep they were there.
Yeah, all of them playing very, very far under the Dire territory, let's say. So they run back and get in position to start shoving mid lane and farm up a little bit. Meanwhile, though, Furion just doing Furion things, hitting creeps jungle, and taking a big lead here. Even against that 7-minute Midas Doom, he is 9,000 net worth versus 6.9k. So definitely looking absolutely monstrous here on the Furion.
Yeah, Furion's just ridiculous. I mean, not that that was a secret coming into this event, but it's just yet more reinforcement as to just how powerful this hero is right now. Clockwork is going to land the hook shot. Doom, second in net worth. I mean, still might be after all is said and done, but obviously keeping him in check. So a solo kill essentially. And how about that 5-kill streak stopper? So even though Clockwork may die for this, very well worth it. Oop, Tombstone going down though, and here shows up Nature's Prophet. He's like, wait, we're not done. We still want to fight this, but of course, again, the Tombstone, you do not want to fight into it, and C-Dub is retreating.
I think at the end of the day, Felt want to back up here because the ultimates are coming off cooldown, and C-Dub are pretty happy to take engagement, but that is a great solo kill to find. Of course, they did use their Observer Ward. It's immediately going to get dewarded by Sanctified from this, but that's a 600 gold solo kill for Clockwork. That's huge. It changes your entire game if you're a support. Getting one big kill like that on the most farmed enemy hero. He is now going to have a pretty early 4-staff on Clockwork. Not completed yet, but only 600 gold away. So that put him as the most farmed support just by getting that one kill.
You know, Waga, obviously we were watching the draft ourselves and kind of been playing out, and that first pick came out of Clockwork, and clearly a very comfortable pick for Chen, and we're seeing here why, but And I figure, okay, C-Dub's going to take the Nature's Prophet, right? They go the Tusk Hoodwink opening, which it has its own merit. But part of me was like, oh, they gave up Nature's Prophet, and sure enough, Felt picks up Nature's Prophet for themselves, and we're seeing what he's doing right here. Now, we're also seeing him die, as that is a great gank from the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. Very much needed. However, Chen is trying to keep them slowed down. Fade coming in, has that black hole. Gonna throw down the Midnight Pulse for now, put him Alpha Stun out. Tusk. Snowball is ready to go. Yeah, they want Dawnbreaker. Oh, no, maybe not. Here shows up Death Prophet Exorcism, and there's a turn. The Black Hole on 3 heroes, the Sonic Wave, and the Wombo combos here. However, Mark is still a strong hero himself. It's not strong enough to K from Shu, and does fall when it's all said and done. So it looked like a sliver of hope maybe for the Death Prophet. That combo is just so pretty, though.
What an amazing play there by Solji, and Fade connecting with their 2 ultis, just bursting down everything. And yeah, Fade, beautiful 3-man black hole without blink. Like, that feels so satisfying, because that's the type of black hole you're looking for when you did go blink dagger, right? And he did it just by walking in, being at the right place at the right time. So yeah, Furin, to touch back a little bit on this, we see him getting ganked here. A reason they might go for the Clockwork first pick is that if your opponent takes Furion, Clock is actually really good against him. You get the hook shot. It's a great way to close that distance and get on top of him. He can't just, teleport out. And, well, of course he can tank Battery Assault a little bit with his summons. I would still say it feels awkward to pick Furion into a Clockwork.
That is fair, so perhaps a deterrent in the end, and makes that draft that much dark. But yeah, look at this replay. Here it comes. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
The black hole, and so satisfying, especially as the Quap there.
And Shu with
Sonic
the big move at the end, just running in with the hit and the clap on Undying, and not going down. Very Chad Reed that he can go in there and help his Enigma take down the DP before she heals back up.
Flesh Golem helps with that. I mean, that is one of those abilities. You think Tombstone and even Decay spam, but yeah, Flesh Golem is certainly a very high value ability as well on Undying, and certainly having a good use there.
I think it's incredibly good against DP as well, because DP relies so much on her mobility, and Flesh Golem is actually one of the best slows in the entire game. 6-second duration, 40% slow on every auto attack. And that's already on level 1, then it goes up to higher slow, of course. Oh, Mark going up a high ground, that could be dangerous.
It's very dangerous. Hook shot, and there's that Flesh Golem coming in. Nope, but the Cogs making this a bit awkward, however, still able to get a thwack or 2. Solar Guardian, though, response. Fade nearby, no black hole, though. They know this. Very long cooldown, so Clockwork going to end up dying, trying to take them elsewhere. They might take a double king, though, the Tombstone being there, and Queen of Pain will finish the job, but she blinked in aggressively. 2 seconds, silence, here's the Doom, she ain't getting out. Fade, again, no black hole, I don't know about even being here, although so wanted to fight this Tombstone. It's getting so much value right now, though.
Oh my god, the
Look
Tombstone.
at this. Yeah, it's just been sitting up here this whole time.
No.
The snowball out. Mark's like, please get me out of here. Eli's like, what do I do? It's a zombie apocalypse. Oh, they're both gonna fall. Tusk, he ain't getting out either. And what is happening?
Is this even Dota at this point? They're Left 4 Dead or something? Oh my god, that Tombstone. I've never seen that high value of a Tombstone, I think. It was on so many heroes for such a long duration. Like, in a pro game, it's rare to see that many heroes commit to a fight and not have a way to bring it down. But yeah, that was really, really huge. I want to see those zombies again, man.
That really, obviously, Tombstone, as you mentioned, especially in a pro game, you have to focus on how many times do we say that, and these teams, they're usually so good about that, making it a high priority. But it wasn't touched that whole time, and you just see that's why you have to focus it, because it literally got 20 to 30 seconds of value right there, and what seemed to be a very successful fight for C-Dub ended up being a complete wipeout in favoring Feld.
Yeah, it wasn't even just the Tombstone and its zombies, of course. There was also the Avalons, and yeah, we get to see a little bit of the replay here. As the game is pretty calm, but we have a little bit of a fight just by Chen here on his Clockwork. He's gonna get run down. Nothing too major. The focus is, is elsewhere.
No, bring the zombies back!
Oh,
well, thanks, Chen.
They do get that. Eli gets another kill to his name. He has 8 kills in this game. Having a fantastic time on Doom with that Blink, BKB, Mana Boots, and now going back for what I mentioned earlier, the Octarine. So he is very ready to initiate as well, having the Centaur stun and the Blink with the BKB.
Okay. And they're trying to make use of it right away. I mean, you see the smoked up. They're hunting in the dire jungle, but unable to find anyone. It's almost as if Felt is very aware of what's going on. In fact, they might go for a smoke themselves. They're grouping up at their own tier 2 over here. And yep, the 3 of them are going to
they brought it back. We're back. The zombies.
Production on point. Love it. I mean, you just see right here. It's like, okay, yeah, this is a win for C-Dub. They're going to kill the tombstone. There you go. And then it's like, wait a second. It's not dying. What's going on? Gleipnir comes out. It's like, wait, it's not dying. The zombies.
Yeah, that was the most awkward moment. Now, with a Roche attempt on the exorcism here, so C-Dub are committing to Roche, but Felt are wrapping around. They went for the smoke on their own, blinking in on the clockwork.
Well, that's a bit of a start. Tombstone's put down. Ela. Oh, Ela's trapped up, though. He did Doom. Okay, he did Doom, actually, the Enigma on the backlines. Didn't realize he got it off. Mark just gets blown up, so exorcism useless there. Ela having to run, very low on life. Even Enigma comes back in for an auto attack. A triple kill for the Nature's Prophet, and let's just wipe them all out. The heal on a fade. How did that go so well for Felt?
I think you can't initiate on Clockwork like that. Clock showed himself alone, but he has Force Staff to keep himself alive. It was a very awkward initiation for C-Dub, just seeing a Clockwork and jumping him there. Maybe they felt like they have to be the aggressors. They can't react and make a counterplay into Felt. But they showed all their cards just for going on a Clockwork. They did kind of luck out and get luck out, but you know, they connected really well with a Doom on the Enigma in the starter fight, but he just walked away and said, okay, I'm doomed, but you know, that's it. You didn't stun him, you didn't keep him close. So the entire fight was very awkward, I would say, primarily because of that focus. You can't commit that many resources to a support.
Yeah, and yeah, Enigma just the walk away strategy, put on the sunglasses, just let your team do the work, and clearly the right decision there. Yeah, the second Doom went in. I didn't even realize he got the ability off initially because he just got sprouted up right away. Maybe Gleipnir read it as well, but either way, yeah, it was very difficult to watch from the perspective of C-Dub because
and that changes a lot as well, because now you have the Aegis going the hands of the Nature's Prophet, so he can be more confident for these tier 2 towers that are opening up a little bit on the map. You're now starting to look at that bottom tower. You're sending a lot of treants at it, and I don't think there's any way C-Dub want to fight into this Aegis, not when you have Doom on cooldown, so they're just gonna try and delay. But this is Felt just getting massive momentum. They're also not hard committing for this tower. It's just like, okay, send Queen there, have the supports there, but Furin, he's farming. Look at him.
Yeah, exactly, and that's to the perspective of Felt. They probably assume that it's not going to be heavily defended either, and they were right. It's, you know, they don't need to go all in for the tower push. As you mentioned, let Quap and maybe some treants do their work, and that they do. Clockwork has a shard, by the way, so the jetpack online and using that to
Between
get a view from above.
Between the jetpack and them having Force Staff on both Undying and Clockwork, this is a super high survivability Clockwork who can really frontline. He's not, you know, like devastatingly tanky or something, but he's so elusive. If he gets to click that jetpack button, he can just fly out from a lot of situations.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Interesting. Blink on Death Prophet. That feels like one of these, you know, obviously not typical, especially after the Guardian Greaves build initially. What's the logic here with the Blink, you think?
Blink is pretty common item on DP because you need to reposition yourself. It's good until there's like BKB on Enigma and some other things. It will be harder to play. I love the Blink on DP generally, but this build doesn't feel like a mid DP build to me. Mark is more of a, I don't know, an off-lane DP the way I see him. Greaves and Blink Dagger. Normally mid you're expecting Witchblade and maybe BKB, you know, Kaya Sanj perhaps even, like a lot of more selfish items, I suppose.
Well, Dawnbreaker has that Desolator. No BKB yet, though herself does have the Shard. However, Starbreaker was on cooldown that whole time. I had just used it, so really no chance of a getaway there. And the Arcane Rune on Queen of Pain allows her to be even more active in the fight. 40 seconds, no Dawnbreaker. You know, Felt's gonna go hunting for more.
Yeah, they're just quickly shoving the other lanes. They're using treants on top, Queen pushing mid, and now they're really hunting. TPing in with the Furion who has the Aegis. He can lead the way. Oh, the rocket connects. Spot sanctified.
It sure does. Yeah, Ela is just on the outskirts of it, but They see Doom, maybe they go for that, but yeah, they're like, it's just a hoodwink, whatever. We'll take the Tusk kill. As Afromush is doing what he can. Gonna blink out, and
Well,
he might
he actually gets away.
escape.
Yeah, the blink after a snowball, really nice. And meanwhile, they managed to get a kill together with the hoodwink ulti and Doom with his chain stun. They actually bring down this clockwork. So a quick burst. This worked out way better for C-Dub than I expected.
Yeah, they will certainly be happy with that. It's one of those, still a lot of ground to cover, a lot more to take back.
Undying wants to fight this,
Yes, somewhere.
protecting his
There's
ward.
that high ground, the tombstone. You want to kill it. It's not easy, though. We've seen that before. In fact, Nature's Prophet cuts off Doom, and Doom's like, wait a second, this isn't how this is supposed to go. Mark standing his ground, but these auto attacks of Nature's Prophet are so strong. He is going to go down an NP, but he killed the Death Prophet first, and of course, the Age is going to bring him right back up. Tusk also falls. Sprout up, hits Dawnbreaker. She's just dead, and it's suddenly just Ela.
That's a
It's just
disaster of
back
a
to the
fight.
mountain.
The moment that you see the tombstone gets dropped on the high ground and they commit to fighting there but do not kill the tombstone, it's a guaranteed lost fight. There's no way that you're winning that. They tried to go on the Undying as well, priority on bursting him after he already used tombstone and got his flesh golem out. Killing him doesn't even matter at that point. So they were kind of flailing, didn't have a good target to go on, and were fighting under a horrible position. Now, mid-racks gonna go down pretty quickly here. They are respawning fast, but not fast enough to defend this.
Yeah, you can tell they're feeling the pressure, understandably. And it's a lot of net worth that's quickly continuing to add up. Doom applied to Queen of Pain. so
Double
Ela-
force.
Double force, though. Gets over away.
Yeah.
And can't follow.
One of the values, playing against Tusk and Doom is just make sure that whoever gets targeted has protection, and these four staffs paying off right here. We see why both supports went for it.
Top tower is under attack.
NP just immediately teleports top, helps to bring that tower down. Of course, does have the Silver Edge. No, we've been seeing that, but to reiterate, Silver Edge in hand for Nature's Prophet. I'm kind of just going through. Enigma actually is having the BKB delivered now too. And what does that mean this game? It seems pretty good, yeah.
Full blink BKB. There are still ways they can get cancelled, like the Doom can still connect, and if he doesn't put the black hole right on top of himself, even the Tusk Punch can stop you.
Sure.
But you can shield yourself by just standing under the black hole, right? So they have some ways to deal with it. The issue for me is they just lost the team fight massively, and black hole wasn't even a factor. It wasn't even used. It's not about the black hole in this game. It's just about this massive net worth lead that they have built now and felt. Oh my god, okay, Furion is scouting for them here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Bro, you're down. Did it, guys. Oh, look at they ping him. They're trying to cut back, but no, he gets the courier and he just gets on out.
He's
there,
just
so
messing with them. He ran in.
really
He actually broke the smoke of Ela when he ran in Shadowblade there, and Ela was like, "Wait, what's happening?" But he's going in again. Furion, that's everyone, buddy.
He has teammates coming.
Yeah, they're coming now,
including Enigma and the rest of them. Clockwork showing up too. So Exorcism being committed for this. Nature's Prophet. He needs to join soon. Solar Guardian. Black Hole, that's going to be a full duration on Doom. Clockwork's getting low. He is going to die to this. Ela, he's just running in circles at this point. Not much more he can do. He is dead. No ultimate to use. Death Prophet, her ultimate's up with the Exorcism, but she's completely isolated and going to be beat down by the Nature's Prophet and the rest of them. And once again, just way too scattered of a fight for C-Dub. It's Felch just has their number.
Yeah, this one is, long over now. They can't really beat them in these fights. There is too much of an item advantage as well as them just having a nice composition. This is kind of what I was worried for early on in C-Dub's game plan, though. Even though Ela, you saw how awesome he played early game. You saw the rotations he made and how he was getting massive on Doom at the same time. And still, the lineup felt way too greedy, way too slow into what Felt are doing.
And I know there's certainly a lot more, but the Tombstone, they didn't have a Tombstone. They really don't have a good Tombstone hitting team. I mean, that is something we have to consider as well, especially when it's uphill like that, right? Like, who's supposed to focus? They don't have that Lina or, that fast auto attacker to be able to take it out quickly. As Afromush is going to go in and, hope for the best right here. Queen of Pain doomed up, but again, the Forest Staffs, they're just so clutch. Double kicks, I want this kill! He really wants this kill. The Starbreaker, Tusk dies in the back line, so, and now Dawnbreaker is isolated herself once again, and I think that it was pretty obvious that was a last-ditch effort of sorts from C-Dub. It ain't gonna work in game one.
Yeah.
In the books, Felt victorious.
Felt easily and very handedly take game one here. I think you hit the nail on the head there that it's about the Tombstone, right? The Tombstone was winning so many fights, 2-2 and 29 on Shu. And when your best Tombstone hitters are DP and Hoodwink, that doesn't feel good for your team. That's very true.
Yeah, so obviously there is certainly a bit more to talk about and analyze there, but in the end, Felt victorious and feeling pretty good about that one, I'm sure. So they have the 1-0 lead. We'll see what our panel thinks about how that game will play out.
Yeah, we're going to have a chat about this C-Dub Felt game number 1. Again, Felt just really showed up in the laning phase, though the standout Fade yet again. I don't know if this guy can ever really have a bad lane sheep.
Yeah, it was this 17 pick Undying in the second phase for Felt that really made that work. I mean, they picked the Dawnbreaker into it. I don't know if they just didn't consider the fact that they could lane Undying with the Enigma, but it was impossible for Dawn to ever approach the wave safely. He had like the worst laning stage he could possibly have had. Like what he wants to do with the intent of that pick is to use his spells to kill the Eidolons and then take over the lane. And Undying made that impossible for him. So yeah, it was just really, really hard. Really nice game there for Fade.
Yeah, a lot of team fights going in the way for Felt here, gods. But there's what I'm trying to say is, like, even if you struggle in lane, there is almost always a way back in. But when you start losing team fights or not getting pickoffs, that's when you start to really struggle. So for you gods, what had to happen for C-Dub to be able to get a pickoff or to be able to get a win, just anything on the board here?
I think they were a bit too all in on this, like, Mark being this active playmaker, especially when he's playing a hero like Death Prophet. He kind of sacrificed his own game too much for me in order to, like, you know, try and make these plays and take early towers. It's hard because you've got this offlane Doom who, you know, wants to take up a lot more farm than most traditional offlaners, and is this kind of, you know, it's this hero that takes a lot of net worth, comes online kind of early, so it does match the timings with the DP, but when your mid laner's the one going Greaves, I think it was Falcon Blade and Blink, like, I don't know, I didn't really feel like Mark was set up to have a good game and wasn't really playing like a traditional mid. And as a result of the way he played, they were kind of all in on this idea of, like, you know, basically snowballing the game and winning in the early to mid game. The same thing goes back to also the Dawnbreaker pick. Basically, the way their mid played combined with having a Dawnbreaker as your carry meant there was no way C-Dub wins this game late game. They had to play fast, they had to win the lanes, and Felt were kind of ready for it. Like, I think they drafted so that their lanes were very stable. That's why they picked the Undying support. That's partly why they have an Enigma. It's just a hero that never really loses its lane. It just sits there chilling, denying creeps, doesn't really die. So I think Felt just made sure they had stable lanes so that they couldn't get run over.
I want to add on to that as well. The Doom, he played for this early timing that you talked about. He maxed his Scorch Earth, he TP'd bot early, got those 2 kills, he went mid. But I felt like because of this, because of Mark also going a sacrificial item build, no one had money. Their net worth was very low at all times. Eli, even like by maxing Scorch Earth, he didn't have points in his queue. He had a Midas, but his net worth was not as high as it should have been. There was no one that was actually being or having gold funneled into them to be a win condition. Which just felt really bad. You'd see, for example, the Doom, he would be mid, kind of do something there, and then he would see that bot lane is just completely open and free. He'll walk towards it, and then instantly have to TP back mid to respond to more fighting. And everyone's just really sad and being yanked around on the C-Dub. I don't think anyone felt comfortable that game.
Yeah, really unfortunate for C-Dub, just sort of falling into this draft issue that could never really resolve itself when you do have a team like Felt who are able to capitalize on it. And you've already highlighted our MVP sheep, but Shu on the Undying is going to get it. You obviously get a chance to hype him up even more now.
Oh my god. They took 2 fights, notably on C-Dub, underneath a cliff tombstone, which was just poor form by them, honestly. But like, I think it's nice how Felt are playing around cliffs and are ready in position on shoot to get the optimal tombstone off. Like this guy he crushed his lane, he made Fade have a free game completely. He went just super like healing. He had a Vlad's, he had a Locket, and a 4-staff. Like he was just making sure that whoever got doomed was not dying this game. I think his impact was through the roof.
Beautiful play by Shu there, and all of Felt Gods having a fantastic time here. Do you feel, obviously there's a lot of variables still, do you feel that, this series is very much theirs? Like, what does C-Dub really have to change up? I want to say outside draft, okay? I want to say outside draft because I know that that's a very easy thing to try and fix, but outside draft, what do they have to change for game 2?
I think they really need to hit their timings. It's kind of tied a little to the draft, but I think more than anything, it's like they draft in a way where they have these strong timings, they have these win conditions, and they need to just hit them and play to those timings in a really strong way. This game, usually their timing is very early game centric, but they need to, not go too all in on the early game, but at the same time be ready to kind of okay, as soon as they hit that right item timing, go. Put Felt on the back foot, because Felt just kind of chilled a lot this game, at least in the early game. They weren't playing super aggressive. They just kind of let the team fights come to them. And I think that's something C-Dub can do a better job of in game 2.
Okay. Make C-Dub feel uncomfortable. Felt uncomfortable on the side of C-Dub. We'll see if it's possible for game number 2, which is happening after this break. welcome back. Our second series, second game between C-Dub and Felt is happening. If you missed it, Felt took game number 1. So for the sake of some good Dota, we want to see C-Dub bring it back here in game number 2 and draft very clearly underway here with C-Dub getting a Lina Beastmaster and then Felt going back for the Enigma and Tiny there, gods.
Wow, some big boys and girls getting through in the draft. They've done this before where they gave away the Lina. I remember we spoke to Fade afterwards, and he's like, "Yeah, this is what like teams like Tundra do, where they play into the Lina and use Enigma as kind of their answer. Like it has a very stable lane, slows down the Lina by denying a lot of farm. But combining it with the Beastmaster, to me, this is like super comfort zone for C-Dub. Like double King Lina, they've got the Beastmaster for Isla." And it puts a lot of pressure on Felt to kind of answer these 2 picks.
Yeah. Hopefully they can pick up some more confidence for themselves. But out of these 2 opening sheep, which one are you favoring a little bit more?
C-Dubs. I'm actually super mad that they let these heroes through like this. This is, I mean, what the hell? It's like, this is so dumb. I mean, the Lina is so strong, and you're picking, but you're banning Rubik to pick your Enigma? I don't know. I mean, it might just be because they like Rubik so much, which is fair enough, but like, I just feel like Lina has a way higher priority than Rubik, and this Beastmaster is going to be able to deal with your Black Hole, and it's not like a Silencer where Enigma has so many tools that he's happy to play without Black Hole, and the Silencer is just sort of gimped where he can't use his ult properly. Beastmaster is similar to Enigma in that sense. He has his ability to push waves and farm and BKB piss stun like the Enigma on top of everything else that he already has. It's just I
love the descriptions. Very audible description.
Thanks. I don't even think Lina's that bad against Enigma in lane, especially if they pick some support that really helps deal with the Enigma so that they can't mess with her. It's
10
yeah.
seconds remaining.
So far some support bands coming out for C-Dub, so the clock, the CM. Oh, okay, well, now they just made me look like a liar. TA there. And then Felt with the Sky and the Chen. So there are still a fair amount of support bands going there. The Tiny, those sheep, more likely the pose 4 for Felt. Very unlikely that it's that double core opening, unlike the C-Dub.
I would imagine so. The support picks, I guess, are pretty nice. Or the support bands, I mean, for Felt. I'm not sure what C-Dub want to pick. I'm just there thinking about it in my head, because usually Lina really likes to have a melee hero with her that can sort of body. That's why you have stuff like Clockwork. But I feel like it's more of the range supports that deal well with Enigma in lane. When you look at stuff like Crystal Maiden, which is banned, and Jakiro and stuff like that, things that can trade with the Eidolons. Is God's dead, by the way? What happened to our man?
What? I'm here.
Oh, hi.
You're good.
Yeah, I just we had like a breath where I'd already said something. I was like, "Is God's gonna speak?" I was like, "Oh no, okay."
He just was, captivated by all the information you were just dishing out.
I miss you.
Exactly.
I want to hear your voice in my ear.
I can't see your faces now. I look at these players. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm meant to talk now, Sheepa.
Wait, we can let Gods talk about Felt picking up Dawnbreaker, going support for them.
Yeah, there's Dawnbreaker's on the other side. This is another hero. I think played in their last series, and it was something. Yeah, they play as support, and they just love that kind of aggression that comes out of it. It also gives them a really strong, stable lane. Could even be a safe lane carry. I don't think that's really the Felt way. We haven't seen that from Burna. But I just think as a 5 position, it's good against the Beastmaster, and it does give you some kind of flex potential. Could also be a 4 with the Enigma. Just a strong laning hero that gives you a lot of good team fight. Like you're looking at Dawn Enigma, and against a team that wants to play fast like C-Dub, they love to kind of group up with their Zoo heroes and push down early. Having big team fighters is a good way to stop that death ball from rolling over you.
That was a great chat about the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. This hero doesn't fit into C-Dub's lineup, but it's such a nice Nyx game playing into a Enigma and Dawnbreaker early, you're able to cancel like all their ultimates. But I don't know who you'd lane it with. Obviously, oh, okay.
Alex, you genius.
Thank you. I mean, I'm just thinking you
right.
could lane it with the Lina,
Next
but
Lina,
it's
yeah.
it doesn't deal with the Eidolons very well, so there's still potential there for them to win their lane. But it is a really good
That-
next game.
Yeah, this is what we've spoken to some players, and like when asked about patch change, there's been a couple players who are like, yeah, I wish Nyx was better, and I wish I could play Nyx. And yeah, C-Dub found the dream Nyx assassin game, I guess.
It's so hard to lane though. I mean, you need to be trading with your Lina on every engagement, because when Enigma builds up Eidolons, Nyx just can't deal with that at all in lane. He's like notoriously weak to summons.
And then the other support that they'll have there is the Snap Fire. So one that's a little bit nicer to lane with, so that'll be good for the beast.
Yeah, this I think stabilizes their lanes a little bit, and then Felt get Chaos Knight. They really like these aggressive carries. Like they're gonna try for the third time make CK work. They've lost twice in this. You're gonna have to fill Fear's role, Sheepo, and flame the pick because he hates the hero. But I think for their draft, I actually quite like this. There's not really any good illusion clear either yet for C-Dub.
Oh, CK, what a terrible pick. I mean, you're basically playing into a Beastmaster who's going to be just throwing axes every fight and chipping you down from afar. Like, how are you going to get on anyone? You have loads of long-range artillery from Snapfire that's going to make it really hard for you to navigate around these fights. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know.
No, you're supposed to just say, I've never seen this CK win anything. Honestly, I keep seeing all these teams pick up CK. We even had the perfect CK game in the past, reference some random Div 2 game that Fear watched in his off time. And even then, it absolutely sucked. It couldn't do anything. And now, they're fighting into this lineup, I can't believe it.
That was actually so good. I feel like I've heard that 100 times from Fear. You did perfect. Mine sucked, honestly. Please forget I ever said anything. That was so perfect.
Thanks. When you can do an impression of your panelist, that's when you know I've been listening to everything you say.
You've heard the same tirades about these same crappy heroes that Fear hates.
Yeah. The troll one I could also give you the spiel on too if we ever get another troll pick without Fear.
Maybe C-Dub will pick it. Maybe they'll just throw Lina mid.
Oh yeah. Blindly just throw Lina mid.
I mean, that would not. That actually might fix my issues with the potential bot lane. Honestly, if they put Lina mid and then they just had a carry that doesn't care about. Yeah, I mean, something that doesn't care about Enigma, like a Kunkka safe lane. Yo, pick Kunkka.
Oh yeah, they didn't. Was it? Wait, was it? Yeah, it was C-Dub that you won the Conquer on last game and they didn't pick it up.
Yeah, they picked Doom.
This game though.
This game. I mean, realistically, let's see. They need a mid. Sure, this is fine. This is gonna make it really hard for CK to play at all until BKB. If yeah, they don't have like the highest amount of magical bursts on Felt either, so I think this call mitigates a lot of the early game physical damage they're gonna rely on with Eidolons and CK.
I love it.
Gives them just like a ton of like ability to just keep pushing forward too. Like the chakra able to, keep your Beastmaster ready in fighting shape. Like it just seems like this hero that's gonna really put a lot of pressure onto Felt unless they like directly answer it here with this last pick. Because like none of these Felt heroes, I guess the Tiny, if you're getting a fast blink, can get on top of Coddle, but I don't think you want to play like Tiny mid against Coddle here.
Yeah. Maybe Felt could pick up some more reliable catch, just because I think C-Dub right now have all three of their cores struggle to start fights properly. It is very much like group with your summons and your auras and try and push forward with like BKB's type lineup rather than, hey, we're just gonna like blink on you with X hero and start a fight.
No. Ooh.
A lot of poking on C-Dub.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah. They shove it mid that Tiny there. Alright. Just having a look where everyone's going. Pretty stock standard on the side of C-Dub. We knew where that was going. Felt just that tiny little change up there at the end with a last pick, Ricky. So does this fix some of your issues with the Felt lineup, Sheep? And are you liking how they're going to be able to handle this game even in the later part, not just lanes?
Because if the Tiny is now playing as a core, that makes me pretty happy because it means his blink will come earlier and he'll be able to do more for the team. So I do like that. I think the Ricky's going to be really nice as well as a way of pressuring these backline heroes. I know other teams have talked about Ricky versus like Lina and saying, okay, all that matters is that we're able to dart her and then go on her together as a team. So yeah, I really do like this approach. I think all 3 cores are going to be made pretty uncomfortable by this Ricky. So yeah, pretty damn solid last pick for me.
Yep. And same for you, God. You're loving where Felt ended up on that draft.
I absolutely, and I think they also look very comfortable when Fade's playing this Enigma, so I think there's a good chance we see that Felt 2-0, but part of me also hoping for a Game 3 if C-Dub can pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, Felt with the last minute change up, some comfort. C-Dub also on a lot of comfort for themselves. I am excited for this game. Hopefully it's a close one. It's action-packed. It's game number 2 between C-Dub and Felt with Waga and Breaky.
These 2 teams are certainly not disappointing in terms of diversity when it comes to these drafts and some fun things to talk about. But looking forward to seeing how game number 2 looks. Of course, Felt with that 1-0 lead. But Waga, we have a Nyx Assassin, a Ricky. What's going on here?
The Invis is coming out, man. Is this the first Ricky game that you and I cast here in the NADPC? I don't know if it was picked a single time, which is a little bit surprising because Ricky, notoriously strong, that shard currently, the support Ricky, is very, very good. I'm a little bit concerned about other departments here. I might have to hold that, though they run into each other. Good stuff.
Oh, geez, yes. The Nyx Assassin, the Impale comes out. Not really the most follow-up, though, so that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, they weren't close enough with the Snapfire to really continue chasing there. If the stun from Nyx was followed up by maybe a Scatter Blast or a Fire Snap cookie, maybe there could have been a kill. But they're going to stick around aggressively here. They drop a ward and they again get Vision. They have all 5 heroes. They can fight this.
There you go. There's another Impale. This one much better for following up Shu. The Celestial Hammer buys the distance, though. The slow comes out and is going to manage to live. So we've seen a couple of these early Impales. No kills as a result, but going to send Dawnbreaker back to the base. We'll see if it can maybe get C-Dub 3 bounty runes. Yeah. They're going to fight for this.
Trying for it. Top, though, the CK and Ricky are pretty strong at fighting for the rune as well. Nice double stun by Afro. They're going to keep chasing Yila here, but this is awkward. You don't want to chase forever as CK. You want to get back to your lane as well. But throwing the Tiny, okay, he's joining too. I guess they can get this.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you get the kill, though, then it's absolutely worth it, and they are.
Yeah, didn't expect the Tiny to come in and help out with a tree grab from far away, so Solji being useful for his safe laners there as well, and that's a good start, getting the first blood for CK.
I mean, there's so much to talk about in these drafts still, but the early action is preventing that from happening. But again, let's get back into it now. So where do you want to start with this draft as far as what's worth breaking down?
I mean, obviously the C-Dub getting the Beastmaster and Lina in the opening is huge, but if Beastmaster is not careful here, it might actually die a second time. They're chasing him now. I think he might just die again, and he has no TP now. This is disaster. This is absolutely massive that he died there.
I mean, Nyx Assassin went to pull, and Ricky's like, I mean, yeah, let's do this. And with a double bounce, the double blink strike, he couldn't get away. So, yeah, taking full advantage of Aframoosh setting up the creep pull, and he's still going with it, and Ricky's being annoying, but in the end, he's going to get back to the lane right here. But you're right, yeah, walking back. I mean, yeah, Beastmaster going with Alina. Great start, but, man.
The big thing for me here is C-Dub are laning this in such a weak way, though. They're putting the Nyx and the Beastmaster together. It's not a very strong combination. They're going for that double melee, and I don't really like Nyx. His lane impact is garbage. The main reason this hero is weak is because his laning stage is not that good. And you could have had a Snapfire up there with a Beastmaster for just a very spammy, harassy lane, you know, very stock standard Beastmaster combo of just spamming spells together with, you know, either a CM or something else, right? In this case, Snapfire. And bottom lane, you would have Nyx and Lina, which is completely fine. I don't understand why Snapfire is being used on the safe lane here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just
in the end,
barely getting away.
That's how they have it set up. But yeah, again, Aframoosh getting super low right there, and Ela doing his best to protect it. But you just see the start that CK has already had. I mean, CS not necessarily the prettiest, but net worth is already, you know, fairly up there because a couple of hero kills to work with. So, but this does go to the Lina. I mean, Double King playing the Lina. They have the Lina here on the side of C-Dub. Obviously, highly talked about, considered one of the, if not the strongest hero right now in the game. Ela, by the way, once again being pressured, port back in from Nyx Assassin, then even the smoke put down just in case.
Man.
That's a third kill on Beastmaster.
In
Ouch.
2 minutes and 40 seconds, he died a third time and gets tipped now from the mid lane as well, who was part of the first time that he died. But yeah, this is a horrible start. They are going to need some big shoulders on this Lina to carry this game, I feel, because the offlane is not working out at all. This timing on the Helm of Dominator is not going to be nearly what you want. He's getting some CS on Beastmaster still, though. He's actually ahead of the CK in CS, which is kind of funny, but sometimes it works out that way. When you just run in and kind of die over and over, you at least come back with full HP and go for the CS. So credit to him for that.
I'm recalling now, C-Dub did get Lina earlier on in this tournament, and Double King did have to essentially kind of carry, obviously, team support around, but it was Mark, I remember, maybe playing Ember Spirit, it comes to mind, but yeah, he really struggled in the mid lane, but...
No, that was the game he played Tusk, I think you're thinking of, right?
That was Tusk, yeah, that
Mark's
was
Tusk on
right.
mid lane being really, really shut down, and then, yeah, they got mega carried. Bottom, Sanctified.
Point
might
is...
get a bit in trouble here?
He's dead, right?
Yeah.
They're all the way to, maybe not, never
Lina.
mind. Speaking of Lina, good job with the LSA and keeps him alive. Shoot getting low, but not low enough. But the point is, Lina is a hero that can take over and carry.
She certainly can. She will get stifled a little bit by the Eidolon spam, just denying creeps, but she will eventually just start going into jungle, and even the Eidolons can get killed. She's trying to kill some. Top, trying not to be aggressive back onto the Riki, but Riki not taking too much damage from this combination of Nyx and Beastmaster, especially with the Boar max build, not going for max wild access. You have to go through the 6 armor of this Riki, and 6 armor on the CK as well, so neither of them taking that much damage.
Yeah, the Riki pick is certainly paying off pretty well so far.
I thought the weakness of Felt, though, was that the CK Nyx or CK Riki is not that strong of a lane. I actually think it's a rather abusable lane, but the Nyx Beastmaster is weaker.
Oh, Afromush getting super low, and in fact low enough. Again, the double blink strike coming out. Now Riki is going to die for this.
Bottom lane as
and
well.
It's kind of a free teleport, but yeah, bottom lane Sanctified falls, and Lina doing her best, but cannot keep the Snapfire alive there.
Yeah, full combo used. Lina at least not being focused, gonna be hitting away here and trying to CS, but Enigma doing a good job back in the lane and denying as much as he can, but the Eidolons. You don't want to let them die like that. Feels bad. Every single one that Lina gets, that's just her scaling a little bit faster.
That's nice. Riki, by the way, is coming bottom lane. Yeah, they're going for a kill. Lina,
She got greedy.
in trouble. She did. She went up a bit too far. Did not expect the Riki to show up, especially, and again, the double blink strike to secure the kill. So yeah, great teleport in from Chen. Playing the Riki.
So that's why he was dying with Eidolons. It's ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. And he saw the last one, he wanted it. Mid now Nyx, trying to get a stun onto a Tiny. Illuminate's gonna be off the mark, so not gonna be able to get a kill here on the Tiny, I think initially at least.
Yeah. Well played by Tiny. Hawaga, it's been, well, actually, hold on, because 6-minute runes more so are coming in. Avramu's going to pick up the Arcane Rune that just spawns right in front of all these heroes, Shu included, and Shu is definitely dead, doesn't have mana for anything, and cooldown even in play. But I was just about to say, it's been nearly 5 to 6. We haven't even talked about the mid matchup yet. It's kind of crazy, Waga. But yeah, Coddle versus Tiny.
Yeah.
Very close right now, but
It's going pretty even. Also going pretty much as expected. Tiny managing to clutch a few denies. Obviously having that massive damage is one of the heroes that can deny Coddle quite easily in lane. Both of them dead even in farm though. It's pretty much what I would expect. It was the least eventful of the lanes. Oh no, Afro misses the stun. Still gonna try and chase a little bit, but CK should be fine here.
well, actually, Beastmaster is the one that's in trouble now. Again, the blink strikes. This Riki is 5-1-1 to start. So much for this lane being maybe a bit weaker with the Riki Chaos Knight. They are absolutely dominating at this top.
Yeah, they got the dream start getting the first blood, and then going for the Nyx as well. He's not that survivable. Does manage to run away though, just barely, as he doesn't want to stun into the Spiked Carapace, holding the stun on the CK there. But this lane is going so well. CK not dying a single time. He's getting to farm. You know, I mentioned his CS was not the highest at first, but here comes Coddle.
Oh, missed though. Missed right there. Good job with the smoke as well from Riki. The blinding light finally going to come out, but without that smoke, he would have done it earlier, and perhaps CK's in trouble. But Chen even going to pop that tricks of the trade. He's fine. Chaos Knight thinking about going back in Reality Rift, but canceling there.
Should be careful. Beastmaster hitting level 6 very soon. That could be a good timing here for C-Dub. There it is.
Trying to time it around this gank. Illuminate does connect. Oh no!
Oh, Ela.
Oh. You feel bad. I mean,
He
it
has
happens.
felt bad this entire game. He's 0-4-1 and his first ulti is on an illusion. This is despair mode. Bottom lane, Sanctified, trying to get the experience under a tower. Just not really getting any help here from Lina, but Lina coming around though.
Dire's top tower
Loki
is under
pulling distraction. Again, has those tricks. Meanwhile, Fade goes down at the bottom lane. So there's so much action at the top, but back to the bottom. Sanctified getting low, though, and she was able to finish him off. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but Double King still wants more. Wants this kill on a shoe. Not level 6 yet, but the auto attacks are going to be more than enough. And there you go. Now is level 6. Secures that kill back to the top lane. Illuminate going through. Nyx Assassin dead, though. And Illuminate not able to finish off any of these very low heroes.
Yeah, Tiny making a little move there with DD Rune. Really nice rune to have on Tiny, and you can always finish off with the tree grab like he did, just throwing it at the last second. And with DD Rune, that's 300 damage a hit already at 8 minutes in. Tiny. Lovely hero.
It's pretty good. That's not too bad. Yeah, you're happy with that if you're Tiny here. So making use of it and helping to kill that. Gonna kill the top lane. Now, I guess the one positive at this top lane for CW, they kill the tower. They are able to get the tower kill. Beastmaster has his helmet the Dominator.
Yeah, they got the tower. They made some nice moves, and just spamming out with Coddle coming up there, I think, helped a lot. And ultimately, CK is not a good wave clear hero, not very good at defending. And the same can be said for Ricky. Both of them are terrible at tower defense. I mean, this is only one of the weaknesses of the lane. The lane has worked out beautifully for them. So even though they lost the tower, I think Felt could not have expected anything better on the safe lane than this. Ela, though, he's keeping his head down. I mean, as much despair as he has had so far, 9 minutes, he's got the Dominator, he's starting to farm up, tower gone, like you mentioned. But I think all the pressure is on Mark right now. He has to be the playmaker.
Hey, he's currently been farming up the jungle. He's actually at the bottom lane right now with that Spirit Form activated, but unable to find kill yet. Although 10-minute runes are coming in. There's going to be region actually gets destroyed by Sanctified because Tiny was headed over. Tiny avoids the impale though. Toss back on Nyx, does a beautiful avalanche. And the smoke screen put down. Chenny's definitely at least got one kill, right? Sanctified Cookie. It ain't going to be enough. Tricks of the trade to take him out. Illuminate, trying to scare off the rest of Felt, but you got to keep running if you're C-Dub.
Yeah, C-Dub has to back out, but at the same time, that's 5 heroes moved over by Felt. They did get a kill, but I don't think they can organize a threat for a tower. Their lineup is pretty greedy and fairly slow. Like, one of the downsides of CK is he kind of wants to just hit creeps early on and doesn't do it very fast. And they need to send some hero up to just deal with this Beastmaster pressuring tower. Looks like Ricky is going to be going there, perhaps setting up.
Yeah, headed up here. And, of course, Invis currently. Eventually going to show himself, though, and now Beastmaster realizing that somebody's actually here to defend.
Yeah.
Going to get the Hellbear Smasher pulled back.
He's going to have a 15-minute exactly shard on Ricky this game. That's pretty much guaranteed with the way this game has started. Having 6 kills on Ricky and 2 assists. He's already got 1,000 gold, and there are 4 minutes until he needs to have that gold for the shard.
What are the expectations? Again, we haven't seen it in Division 2 yet. The shard pickup on Ricky. What is that really going to mean for the Ricky?
So, I mean, the beautiful thing is he can set up for his team, right? And he can stop a lot of engagements. Basically, you go shard, you go ether lens, and then you just spam it on whichever core hero needs to get it the most in team fights. Otherwise, you just constantly try and set up for your team.
Here's Solar Guardian coming out. Never mind. Yes,
it was cancelled by the Spike Carapace. So Spike Carapace is a hard counter to Dawnbreaker because you can't jump in. Nyx just stops you any moment he wants.
That makes a lot of sense there. And that's level 6 Nyx Assassin now, by the way. And also, obviously, Ultimate coming out from Beastmaster. They blow up the Enigma. So good start for C-Dub. Mortimer Kisses from afar. And you also saw Laguna Blade being used by Elena, so they do get a couple of kills, and now they're going to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower as C-Dub.
Yeah, very crucial to be the first ones to take that tower like we pointed out last game. And this time, with that DD rune on Lina, there's no way that Felt can fight into it. Beautiful Mortimer Kisses uses into that team fight as well, preventing any chance for Felt to take it. And this is where, you know, the panel, I felt like they were very, very confident about Felt's draft. I thought that the draft looks pretty greedy to me. There are 4 melee heroes, and then you have an Enigma on top of it. It can be difficult to play into what CW have. And obviously, when they have Lina and Beastmaster, like, their draft is still very, very potent on the side of CW. So, they'll try and take control of the map with Beastmaster and his Hawks now.
Yeah, Beastmaster could be in some, I don't know about trouble, but yeah, they're going to spot the Tiny actually. And Tiny has a blink though. He is going to use it. Avalanche wants to get that toss. Unfortunately, he hits the creep instead of the Beastmaster. Cookie's done in, and they're going for a turn on the side of CW. Illuminate going on through. Blinded Light pushback. Tiny's he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Dawnbreaker unable to assist, and now Dawnbreaker's in a pretty bad spot. Jukes to the train.
Yeah, he juked the
to
dust.
the right.
They have another one though.
Yeah, Jukes. Yeah, well, but it might not matter. He's trying to finish off Aframoosh, but instead his partner and Dawnbreaker going down, and Ricky has to respect what's left.
Yeah, overall, CW are just brawling really well around the Coddle, and having that vessel, he can heal people really fast, and he has even more damage now for killing. So Mark stepping up big time here. I said this needed to happen. They have to take fights around him. He needs to be the space creator, and by winning that team fight, that allows Ela to start pushing this tower even harder.
So the other thing I wanted to reiterate is Aframoosh trying to go for the stun there on Ricky. Good job with the tricks though. Puts the smoke screen down. Chaos Knight always going to be stunned up with the Primal Roar. Actually, he thought he had a free kill onto
what a
the
black
Snapfire. The Solar Guardian, but there's that Nyx Assassin with the Carapace. Ela is going to end up falling in the midst of it. The Black Hole obviously canceled earlier on, but it didn't matter. Work could already be done. Nyx Assassin trying to run the spiked Carapace. Making it difficult. The TP out from Mark is going to be stopped, though, thanks to the Avalanche, and now the chase is on. Aframoosh, he'll be picked off. Can they catch up to Mark? It doesn't look like
no way.
At least Cotta will get out.
Yeah, he's so fast. He didn't even go for the Windlace extra. Oh, he added it now. Yeah, so normally when you have the travels, you also want to get the Windlace and get even faster. So now Coddle, 471 movement speed, going to be increased even more, up to 494. And even adding a nice little fluffy hat going for a 4-staff next. Gonna make him a bit tankier so he doesn't die as easily to a tiny combo as well.
So yeah, and we even saw it a couple times in that fight, but again, Nyx Assassin. Yeah, weaken the lane. Okay, you know what? We're out of the laning phase. So there's a reason they picked up this hero, and it's that spiked Carapace, right? It's maxed out now. I mean, you saw in that last fight, it's gonna continue to have a higher impact. That will be another annoying ability that they're just gonna have to deal with on the side of Felt, and they're going to have to deal with it very soon right here as we see CW is running up.
Yeah, CW, they got smoke revealed, and we see Ricky kind of tanking this. I don't know if he needed to go in here. He's just going to go down, I think. Oh, wow. He actually lives. Okay, never mind. He knows exactly what he's doing. Man, he's playing a great game of Ricky here on Chen.
Yeah. Definitely keeping them annoyed on the opposition. But it almost feels, I gotta admit, it feels odd that CW actually has a bit of a lead right now. And kind of speaking of that, let's take a look at the odds and where they stand currently. esportsbet.io, watch during platform. Check it out for yourselves. It is favoring Felt, but it's not a massive lead. It's still CW keeping it respectable. And again, net worth, they even have the lead right now. So Ela, yes, he had an awkward moment with his first ultimate. He died 4 or 5 times in the laning phase, but you know what? He's still having pretty good impact considering.
Oh yeah, and we see them trying to bring down the Ricky here, chasing him. He jumps over to Enigma. Gonna stay fine for now. The Greaves helping heal him as well. Tiny has a haste rune. That's huge. He can get Coddle maybe?
He's gonna go for it. Solar Guardian in as well. Again, the spiked Carapace immediately coming up big and Bellstem, but it's not gonna save the Coddle. And now Nyx Assassin in trouble. Carapace up in 2 seconds. Cookie gonna help him. You certainly want to chase this though if you're Felt, because you know you have a 5 versus 4. Double King, LSA, bit of a threat. Nyx Assassin, Spike Carapace gets pulled in though and blowing up. Primal Roar, awkward. Chaos Knight, the real one. Well, he is dead actually, so they kill the illusion and the real one. Lena, she's gonna get beat down though. She was just stuck in place right there. The smoke screen came down, and Tiny able to assist with plenty of damage still. Now Ela trying to run. Snapfire just using that cookie. This Tiny still bringing some good damage in.
Yeah, I mean,
Black hole in 10 seconds, by the way, but obviously doesn't matter at this point. They just clean up, favoring Felt.
Solji is killing everyone, CK included. The Tiny Airlines there, he pops some laughing voice lines. Hopefully CK is not too upset about being tossed into 3 heroes alone there before the initiation kind of came from the rest as well. Good fight overall for Felt. They desperately needed this. Even though they lost their top tier 2 tower, this allows them to retain some control on the map. And you can see the Tiny in these fights being so useful. That haste rune was massive catching Caudle at the start of all that, so they had to fight without him.
Well, again, very successful fight for Felt and swinging the net worth in their favor. They saw this Ricky, by the way. They know he's in the area. Are going to find a smoke screen put down, though, first. Snapfire, there's that dart. Off in the tricks, though, trying to run. They dust him up, and now CK is coming over. Cannot save his teammate, but they might get at least a turn kill in excess. Sure they will. Oh, the tossing keeper the line into a perfect black hole. It also caught Lena on the outskirts. She possibly can be as soon as it ends, but Coddle's already dead. Double King's going in, though. Shu, that's a support Dawnbreaker. He's just dead. Chaos Knight is fairly low, so not the most confident, but Tiny has plenty alive. The 3-player avalanche stun hits. However, the follow-up damage isn't there. The confidence was there, but the follow-up is not. And a turn for C-Dub.
That was one of those moments where you just see something that you just have to go for because it looks so good. He saw a 3-man Avatars combo and he can hit twice. He's like, I can bring all these heroes down to like 20% HP. I just need a little bit of help and they will all die. The thing is, Enigma without Black Hole there and CK also not really being ready to fight, he just ends up dying alone.
Yeah, CK mentioned it had no interest in fighting right there, so a bit of miscommunication coming out. Ricky, by the way, spotted out. He is dead. Solar Guardian in. Now CK's a bit more ready to fight, and they will pick off Lena because of it. Ela, those Mortimer Kisses certainly doing some good damage, but Ela tanking this damage of CK, however, apparently in the victor. Blinding Light pushback on Enigma into the Illuminate, and everyone else with the beatdown. And now it's C-Dub's turn, well, I guess more so continuing that previous success that they just had in that fight. So Roshan stays alive, but I mean, C-Dub still wins the fight, even though they lost Lena as well.
Yeah, Roche is alive for now, but they can go back into it. Lena is about to respawn soon, and Beastmaster can kind of just start it as well if they want to. Or they can just farm the area and wait for Lena coming back. That's completely fine. But right now, what I'm seeing in these fights is if Caudle is alive, he's having a massive impact, and it's so important that Ricky finds this Caudle. For Felt, they need to stop Caudle from having all these heals and massive damages coming out in the team fights. So Ricky needs to find him, smoke dart him, and then they can combo onto it. The thing is, though, their combo is not that reliable. How many times has Dawnbreaker ulted in, and how many times has it actually been cancelled by Nyx? I think she probably got to finish her ulti about less than half the times that she casted this game.
Yeah, the impact has certainly been lacking there. But again, it goes back to this Nyx Assassin. It's such a weak hero. It's considered in the meta right now, but it really felt like a perfect Nyx Assassin game. It was called by Sheep in the draft, and as a reason why I see that win for it. So Aframush having that high impact. It's going to be spotted right here. Sleeping Dart comes out, but now they know Chet's in the area, and Ricky responding to that and just quickly running away. So Roshan dead. You have Lena now with the Aegis. She's got a BKB to go with that Maelstrom. And here comes the push from C-Dub.
Yeah, going straight towards mid, not wasting any time. And without Black Hole ready, still 30 seconds. This is a difficult one to defend.
Smoke still gonna make it annoying. Maxed out, so good radius on it. Chaos Knight off in the woods to the right. Farming it. Did he get his BKB?
He has the full BKB coming out.
It's big. Yeah, mentioned Black Hole also. 10 seconds left on Black Hole, so yeah, Felt's delaying this just enough to perhaps go in their favor.
Yeah, took down the Dominator creep as well.
Oh, Ricky. Awkward. Chaos Knight going in, Primal Roar. Solar Guardian gonna be coming out. Fade looking for an opportunity. BKB's been activated. Double King included. Tiny taking the beat down. Laguna Blade used, but it's not enough for the kill. There's that Black Hole from Fade, and it's gonna be the full duration on Lena. She had no chance. Nyx Assassin dead. Buyback on Beastmaster. Resurrection. What do you got, Double King? Reality Rift pulling. She got her LSA off. But Shu also assisting with the beatdown, and that's a dead Lina once again for 50 seconds. Now Mark's on the run. He ain't fast this time. He gets pulled back in with the Reality Rift. Double kill, make it a triple kill for Chaos Knight. And Felt, they do win it in the end.
Yeah, that was very impressive the way they took that fight. They baited it out a little bit there by going on the Beastmaster, but not hard committing everything on it. They saved the Tiny, waited to get a better initiation for him, so they didn't stack up on the same targets, because if you look at the side of C-Dub, they have so much AoE that you don't want to like pair up all your heroes going on one target. But they really baited it out with the Ricky there and the Dawnbreaker ulti and set up more for the Tiny to get around, get a nice catch, and the Black Hole was really good on the Lina. Yes, she had the Aegis, but when she respawned, she didn't have any friends. The Beastmaster was already dead.
Yeah, and Kato was, at that point, almost felt like running for his life already, so... Yeah, Felt, again, the patience paid off. They were able to defend that tier 2 tower. They bought the time for the Black Hole. They bought the time for the BKB on CK. And then the execution came into play. Look at this, Nyx Assassin. Good job with the Spike Carapace reaction, though. And now Enigma is going to die for this. Even the Prime Aurora use. However, CK shows back up with his BKB active, and he's going for the beatdown of Beastmaster. Tiny, oh, Tiny got stunned as soon as he jumped in, though. Tiny's in trouble. Tiny's just dead. Oh, no, I think he jumped into the LSA. The timing was perfect. CK's also caught out now. He has to fight this. He goes back in, says might as well at this point. The toggle's not going to be enough to survive, and Double King's able to stand his ground.
Oh, Kato is chasing. There's no way to run out of this.
The pendulum continues to bounce back and forth, and this time it's C-Dub's turn for a victory in this fight, and there's a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this game is very hard contested here. Both teams fighting so hard, and there's no advantage in net worth, but who cares net worth? They're gonna go high ground here. They have no Beastmaster, sadly, but they still have him in spirit by his Ancient Black Dragon. Nyx goes for the stun, but nobody really wants to dive the tier 4 towers. Probably a good thing.
You know, these... Well, I was going to say these last couple of successful fights for Felt, Black Hole has actually been a very high impact for Faye, but it is a longer cooldown. I got to think C-Dub is certainly respecting that fact and, you know, taking full advantage of they knew it was down.
Yeah, there's also advantage of vision. That's a big thing. The last fight that Felt took here, that went horribly for them. Yeah, you didn't have Black Hole ready. You also didn't have great vision. You had no vision pretty much to fight under. And meanwhile, for C-Dub, they had wards, and the Nyx was, of course, initiating their with the bait onto the Enigma, Spike Carapacing. But in the fight before that, Felt had like dream vision, so that was a big contributing factor to why they won it so hard. They're gonna, again, playing towards their vision. CK going in.
Solar Guardian in as well. Mila, he's just dead. Yeah, what a find there. You talk about playing with their vision. This ward is 100% the reason they get the free kill. Oh, the Beastmaster.
Yeah, you want to do something more with the Phantasm now, so going towards top, maybe, okay, get a free courier snipe, going for a tier 1 tower. C-Dub are defending it though. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. He has reinforcements though, and Nyx Assassin, it's good patience on his part.
Yeah, that's a big win. Just that one deep ward finding Beastmaster. Ela, that's his 9th death this game. I mean, that's not just him dying a lot. This game is very, very high tempo and high fighting. There's pretty much no downtime for any of these teams.
Yeah.
And when there's a high tempo game, Haste Room bottom, fantastic find for Tiny again. And him now having a 9-second BKB as well as the BKB on the CK could make for a promising fight for them next.
Yeah, the Black Hole's ready to go. Zoom ready for Tiny. I was going to mention Dawnbreaker even, again, hasn't had the most success farming, but you know, it has a Lotus Orb on Dawnbreaker, this support. And a fantastic tool this game. So, yeah, it seems like, again, preparing at least for a fight right now, Felt perhaps has that upper hand, but we are going to see C-Dub go for a 4-player smoke.
Yeah.
As the pause will hit.
There's also a Lotus Orb on the side of C-Dub. I would say this Lotus Orb is even more important because their Lotus Orb is here to dispel the Sleep Dart. It's dispellable, so you can use it to purge off the sleep on people. You can also, of course, just put it on someone and then you know, return the Sleep Dart, possibly if you have vision on him, or CK can't just mindlessly stun when he doesn't have BKB up. It's very useful in general here.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, you know it's coming. Smoke gonna be exposed. Smoke screen put down. Perfect smoke screen. Allows Tiny to also jump in, so Ricky's gonna get it blowing up, but Aframoose, the quicker spot onto him. Impale stun. Connects. Ela locked down as well. The BKB from Chaos Knight. Avoiding some good damage from Lena. Ela, nice force staff away. He's actually going to survive. CK getting low. Had to run as well. So take a look back. I mean, it's only a 1-for-1 in terms of kills, actually.
Yeah, that was looked like it could be a lot more. Both teams kind of not overcommitting there, playing it somewhat safe. Ricky nearly got out after smoke screening, but still got caught in the end. There is the Gleipnir on this Lina, which is a horrible thing for Ricky to play into. That's the setup stun that they need, because a lot of their stuns are really telegraphed. The Nyx stun is kind of slow. Fire Snap Cookie is kind of slow. The LSA is very slow. So Ricky can always juke those, but Gleipnir flies out real fast, and then the stuns follow.
An item that we don't get to talk about too often is Enigma with the Crimson Guard being picked up right here to follow up the Guardian Greave. So going the Crimson Guard route this game.
It's interesting that he's going for it. Lina does hit extremely fast, and that's generally what the Crimson Guard is good at, blocking fast, low damage instances instead of, slow, super high damage instances. Sure. But it doesn't do anything to the Caudal. He doesn't care at all, pretty much. It's decent against the Snapfire, I suppose, and pretty good against Beastmaster. But yeah, it's an interesting choice. I guess he just doesn't value getting the timing for Blink BKB in this game, since there is Roar, and it's going to be very difficult for him. So instead, just going this Aura build, tanking up.
That was well played by Aframush right there. Actually baits out the CK with the illusion and made him think that he had a chance on the real one, but in the end, CK going the illusion and going to meet back with the team. But I got both teams playing a bit cautious right now. It's the 5-player smoke, though, coming out from Felt and going top.
Yeah, they want to go in. They're going to go for a little bit of a wraparound here. Might run into just the Nyx. We'll see what they connect to. They have Gem on Ricky, so he's scouting for wards.
They end this game. Oh, but Nyx Assassin gets found by CK and he blows up. He has buyback. Ricky also caught, though, and he is not buying back. Solar Guardian flying down. Snapfire locked in the midst of this. Primal Roar used. Lena, though, they're on top of her, including Chaos Knight. Pulls her in, and she gets no, she's alive. Never mind. I thought she got blown up right there, but no. It's CK, the one that was getting blown up, but he manages to TP out just in time. Can Tiny escape? Probably not. The Avalanche being cast, but his TP stopped. Double kill for Mark. And 4 for 1.
So much of that is just the high ground. This is like, cue the Star Wars meme, it's over, I have the high ground. It's literally over because they had the high ground. They stood in such good position there. Ricky managed to quickly react with a sleep dart when he put down the high ground vision. And even though there was a nice burst onto that Nyx Assassin immediately by CK, look at him now. He's not really doing anything, kind of just walking around, and his team is in there. Like, his brothers are dying in this battle, but he didn't want to walk into this ramp because he knows if they all go in at the same time there, they're just going to succumb to all the AoE stuns.
I heard the Primal Roar go off, and I see right there in the replay, that was actually just to kill ultimately the Enigma as he was channeling the black hole for maybe a second at most on the Lena right there. And then, yeah, Lena, that force staff she got actually from a teammate, boosting her over the ledge and allowed her to just turn into Chaos Knight and obviously help make the successful fight there.
Yeah, it helped, but I think even at that point, the fight was already lost. Like, C-Dub, they already were at such a disadvantage. So I think they just took a fight into a high ground, and usually that's very difficult to do. I can understand Ricky walking up there and wanting to get high ground vision, but that pretty much is what was the catalyst to this fight.
Well, Double King spot in. Dart's going to be used, and Ricky's running though. No, nothing more he's going to do with that. Just going to be annoying. But yeah, Lena, she's got the Aegis again. Who do they give that shard to? It looks like Beastmaster. Okay, so they have the dive bombs now. Beastmaster in play. More crowd control.
They managed to save their gem? I can't believe that. Wow, I thought they lost that gem. Like, everyone died in that.
True. Yeah, Ricky has one.
Yeah, Ricky lost the gem immediately, but no, they managed to save it after the fight, even though it looked so horrible. Bottom tower now, gonna go down very quickly here to just Beastmaster and Lina. They even have the option to just keep going a little bit, throw people back on the high ground, and I mean, this can just be straight up a high ground push if you want. Black Hole is on cooldown for a little bit here. 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds. You have level 20 Lina now, so that Fiery Soul per stack talent's online. She's got the Aegis for another 3 minutes. Yeah, why not start knocking on the door? And they get the tier 3 tower. Yeah, about a third of its life is gone at least. It's going to be a smoke retreat, though. Also a wraparound coming up from C-Dub, trying to find somebody.
Yeah, they have a useful Hawk in the enemy base, so they see that Tiny is sitting in there. Now they're just trying to find where CK is. They know that he's trying to finish his AC somewhere on the map. He's farming. They're pinging top, but that's not the real one. They saw the real one under the ward, but he blinks away.
Yep. God, that presence of mind right there.
Oh,
I mean,
he's not
maybe they got
TPing
some
though.
vision.
He's not TPing.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, awkward. That's awkward. Yeah, if he just TP right away, he's out, but he was trying to escape a little bit and then go for the TP, and yeah, Aframish ends up finding him. He's out for 80 seconds. No buyback.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. He ran around for so long before TPing in the tree line there, and also went for the no BKB TP. If he BKB TP'd, then he would be safe from the Nyx. Very greedy play by the CK here, because he was playing in dangerous territory. So
Yeah.
At that point, yeah, you're now forcing your team to defend without you. Blink is available for Enigma though. He does have the gold. He goes for it. He has it. This could be a
they're
good
missing
Blink
out.
reveal surprise.
It could, but where's the damage follow-up going to come from? With CK dead, they're missing a lot. Ricky. Gleipnir holding him in place. Cookie Stun's going to miss. Everyone's ready to fight up here.
no.
You mentioned... Oh, that's awkward. Well, so much for that blink of Enigma. Yes,
Midnight
he's now
Pulse,
dead.
and
And
despite Carapace, he
Yeah.
threw down the Midnight Pulse and immediately realized his mistake when Nyx comes out from the shadows and says, hey, thank you for giving me a reliable way to stun you. Aframush having good impact here. And yeah, that's just Rax. Now you gotta wait for Enigma 30 seconds, so that could be mid-Rax as well.
Yep, this is just very... maybe not quickly, but this is just definitely snowballed for C-Dub. Well, it's just a back and forth battle. It's not completely in their favor, and Tiny, Lotus Orb might... No, it's not going to save him. Chaos Knight doing what he can. The beatdown. Double King. It's got a Satanic, though. And even so, he had an Aegis, and CK just has to run now. He's just trying to get out of here and gets the Lotus Orb himself, but Ricky... Life to locking him in place to finish the job. Chaos Knight, Lotus Orb is worn off. They catch him again. He's dead for another 80, and I think game 3 is likely upon us. Although the Black Hole, the damage follow-up is kind of there, apparently. You know what? They are going to clean them up, so I apologize. Yeah, Coddle's isolated, but there's that resurrection from Lina. LSA going for the kill and a Dawnbreaker. Ricky's doing good damage to Lina, though. In the meantime, the Malphite stun's hitting, and Ricky blinking back in. Double King's getting low, but the Satanic comes out, and suddenly the life will being regained. Kiting from Fade. Double King turning his attention to the support. Dawnbreaker gets that kill. He is barely pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. He does go down on Lina. Yeah. And now Mark trying to run, but the Sleep Dart. Oh, yeah.
He has Aeon Disc trying to go for the kill on the Enigma. Gotta be hard.
Nice stun with the Starbreaker. And Mark is dead too. I apologize. I'm sitting here thinking that this is it, but you know what? Felt wasn't. They're holding.
Yeah, they're really fighting tooth and nail, and that was also very overcommitted at some points, because you know what? Even the tier 3 tower mid is not dead, and that was such a deep play overall by C-Dub. They ended up like basically having a skirmish for well over a minute in the enemy base. They used everything they had in the start of that fight into the Lotus Orb just to make sure that they took down that, what was it, the CK they went on in the start, I think it was? And
yeah,
it worked, but they also returned so many spells onto themselves. The value, that was like the most value Lotus Orb I've ever seen. There was Lina ulti, Primal Roar, I think the Nyx also mana burn into it, like everything was used.
Sure. See Enigma right there, of course stunning himself as a result, but jumping on to the Nyx Assassin, and Ricky trying to follow up, but support's there for the Nyx. So you could tell, they understood that they had a little bit of an advantage right now. While Resurrections are still taking place, they're trying to go for a pick, but now Lina's back up, and yeah, they are doing this under reward. And CK and Pale Stun hit. So here we go. Chaos Knight, who didn't BKB, gets Primal Reward. Crimson Guard going to be applied. Tiny puts the stuns out. Now the BKBs are being activated. Tiny using that Ags, kind of isolated by himself. But speaking of isolation, Nyx Assassin gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, and the BKB TP out by Tiny. Stay safe, very well played there by Felt overall, stabilizing what was a pretty risky situation for him to start. The Ricky coming in and stopping the Snapfire ulti from going down, and then immediately going with the Sleeping Dart onto another target, so kind of just stopping the impact from two heroes in very brief fashion. That's the power of the support Ricky. He honestly is doing so much work right now. Now, he is number 1 in assists, but that number kind of lies, because you get assists for teammates dying. So it's, you know, it says that he has been part of 33 kills right now out of 34, which is impressive, but some of those were teammates.
Fair enough. Sleep Dart, speaking of Ricky, gonna force a BKB out of the Lina at least, even the Phantasm Army from behind, the Crimson Guard buff going up, but CW realizing it's not a fight that they want to take, so BKB use.
They managed to steal the flicker though. The Ricky got the flicker that Lina dropped. You know, she dropped an item and couldn't really run away there, so they lost what is a really good item for Ricky to have as well, because now he can dispel the dusts all the time, meaning that you need sentries, you need gem, or you're not gonna reveal this Ricky. He has such a low cooldown on this dispel from the flicker. Yeah, and Lotus Orb, of course.
This even goes back a little bit more to that push that from CW, where again they did overstep. They focused on farming the heroes rather than really going for the tower objectives. You mentioned the tier 3 tower mid is even still up, although barely. But this has bought a lot of time to still be in a decent spot for Felt to now also have these tier 4 items online. I mean, Penta Edge Sword just picked up by Chaos Knight, which is certainly an awesome item for him to have. You talked about the flicker on Ricky. So we're back to, I'm not going to say we're back to square one, but this is an even game. I mean, this is still anyone's game.
It's all about initiation at this point. There was a smoke used. It was out of vision. Even though there's a dire ward nearby, it didn't really reveal this smoke. So Radiant trying to make a move here to get the better initiation. All of Felt are kind of susceptible to this move.
Tiny. Oh, Impel! It's not the easiest to launch. It's on the BKB reaction and a stun from the Avalanche. Now the CK shows up with his armor. Ela feels the pain immediately. He's able to live though. CK gonna run it out for now. They want this kill on Beastmaster. Fade going in. Fade's like, I want to kill you so badly. Doesn't have his black hole, but he doesn't need him. Alpha stuns are enough. Snapfire in the midst of it. Buyback from the Beastmaster, but Snapfire is dead. She may buy back. Yes, she will. Double King holding this ground with the Satanic. Here comes that Solar Guardian Clasher, though. The BKB. It's going to be wearing off soon for Lina. Going at it toe-to-toe with the ZK. The stun in with the Starbucker, though, and down goes Lina. The Satanic and everything else still not enough to keep her alive. Mark's going to fall. And Felt, look at the net worth. I mean, it's now 7,000 in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely massive, and so much of that is sadly because of that initiation, right? You try to catch, and the Nyx, he is not the most reliable initiator. If you miss that first stun, and it's so scary, he doesn't have time to wait to get the perfect stun, because what if there's sentries, what if there's gem nearby, you know that there's the gem Ricky, so he had to go for the stun quickly, missed it, gave the time for BKB reaction, and everything fell apart from there. And the big thing for me in that fight, nobody focused Ricky pretty much at any given point, so he was allowed to just spam those smoke screens, 6-second duration, 7-second cooldown, and the sleeping darts, and he controlled the fight really hard.
Now, I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on who gets this Ags from Roshan? The Chaos Knight picks it up for now. It's in his backpack.
Probably I would give it to him. You could give it to Tiny to refund his Aghanims. You know, or to sell the Aghanims and get the Daedalus faster. You don't get a refund because you're not Alchemist, but you can get the Daedalus. Actually, he has the full Daedalus. Never mind, it just arrived. Okay, now I think you just consume it, so... Did he give it away?
He gave it to somebody.
Oh, he gave it to Enigma. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Enigma has now the upgraded black hole. I mean, he does have the Blink and BKB, and Enigma has connected pretty nicely. You know what? He's actually #1 net worth after that Aghanims. So he's a top farmer because suddenly you get a 6k gold injection.
That's one way to do it. Well play, Fade. Making use of that farm, certainly, as a Trickster Cloak even drops from right there. That's the last neutral item to find for the team, but you see what happens there. Obviously, the 2-3 mid tower going down in favor of Felt. Now, Felt does have to respect the top lane creep wave pushing in their base. In fact, the tier 4 tower top is already dead. They are going to have to respond to this inevitably.
Yeah, and finally on the side of C-Dub, as they have to respond and go back on the side of Felt a little bit, this gives time for C-Dub to finally get some hands on better neutral items, because they're still running around with like Pupil's Gift on their Caudal. Like, they need to kill some neutrals and get some tier 4 items. They lost the Flicker, but here comes the gank though.
That's Snapfire. She's dead. 95 seconds. Don't buy back all the smoke on Lina. Lina was going for perhaps a stun or something, but got silenced up, and not BKBing either.
He doesn't have buyback.
On a run. Sleep dart hits though. Oh no, this is big. You mentioned no buyback, and down goes Lina. That could even be it now in favor of the Dire team.
She
With
almost
no
has
Lina,
buyback.
no Snapfire.
She almost
5
has
versus
buyback. It's
3.
really close. 50 gold, 40 gold. It's ticking down.
Oh,
so
jeez.
she'll have it soon. They have a tier 2
20
tower,
seconds.
so they can't just get megas. They need a creep wave on Felt. CK's in though.
Wow. Really in there.
That's so big though.
the
That
tower.
little poke that he did triggered A on disc. Suddenly Caudal is a viable target to go on.
And Lina has buyback in 10 gold. It's just oh so slow though. The tier 4 is now going down. She has it. You gotta use it. Like, why are you waiting?
You can't
Just
wait.
go.
You can't wait. You gotta use it now.
There you go. Primal Roar initiation going on to Ricky. Meanwhile, Gleipnir, there's a black hole that comes to Lina as well, and the Caudal, and the follow-up is there. That's going to do it. I'm confident to say that now. GG, well played. Felt is gonna take game 2, and thus the series. What a comeback. What a
And
game.
CK, I'm sad that Fear is not here to enjoy. CK, what an amazing hero. Look at him, 15, 6, and 15. Absolutely only here at the end of the game. There was a part in the mid game where all his illusions just insta-died to all the AoE of C-Dub. But at the end of the day, what a crazy roller coaster of a game. I think the panel has a lot to break down in this one.
I saw Shu right there. His reaction is just a very stoic, like, yeah, we did it. Whatever. I mean, there was some positive reaction, but man, I figured they'd be jumping up after that one. That was a hell of a victory. But yeah, well played, Felt. Panel, take it away. There's plenty to talk about.
A roller coaster for sure. The up, down, up, down. We were feeling all the emotions here on the panel. But Sheep, they did it. They actually did it. Felt took this game despite how good of a Knicks game it was for C-Dub. Them having the Lina, them having the Beast. It didn't matter.
I am in awe, dude. This game was such a back and forth, and it's. I mean, oh god, I'm honest. I'm genuinely lost for words. Like the way that both these teams kind of threw back and forth was like beyond my comprehension. You know, like Felt would have a high ground Cliff Ward, and then they would smoke around or move around so that they were approaching the fight from the low ground, and C-Dub's on the high ground, then lose that fight. And I'm like, what is going on? You have. I mean, really amazing pokes from Felt throughout these games, and these team fights are just trying to use or get Beastmaster to feel uncomfortable and move himself out of position, or waste his roar, cover it with like Dawnbreaker roll, and then re-engage. And this clip here especially, I just wanted to talk about. It felt so bad. I think Wagga already covered it, but it really exposed the flaws in C-Dub's draft, where Nyx has so much of the brute force of responsibility to start their fights for them. You know, if they miss that stun, it's suddenly all on Felt to just turn it around and then take the fight how they want to take it.
It's so impressive, these fights. Every single one of them being amazing. They're all down to the initiation against something else that they talked about there in the cast. But gods, what exactly was the turning point, right? It's not always just one team fight, and in this instance it was a couple, but like, what was the timing? What was the thing that really propelled Felt into being able to take this game back into their hands?
Yeah, for me, the one team fight I look at is that one where C-Dub is like, at the tier 4s, like almost in the enemy fountain, and then Fade like black holes like multiple heroes underneath tier 4 towers. At that point, you're like, I'm kind of scratching my head like, I don't know if you're meant to be there, C-Dub. Like, that's a little bit too deep. The game's not won yet. And from there, I think the game really started to slip away. They kind of just pushed way too hard, thinking the game was maybe in the bag. I don't know what they were thinking, but they just gave this huge window to Felt to just turn things around, with Fade having some amazing black holes this game.
Yeah, it happens. Everyone gets a little overzealous sometimes, but C-Dub, they showed up in this game number 2. They still did have an amazing performance, and they should be very proud of it. But unfortunately, just that little bit of a slip up at the end does give Felt the 2-0 series victory. And our MVP is going to be going the way of Chen on that Ricky sheep.
Chen played really well. The fights where he was not getting focused down or killed were their best ones by far for Felt. We talked about it a little bit in the draft, just how it is. This hero applies so much pressure to Lina. We just saw if he's found in his triangle, or if his BKBs run out, or anything, you just get dotted. And if it gives time for the rest of the Felt heroes to collapse on Double King, and he just can't. Like, even with Satanic, it's really difficult. You're playing into too many heroes, and you have that mischance on top of you. Like, all this physical damage coming out from like the tiny eggs, so on, and the threat of black hole at all points as well. I think Chen also gave a lot of space for Fade on his Enigma to be able to go in for the second initiation. Like, they didn't want to start with Enigma. He wanted to play back and not go in, or he'd just die. And the fights where he was kind of in the first wave is where a lot of their fights went really poorly for Felt. So yeah, I think Ricky just did a fantastic job of making a lot of chaos and drawing out these fights for Felt to get the best goes.
Fantastic work there by Chen, by Felt. The team as a whole just looking amazing right now, gods. And we talked about coming into this series, how important this win is going to be for them. They do get it. We'll talk in a little bit about what it means for standings and for the team as a whole, but just how they shaped up and showed up today, gods. How much are you looking forward to when they do eventually play their final series?
I'm excited. Watching Felt is a lot of fun. They're this team who I think just has this kind of fun, wild play style at times. Like, some of their hero pools, particularly Fade in the offlane, is playing all kinds of stuff. But then they play these super aggressive carries a lot of the time. They carry Nature's Prophet, the CK. Finally got a win. I'm happy for that. I'm sad. Like Waka, I'm just sad Fear's not here to see CK win. I'm sure he would say it was, despite having a CK, they managed to win. But it was just a great game, and for watching Felt games is a lot of fun, just because they are a pretty exciting team when it comes to the way they play Dota.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. With the Felt win, it means a Felt interview, and is none other than Fade going to be joining us for this interview. Fade, you're back here already. I don't even know what more we can ask you compared to yesterday, but just the general, how does it feel? Now you guys have 5 wins under the belt. You only have 1 series left. Like, you guys are in a fantastic position to be going up to Div 1.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, all good. Yeah, first of all, I'll apologize. No one else wants to interview. But it's okay. I'll just relay their thoughts back to them, back to you guys. So yeah, we feel pretty good. I think the last game was a little bit. I think the first game was very smooth for us, if I recall correctly. And then the second game. It was a little weird, but I guess we can just learn a lot from it. I think we gave away a lot of their comfort heroes, though. So we definitely... we gave her the Lina, that's one, and then we gave in their Beast, which is another one. So this is probably, the best they're going to play, and we managed to win. So yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah. When you say that second game was weird in what sense? How the draft played out, or more so when you guys were actually playing?
Yeah, I think we just kind of... I thought we just lost fights, and I was kind of unexpectedly, to be honest. I thought we were stronger, but a couple of monads just kind of caught off by surprise. I think kind of target prioritization was poor at some times. Their supports were living a little bit too long, and then yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think everything was kind of okay. Maybe bot lane could have been better for sure as well. That's just from my point of view, but I think just the team fighting was a little bit weird, and we can definitely work on that. You know, take a look at that after this game.
Okay. I'll pass it over to God, see if he has any questions.
Hey, first, congrats. I want to ask, you mentioned, you gave them like their comfort with Lina and Beastmaster. Is that like was that at all like a challenge for yourselves as a team to try and beat their best heroes, or was there more to it when it came to like you wanted to give them those heroes?
Yeah, I mean, it's their first pick, so you kind of have to give them something. We debated playing against like their Brood, or Ben and Lina. We decided to give them the Lina instead of the Brood. I guess we could have banned both, but they also play well on the Rubik. So yeah, I just kind of have to give them something. And then, I mean, I think they feel pretty comfortable playing these heroes, so that's kind of why I said it. But yeah, we do prepare for these teams, and we kind of talk about like their hero pools, what they like to pick, and so we have like a lot of these the openings. Definitely, we have like all of them like prepared. So we're ahead of time. We're already okay with this, and we have some sort of plan for it. So I think I don't think it was all the draft. I think they had their like comfort heroes, but I think we should have played better as well. The draft that we had, and just executing.
Yep. And I guess my other final question is kind of about the draft a bit as well, and also hear your comments. I know last time you gave away the Lina, you picked the Enigma. We see that again here. Do you feel like it went pretty well for you again playing the Enigma into Lina matchup, or how do you feel like that matchup went?
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I think we could have generated a little bit more pressure in lane. I haven't played with Dawnbreaker though, to be fair. I mean, originally we wanted the Tiny, that's why we double pick it, and I think that's a really strong lane. We could have had, I think if Tiny was bottom, we definitely would have had a lot more pressure in the Lina, had a better lane. I thought it was fine with the Dawnbreaker as well, but we decided at the last pick that Tiny is a flex, and it was a pretty good Tiny mid, and then Chen just really wanted to play the Riki, so we said it, and it looked like a pretty good Riki game. I mean, we have like their heroes are really mobile, and Riki like does a good job catching them. So I think maybe my kind of maybe I just wasn't like completely aware of how the lane interaction goes with Dawnbreaker, but also like I think a little bit was like I don't play too much against the Nyx, and that kind of made a lot of mistakes against that hero. The Beastmaster is pretty good against my hero as well. I mean, he has a lot of vision, he can roar in fights. So just a couple things we can take a look at, and like maybe try to play a little bit cleaner next time. And but yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not much to say. I mean, I think the draft was good. We were happy with the drafts, but the execution at times was just not at the level we wanted it to be at. So
thanks for your insight, Fade.
Hi, congrats on the win. I wanted to just ask a couple more questions about these games specifically, especially your Enigma in the game 2. I noticed you went for a Crimson Guard before the BKB. I was wondering why, just because obviously Beast can cancel the Black Hole, but I thought that if you didn't, there was just so many other ways for them to cancel the Black Hole, it seemed hard for you to play.
It's kind of, I mean, I kind of debated it, but I mean, I'm not sure. I just felt like, kind of looking at their draft, I felt like Crimson was very good against them. I think Lina, it's like if you think about Crimson, it's probably a good item against Lina because she hits like a lot, but not super hard. So I thought it would mitigate, and then the Beastmaster as well. I would definitely say maybe it was a mistake. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, maybe we could have like slept the Beastmaster and then ulted, or I can just still have a BKB ult. The BKB blink gives a lot of gold though, so it's kind of goes either way. And then as I said before, it's hard to like completely judge this item pickup in this situation correctly, because I think like the fights we executed poorly as well. So maybe that could have done a lot better. But I definitely would say like the BKB plus the Crimson is very nice, because when I BKB, like they don't, like the Beast or in the Lina don't put any pressure on me. So like as before, maybe they can like just like right click me down. Like they're like if I don't get the lean on black hole, she can just like right click me on cleanly. That wasn't the case. And then the beast was like trying to put pressure on me in fights at some points, like saying his minions. I literally like didn't take any damage, so that combination felt really nice. But I thought it was a good idea, and then I actually did see it today as well. Someone picked it up in pubs, and I thought it was kind of cool, so I just went for it. But I don't know, maybe not. I think one game sample is not enough. I'll maybe look for it in the next game as well. Just test it.
All right, thanks for the insight. And one last question: since the major is about to happen, I was wondering, as a pro, like how closely will you be watching it in terms of learning? Because obviously we expect a massive patch to come right after it, which might kind of make everything that happened in it irrelevant. So do you take a more casual approach to viewing the event, or are you still going to be looking for things?
I think I think a lot of what I think is like a lot of mistakes people make in Dota is that like you think like you can kind of like give or take like when you can like learn stuff. I think it's always important to learn just to like get in the habit of it, because like all the time, like every day things change. Even like if the patch doesn't change, we see like people picking different like if the patch kept going, I'm sure like in a couple months the meta would change again, because people are constantly figuring stuff out. So I think the patch will come out and definitely stuff will change, but I think just like the concept of always like putting yourself or like learning how to learn, if that makes sense. Like I think eventually that's like the good spirit to go about things. But as far as like the tournament, I like to watch just because like another point of view is that like while the patch is out, like you want to get an edge in pubs and ranks as well. So that's another motivation. I'll probably be, just because of that, I'll probably be watching closely as well. Try to get those ranks. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Faye, thank you so much for the insight on everything that happened in this game, and just also general stuff going on with you guys. Look forward to the last series for Felt, but congratulations and thank you for joining us.
All right, guys, have a good one. See ya.
Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Always such a pleasure to have Fade on the interview, on the panel here, and he answered like what I didn't want to take it. I didn't want to ask it in case you guys were going to ask it, but I was wondering what the initial intent was for this tiny. But he ended up coming clean with it anyway. That they did want it +4, but ended up shoving it to the mid lane there. And look, a little bit of execution doesn't really matter, because in the end they get the win for themselves. And so the leaderboard, this is what we are going to have here. Felt 5 wins, 1 losses. DogChamp just underneath them with 4 wins. No losses on their record just yet. Then the Cut and C-Dub, unfortunately now with a 3-3, tying themselves with Ant, Fight Studios, a Penguin Squad, and then Eternity. So a little bit of a change up, definitely looking to be shaping up towards who is in that top half of the leaderboard here in Div 2. And hopefully we have in 2 days time the schedule. That's it. The Cut and Fart Studios, as well as DogChamp playing again, but this time up against C-Dub. So C-Dub looking to bounce back. DogChamp going to be looking to prolong their winning streak, to push themselves ahead to see if they can rival Felt for that top 1 spot. Fear? Gods.
Fear.
Jesus.
The spirit lives
My
on.
brain. It is. Whew. Let me see if
It's been a long day.
Yeah,
I don't know if it has been, but we can say it's been a long day.
So long.
Mentally a long day.
This is an interesting week. We get to see DogChamp, I think, like every day, because they have a lot of series to play. The question is, are they going to go 7-0? Theoretically, they've versed the toughest competition other than maybe the Cut. So, and even if they lose to the Cut, if they win all the others, they still go 6-1, which gets them top 2 alongside Felt, assuming Felt beat Penguin Squad, which is the other big series. I think what I'm looking mostly at when it comes to this final week is bottom 2 spots. I'm okay. We know Eternity's getting knocked out, but that second to last spot is like a tight contest between Fart Studios and Penguin Squad right now, and that's going to be a interesting little battle to kind of keep check on.
Yeah, it's like a little burger flip happening down there. A coin toss, whatever you want to call it. What's another? A dice roll.
Dice
rock
roll.
paper
burger
scissors.
flip.
I like
Yeah,
burger
but-
flip. That was really fun.
Have you never
burger
heard
flip
that
work?
one?
No.
You literally flip the burger and it could land on either side.
That's like a coin
Both
flip, my
sides
friend.
look the same,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just
but coins is something different on each side. A burger's the same on both sides.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're both the same scoreline, pretty much, almost the same scoreline. I should have
an
saved that one in the
interesting
back pocket for. Whatever.
Yeah.
You guys are the worst. Oh, but
Thank
also
you.
not because you said you liked it. So no, thank you guys. Thank you guys. We're gonna close today out. Before we do, a sponsor shout out: esportsbet.io. You guys, if you are a fan of the DPC, then you'll be happy to know that esportsbet.io have an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. You have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. And if you want more information, you can join their Discord. The Discord link is below PGL's Twitch channel in the panel. So yeah, you can check that one out because esportsbet.io really helping us out here on the broadcast. Before we do close out today, Gods, you've been here with me all day. So if you could go back, watch one game, only one, which one would it be? Tell all the viewers.
That game just then, so
Oh,
probably everyone tuned in right now just watched it, but watch it again.
Go back, run it back.
Yeah. Rewind. Yeah, I mean, Felt's game 2 against C-Dub was definitely the most entertaining. You have a team
Yeah.
at enemy tier 4s who ends up losing the game, and I think both teams played really well. It was a fun, aggressive early game with Ricky getting like a bunch of kills early on. Just all around very entertaining Dota from both sides.
Yeah, very much so. For yourself, Sheep, in 2 days' time, when we do come back for another 2 BO3s, which game are you looking forward to the most?
who's playing again? Oh, the Fought. I like Fought. I like watching Fought. Every time they play, it's really funny. I mean,
Yeah. Haha.
actually, that being said, they usually like to extend their games and draw games out by cutting waves, so I kind of hate them for that. So actually, I don't care about that game at all. I'm just gonna watch. I mean, it's what do you want? You either get Fought Studios trying to delay a game for 50 minutes, or you get Dogtown, who's just gonna stomp 2-0. I mean, pick your poison. Pick your poison.
I like it. You summarize it's going to be happening in 2 days' time. It makes me hype-ish for it. I look forward to... I look forward to seeing everyone back here in 2 days' time. Same place, same time, all the above, different teams.